back, everyone, to the third and last day of this sixth edition of C2 Montreal. My name is Tammy. We're back with you in the Aquarium today. So good morning. And we're kicking off the day with our programming team and the team from The Minutes. You girls were here yesterday. The Minutes, in case you don't know, is a team of people who are taking notes and who are aggregating all the content that is happening here at C2. And in 2 months, you are going to send a PDF to all the participants of C2 Montreal with the highlights, with the ideas that stuck. So maybe, girls, if you want to start by telling us a bit of a recap of yesterday. What are the ideas that really resonated?
After you? You want to go?
Well, I think yesterday what struck me the most, I can only speak for the talks that I've been to, right?
Yeah.
And what struck me the most was the concept of iterative risk with Sukhinder Singh Cassidy. She was saying basically that you want to think of yourself as someone who will take the big leap, the big risk whenever the occasion rises. But she says people don't go from taking no risk to taking a big risk all of a sudden.
Right.
You build resilience to risk. So she was basically saying the best way to take the important risk later is to take a risk now. And I thought that for me was very, very telling. That's what I went home thinking about yesterday.
So little steps, little risks along the way.
Yes, to build resilience.
Change. Yeah. What about you, Laura?
I noticed in our editorial meetings there was a lot of conversation about content, storytelling, and purpose.
Yeah.
Specifically, Mindy Grossman was a name that came out a lot. The marketing panel also touched on this subject. So yeah, marketers wondering, should we keep selling stuff or should we, there's this trend to find ourselves and figure out what exactly we're doing. Are we entertainment? What's going on there? So yeah, really getting back to content, and Mindy Grossman also saying, or maybe it wasn't, sorry, I got lost in a train of thought, but
so much content.
There was so much content.
Too much content.
Too much content, but also talking about lifestyle and experience and sort of where we are in trying to tap into that, because that's what people want, but is that what we're doing as marketers and business people?
Right.
So that was one thing. The second thing that came up a lot was Lauren Wesley Wilson. She was basically like, it's time to move it, it's time to act. You see that also in the Refugee IDEO project, is, it's time to actually take steps forward together to do something, not just talk about it. That's a big thing. And for me, I thought the most beautiful thing I saw was from Team Lab. Like, I want to be in a room engulfed in, interactive orchids. I think that it was just so beautiful and blew my mind. And yeah, otherwise, Karim Rashid was really great and got a lot of people talking on social. And Laura Henderson from BuzzFeed was also fantastic.
Right.
And so yeah, those are sort of the big things that kind of came up from our editorial discussions.
And I'm happy that you're talking about Lauren, and the topic of diversity has been also important and has been popping up. Lauren was actually here in the Aquarium yesterday and talking about how we can get more women of color and people of color in general in the communications and in the marketing world. And also, we also had the chief of talent from Cirque du Soleil, who's also very dedicated to hiring more diversity. So I'm glad that you're bringing that up. I'm also here with Alexandre Armand. Tu es chef de la programmation. What's your official title?
Yes, Director of Programming.
So you're the one who put this program together, the speakers around this theme of ecosystems.
That's correct. Everything that happens on stage.
So how are you feeling after 2 days of C2?
I'm delighted. I'm really happy. I think everything went well. This year, our new thing, the 360 Big Top, is very kick-ass, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We love it. All the speakers love it. It's a new atmosphere for the speakers. Actually, they feel like being down. Comparing to the audience, they are louder than the audience. They get more intimate with the audience. And also, so it's very interesting how speakers react. And actually, Valérie Pisano from the Cirque is probably the person that used the 360 stage in the best way.
Really? Oh, I missed it. What happened?
Yes. She used the space incredibly well. She did an amazing job. Honestly, all the speakers yesterday were amazing on stage. I was very surprised how natural they were on stage.
Occupying the space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the difficult thing, because if you face only people in front of you, then you turn your back to part of the audience. But yesterday, everybody did an amazing job.
Yeah. I like it as someone who's in the audience too, because you do feel so much closer. I don't know if some people are here in the room today that were here in the past editions, in the big room, which was also very impressive, but you do feel a lot closer to the speakers. And I'm excited for Wozniak later. I'm going to feel so close to him. So I'm loving the big top. Yeah. And so what are some of the ideas that are sticking with you from what you've seen in the past 2 days?
I think it's really interesting, the diversity of people we have, actually.
Yeah.
I like the mix between personal inspirations and also business anecdotes. I think it's a very good mix. We heard a lot about how our women speakers were amazing. That's one thing also I'd like to highlight, because, you know, we put an extra effort to put women on stage in the programming team. That's something that is very important to C2, and we're very happy that they did an amazing job, way better than some of our other male speakers. So congrats, girls, it was amazing. And today it's also an amazing day in terms of programming.
Yeah, we have a big day today. So we did mention Steve. There's Randy Zuckerberg that's here from Zuckerberg Media. We have Amanda Hill from A&E Networks. I'm kind of curious to know, how do you get those big fish? Like when you're building the programming, how hard is it to get a speaker like this?
I'd say it becomes easier year after year, thanks to the amazing job all the teams do on site. So C2 starts to create an international brand. So people have heard about C2. They're all triggered and interested about the event, because they look at creativity, they look at commerce. Everybody knows Montreal. You know, everybody knows the Cirque du Soleil, knows Sid Lee. So, you know, they're Xavier Dolan. You know, we have a lot of creativity in Montreal. So it becomes easier year after year. And today it's very interesting because, you know, I was thinking in the green room we will go from Mohammed Yunus to GSP to Wozniak. So just picture yourself in a small room like this cube and having someone like Mohammed Yunus, who's Nobel Peace Prize, like someone like GSP sitting next to him, who's a world UFC champion, and Mr. Steve Wozniak, who's a co-founder of Apple. So having this diversity in such a small space is something that is really exciting, I believe.
Can I come with you in the green room?
Of course, of course. You're invited. You're invited.
Amazing. And so, girls, what are you, because you have to be in the conferences today, you have to cover all this content that's happening in different spaces. What are you looking forward today?
I'm spending most of my day in the cabaret, which has a very warm atmosphere. It's very nice to be there. I'm going to the marketing panel from front end to back end, how to use data throughout a content marketing campaign. So I'm super excited to hear what people from the Globe and Mail, Washington Post, Quietly, and Facebook have to say about how to use data to drive a marketing campaign, and how to still stay creative in a storytelling manner while using data, not fixating only on the data. So that I'm super excited about. And then I go to what I call to myself, I don't know if you called it that, the creative block in the afternoon with...
I love that name, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's that's the name I give it. Let's see if it catches.
Okay.
Jean-François Bouchard and Neilson Vignola from Cirque du Soleil are going to come and talk about how they create those amazing shows. And then Félix Lajeunesse and Paul Raphael from Félix et Paul, the big VR, the world-renowned VR. I can't wait. And then from Montreal. And then Tim Kring, the creator of Heroes, Crossing Jordan, all sorts of TV shows, but also like multi-platform shows. So I can't wait to go spend my day in the cabaret.
And how about you, Laura?
I'm also very interested in Tim Kring. Obviously, the storytelling really gets me. I love that. And also how he's very multi-platform with how he thinks about rolling out narrative is obviously super pertinent to the world we live in. So he's very cool. I saw Cal Fussman yesterday, and I think he's going to be a super interviewer. Yeah. So I think the questions that he will pose will be good, and I have to write about that one, so I'm definitely taking notes. Otherwise, I'm pretty excited for...
Actually, I'm sorry. Laura,
yeah, no, go for it.
I'd like to mention that. I think some of you haven't heard about Brian Behlendorf.
No.
But you know, what's very interesting about Brian, that's our closing keynote, he was Chief Technology Officer for Burning Man.
Okay.
And he was Chief Technology Officer for the World Economic Forum. So he went from Burning Man to Davos, which is super interesting for us because sometimes people say, oh, you're somewhere in between Davos and Burning Man.
Right.
So we're really happy that he's joining, and he's going to talk about blockchain.
Yes.
So that's one thing that, you know, everybody explained me blockchain like 20 times, 30 times, 50 times. I still, you know, have trouble to really understand what it is.
Oh yeah, I have no shame in admitting that I'm still, there's still some few concepts that I don't understand. I just know that I want a few Bitcoins. That's all I know.
According to him, it's going to change the world even more than the internet did.
Really?
And that's someone that was involved in the web very early stage, and he's saying that the blockchain revolution is going to change the world.
So that's really interesting. So at what time is this for the people
that
are listening?
This is the closing keynote. It will be around 5:45.
5:45, got you. And what can we expect Georges St-Pierre and maybe Randy Zuckerberg to talk about today?
So Randy is actually, I mean, apart from being Mark's sister, as everybody noticed, I guess, she's been at the core of the media strategy for Facebook, and she's part of the inventor of Facebook Live. So she's all into this new platform in content and how to deliver the message. She's going to talk about how to capture consumers' attention. That's a big thing today. You know, everybody is like, okay, should we do video? Should we do pictures? Now Instagram is all about video. You know, now people do stories. They don't share pictures.
Well, because it's become so fake. Well, not fake, but it's just so curated. And I think people now are just so hungry to have a platform where they can just be themselves, you know, and where they can just document unfiltered. So I feel like we're going back to that. So I'm actually really, really looking forward to
it's going to be interesting. You know, people are, I mean, even myself, if I watch a video, I'll probably watch 10 seconds of it. It's really rare that I keep my attention on something for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So she's going to talk about, you know, how you have to deal with that when you're a media person.
With the fact that we have no more attention span.
Exactly.
Equal to a goldfish at this point.
Yes.
And GSP, well, GSP is going to join. He's going to focus a lot on the general theme, which is ecosystem, how you build an interesting ecosystem inside the octagon, and how you create an efficient ecosystem outside of the octagon.
The octagon is the ring?
That's correct. That's correct. So
obviously a big fan of, I don't even know, what is it?
Yes, I am. I'm the biggest fan. No, I wanted to make sure.
Okay, great. Yeah, so
and
that's
also how creativity, how creativity is perceived in martial arts, and how this culture in martial arts succeeded throughout centuries to remain. You know, in countries like Japan and countries like Thailand, and we know he's a fighter that is known for paying a lot of respect to that culture. So he's going to share his vision on that and what we can learn actually from martial art cultures.
Amazing. And I want to just wrap up because we have a minute left. I want to wrap and talk about the party tonight because it's the closing night. And so there's a soirée illumination tonight, which is going to be a big fiesta happening here at l'Arsenal. And we are going to have Chromeo Sophie Tucker, which is a duo from, I believe, Brooklyn, and also DJ Nina Brown. So, I hope I'm going to be able to catch you guys there, maybe have a drink after all this hard work. And, congrats, good luck on all this content collecting today. Alexandre, merci beaucoup. Congratulations on the program.
Well, thank you. And
really a wonderful
I just going to take 10 seconds to say that Théo Lepage, Colline Béchou, Charlotte Merci, and Dominique Todd, They're all part of the programming team. They are the ones that are actually make all of this happening on stage. So if you cross them, look at their badge and congratulate them.
Yeah, making the phone calls, the pre-interviews, getting all that
Exactly.
content.
They do the work.
Doing all the legwork. You get to do
Exactly.
the interviews. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And we are going to continue. Actually, I am going to be joined by one of the members of Radio. So we're going to chat with him about some music and creativity and DJing here at C2 Montreal. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bon voyage pour la malade.
So, welcome back, everyone, to the third and final day of C2 Montreal. I am Tammy Emma Pepin, and I'm here with you today in the Aquarium, chatting with some of our panelists, speakers, participants. And I'm now joined by Gabrielle Malenfant, who is half of the group Radio, which you might know. And Gabrielle, you're actually here giving an atelier called Inspiration à l'action. What is it about?
It's kind of a personal reflection on what keeps me going. When it comes to creativity and inspiration, we all want to find a recipe, but obviously it's something super personal, and it's usually pretty deep-rooted. So for me, it was just presenting a reflection on how, after all these years, I can just be hungry for content, hungry for ideas, hungry to learn, hungry to meet new people, hungry to change the world, and hungry to better myself, better the community, and see how that helps to actually feed inspiration and keep the fire going.
Right.
Before inspiration, there's something à l'amont. There's something before that. So we say that the necessity is the mother of all invention.
Yeah.
Well, for you, what is that necessity? You know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's finding what drives you and what passions you, and once you have that, it seems that you're just perpetually on your antennas are always open,
right.
And you're looking to feed off people that help you see different perspectives, help you learn on whatever you want to learn, and that's kind of one of the main parts of my mon atelier, just to see how that fire can keep going.
And where does your creativity come from? I mean, I don't want to assume it all comes from the same place, but is there certain things that you've noticed that you've done in the past that really helps in creating music, for example?
Obviously, consuming experiences and having content build up in your backup, in your hard drive, and it's because once you get to the mic, or once you get to the studio, basically you need something to say.
Yeah.
Like la page blanche, there's no page blanche, or you don't get nervous when you get in the studio if you have something to say, because you're just looking forward to it. So the ideal is always to have something to say. And
has it happened to you that you didn't? Has it happened to you as an artist that you've just been stuck?
Not really, not too much.
Good.
Not too much. It's always something going on in my head, but I think there's always the thing about in music about keeping it real, and I think keeping it real just means keeping your feet on the ground, your feet on reality, connected with the community, connected with the real pulse of the world, and with Radio, that was kind of our shtick. It's always about we're not fronting, we're not representing something that we aren't, you know.
Right.
So we come from the East Coast.
Yeah.
It's like rooted, so that's kind of cool in that way. But a lot of artists that produce albums and have a lot of success, after a while you just get disconnected because you're not connected with
who you are,
with your roots,
self.
with your moment. So at that point it gets kind of touchy. So the idea is just to keep it real, not to be cliche about it.
And are you worried about reinventing yourself, or like doing the same thing over and over, or does that, as an artist, is that something that preoccupies you, of how you last through time?
I try not to focus on that. I try just to focus on being in the moment and being yourself, and not trying to compare, because once you're honest, what's cool with being honest and being yourself, it's you're being yourself, but at one point that honesty becomes timeless and becomes universal.
Yeah.
So that'll always feel better for you, no?
And what's the process when you're writing, let's say, for Radio? Do you guys, I mean, there's artists, like, you have the kind of, like, image sometimes of, like, artists that are so tormented and they have to go to a cottage and completely isolate themselves to be able to write. Is that part of your process? Or it's more, I feel in my head, like, it's just such happy music. It's just so uplifting. I wouldn't imagine it like that, but maybe it is.
Well, the thing is, what's fun with arts is that beneath the beautiful colors and the laughing and the passion for music and what you do, there's always an underlying struggle or conflict, because that's your raison d'être, you know. They say in heaven there's no need for creativity because everybody's happy.
Yeah.
You know? So like when you see where hip hop comes from in the Bronx, and we see Middle Ages after le Moyen Âge, after la Renaissance, pardon, after you know, there's always the struggle and the creation. So basically,
what's your struggle?
I'm like obviously I don't live in a ghetto, but I think for me it's like the ghetto is kind of easy to find these days. You know, the contradictions are easy to find, l'inégalité, inequality is easy to find.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like with no pretension, I'm like a bit on the Leonard Cohen trip, like the internal Jacques Cousteau about it. So like your conscious is kind of a ghetto, or it's been ghettoized. So for me, a lot of my lyrics, it's kind of about connection with yourself, with others, your infinite potential. So basically, like everything that I consume. It's how great, how powerful we can be, what makes us connected. Like I'm totally into quantum physics, you know, and this comes out in my lyrics and stuff. So it's just building a universe with Radio or with whatever I do. If I'm pitching TV shows or whatnot, I'm just trying to build a universe that empowers a myth that makes us more beautiful, more powerful, and not being naive, but more being conscious of what we can do and how we can turn it around.
Well, I think that's what's so great like I'm discovering you, but it seems like you're a very multi-dimensional person, and you also DJ, and you also studied in business. What made you do the switch between doing an MBA to now having a career as an artist?
I've always liked school and student councils, and marketing was cool because I like the publicity part of it, you know, and the creativity part of it, and branding and all that stuff at a young age. But actually, when I was studying at school, I already had started a website, a pretty big website back home, to promote urban Acadian artists. So that was kind of my vision, to reposition Acadian culture as something cool as opposed to something folklore. So even though I was studying in business,
I think you guys are the first. Sorry, I'm interrupting. You guys are the first ones that kind of did that for me, anyways. Growing up in like French Canadian, but in an English part of town here in NDG, and I kind of had never really been exposed to Canadian music that I could be proud to listen to. I know it sounds ridiculous because there is so much creativity in the country, but for me, that like Radio came at a point where I was like, oh yeah, like this is cool too, and I can actually be proud of some of the stuff that is being created here. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So basically, even though I was in business, I already had a foot in the arts and the culture.
Yeah.
And when I graduated my bachelor, I found money to work for a company that managed artists.
Yeah.
And then after my MBA, I started a company of multimedia and marketing. We were basically working with the cultural industry also. So I was always had a foot in culture nonetheless. And eventually we got an opportunity to sign with the label in Montreal. So I just stopped working at the university, stopped my job, sold my house, and I packed my bags and went to Montreal, took a leap of faith.
And came here.
Yeah.
It's funny because we kind of, when we think of art, we kind of sometimes oppose it to business. But as an artist today, navigating the world, if you don't have those skills, it's actually kind of a problem, you know, with social media. Do you feel like new technologies are helping you reach new audiences?
Oh, of course. Yeah, we have access to the airwaves in a sense. And business is communication, culture is communication.
Yeah.
And I think it's only a question of integrity and making sure your message is something you can be proud of. So if you're making business and you're promoting something you believe in, if you're working for Tesla, if you're working for Théo, or if you're working for urban agriculture, and you think it's a positive thing, I think it's all about how you sleep at night and how much compromise you make, you know?
Yeah. And how would you, we only have a few minutes left, but I know, like, I mean, like, you're still so young and you have a full career in front of you, but I like asking this question to people. What would you like your legacy to be? Because this to me is the why, and this is what interests me the most in people, is why are you doing what you're doing? Not necessarily how you're doing it or how much money you're making, but like, what impact do you want to have through your daily actions, you know?
I think it's just leaving the planet in a slightly better frequency than when you got there.
Yeah.
And making your print and your stamp and your impact, something you're proud of. And for me, it's all about connection and people and honesty and just keeping your principles tight, and at the end, let the universe do the rest.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us. And I want to, so at what time is the atelier today?
9:30.
At 9:30,
Yeah.
okay, coming up. Cool. So if you guys want to learn about creativity and inspiring action, it's at 9:30 with Gabrielle Malenfant. And where is it happening?
It's at La Galerie.
At La Galerie. Thank you so much for being with us. And hopefully maybe we'll get to also party later at
I'm taking the plane right after my thing, yeah.
Are you going on tour or something? Where are you going?
No, I'm going back home, going to the beach.
Oh, good. Vacation. Well,
Yeah.
enjoy.
Merci.
Cool. Hey.
Good morning and welcome back to C2 Montreal Live here in the Aquarium. I'm Chris Denson, the host of Innovation Crush, and I'm here with Dr. Correct?
Correct.
Naveen Rao, a fellow bald brother. Thank you. You're actually the first bald interview I've done since I've been here, so I appreciate
right.
that.
Wow. More of them.
Yeah, we do need more, yes. Let's start a movement. You are the Vice President and General Manager of Artificial Intelligence Products at Intel. Congratulations on that job. What does that entail on a day-to-day basis for you?
Lots of meetings. I mean, really what we're doing is driving the strategy for Intel in the artificial intelligence space. So, Intel has traditionally been a provider of tools and computational substrates, and basically guiding Intel into that next phase of what computation really is. That's what our group is all about.
Now, when I read your bio with that in mind, a neuroscientist, computer processor architect, and entrepreneur. It almost sounds like a joke, like I said it for a joke. Like, a neuroscientist and a professor and an entrepreneur walk into a bar. But what, aside from you, or maybe obviously it is you, but what is the common thread, amongst all those disciplines?
Yeah, so it is interesting that there really is a common thread. Is something that I've been interested in since I was a kid. Is how computers can be improved by looking at biology, right? One of the best proof points we have of computation is the human brain, or just brains in general. So what can we take from that and apply to synthetic systems? And so, I mean, it's something we've been doing for a long time, right? We saw birds fly around for thousands of years, and we figured out what the principles of flight are, and then we can go build an airplane out of metals and rivets. Birds and airplanes look sort of similar, but airplanes don't have feathers, for instance. So what are the principles? So we want to extract the principles of computation from biology and apply them to engineered systems.
Why?
Well, well, that's an interesting question too, and it's something that humans have been trying to do for a long time, right? Really sort of understand what it means to be intelligent. I guess we're always trying to get to the essence of what we really are, right? What is a human? What is consciousness? And so one way to approach that is actually to build systems that recapitulate some of the properties of these kinds of systems and really try to understand ourselves.
Is part of it, I mean, it's very philosophical. I think most people think of the science of it and the geekdom of it, but the philosophy you just mentioned is very much rooted in, like, I want to understand the human psyche and our potential a little bit better. How much of that plays a role in how, even your personal process?
I think it's, it's sort of been a guiding principle, something that I've always wanted to accomplish and look back on life and say, well, what did I do? And if I made a dent in that problem, I would consider myself a success. That kind of a thing. But I think in more tactical and practical terms, we look at it like, what kind of market opportunities are there for these kinds of things? How can we change the world in terms of automation and bringing new capabilities and products to the world, right? And so that's a different view, but it's kind of rooted in this, this is the true motivation behind all of it, right? What drives us to do something.
So give me a sense of, like, what type of product that may be, almost readily applicable for people who would attend a C2, or is there sort of a almost mass product available, or some sort of example in that realm?
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's one of these things that everyone keeps saying, well, give me an example of where you're going to see AI. It's like, you're already seeing AI. It's all around you already. So everybody probably has a Facebook account. When you upload a photo, it's analyzing the faces and matching them against your friends. Have you ever seen it does these automatic tags?
Right.
That's AI. If you use Siri or any of these Google Assistant type things, they're using, the reason that they're useful now, the reason that they work and they can actually understand your voice is because of AI. So many of these problems were tried in the past with more specific kind of solutions for that problem.
Right.
But the resurgence of neural network techniques has really driven them to the point where they cross a threshold of now they're actually nearly as good, or if not even better than humans at certain tasks.
Yeah.
And that's the real sea change that's happened. And it's happened in kind of almost an insidious way. People don't realize that that's there, and it's already around you, and you're already interacting with it. It's kind of
well, it's also, I do a lot of work with trends and things like that, and one of the things that we talk about is how, because we're so used to interacting with technology on a day-to-day basis, we're sort of primed for, an exponential evolution.
Yeah.
What do you see as the next wave? Like, we're naturally engaging with this stuff, as you just mentioned, but also it's like, all right, the next level shit is about to happen too.
That's right.
And we're ready. But like, what are some of those next steps you foresee?
So, I mean, a lot of it is, freeing ourselves from this, just freeing ourselves from like really repetitive tasks, for instance, right? In the next 5 years, what we're really going to see is the ability to go through large data sets and actually use those data sets. So today, right, we can gather data, right? Everything you click on a website or whatever is all logged. But to actually make
Unless the Russians get into it.
Of course. I won't make any political comments.
Sorry, Intel has no political affiliation.
Absolutely. But what we see today is the logging of all these data sets, but we don't really know what to do with them, right? And so, yeah, a human can go through and say, oh, I can make sense of this. But to do that in an automated sense, we didn't really have the tools and capabilities until now. Right. That's really what's exciting about deep learning, I think, in the next 5-10 years, is that we can start saying, like, all right, well, I have 10,000 pages of documents, and I want to summarize them. Before, if I'm a legal analyst or something, I'd have a team of 100 people going and reading those things, writing reports, and try to combine them. Now we could say, okay, AI, give me a summary of all these, or give me the synopsis of top 5 points or something like that, and we can start doing this kind of thing. We can actually start doing things like we've seen in sci-fi movies where you're automatically identified as a criminal or something when you walk through the airport. It's not that it's a problem that we don't know how to solve, it's just that we don't know how to solve it at scale, right? And that's what we can really do.
And with that same sort of thinking in mind, what's your perspective on the AI for good? So for instance, there's a lot of, in Geneva in a couple of weeks, there's the X Prize in AI for Good Summit with the UN, and they're also making sure that people don't get left behind as we continue to analyze documents, right? And people are hungry. Have you approached bridging the gap between those two worlds at all in your work?
I think I haven't done it directly, I would say, but we always kind of keep an eye out on that. And honestly, I see AI as something that drives more jobs in a sense, because it's just like what happened during the Industrial Revolution, right? Everyone screamed the same thing then. Oh, our physical labor is going to be taken away by these machines. What really happened was people learned how to build those machines, how to service the machines, operate the machines, all of these kinds of things. So our skills will shift, but we won't have people doing mundane things like reading a document and highlighting things, right? That's kind of something that's beyond. It's not something we need a human intelligence for, right? So I want to free people from that and allow them to think in more of a creative space. Now, is everyone ready for that? I don't know. It remains to be seen whether every human is really ready to be more creative and not deal with drudgery as much. But I think that's what has to happen.
No, it's great. As more and more people are connected to technology around different parts of the world, it's like we want to make sure, there's a lot of efforts to make sure that those people aren't left behind and marginalized. So
absolutely, and I'm definitely an advocate of kind of looking at society as a whole and making sure that we take care of our society top to bottom. Obviously, we don't want to get into politics. I could take my Intel hat off and talk about it.
What was the 10-year-old Naveen like? What were you thinking about artificial intelligence in people's brains at the?
I actually was, and we kind of find the roots of what was really driving us in our adulthood back when we were children.
Right.
It's actually kind of funny. My kids now are 9 and 10, and I'm like, what do you think is cool, right? That's sort of what I asked them, because when I was 10. I read sci-fi novels, Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke, these kinds of books.
Nice.
And, I was into sci-fi movies and these kinds of things. So it was always fascinating to me that, like, if we could just figure out some basic things about how brains work, we could build, like, these really cool machines, right, that that can do interesting things. Not necessarily bad things, but very interesting things. Like in Arthur C. Clarke's 2001, right? I mean, basically, they had an intelligent machine that can run an entire spaceship. Right. I mean, if we want to go into deep space, we need machines that can do that.
Very true.
That's an enabler, right? And so that's kind of what always drove me. And so I actually started that when I went to college. I was like, all right, I want to understand more about biology. I was electrical engineering and computer science, but I actually took a lot of computational biology. and actually worked in the neuromorphic engineering space a little bit at that time.
I have no idea what you just said.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I do want to talk a little bit about neuromorphic because I honestly don't know what it is, but I'm curious as to what it is and how it plays a role in what you're doing today.
Okay, so neuromorphic is it's a pretty broad term. Basically, it means anything that's kind of mimicking biology to mimicking neurons, mimicking the brain in a synthetic system, right? So you can do that at multiple levels. I mean, at the very lowest level, we have something like the Blue Brain project that's in Europe, where they're actually trying to model the physics of these molecular interactions and ion channels and things like that in neurons that make them work. The next level up is kind of looking at how neurons exchange information with each other. They talk in this kind of binary language we call spikes or action potentials. And so the speed of those spikes or the timing of them convey information between them. So can we take that paradigm and build a system out of it? That's kind of where neuromorphics really lie. And what I was studying back in college is work from Carver Mead from Caltech was building an electronic circuit that actually behaves very similarly electrically to a neuron.
Right.
And can we build something interesting out of that, right? It's a research question.
No, it's great. It's great, and I love the fact that you're part of Intel, you know, and I look at like how companies are structured and how they structure themselves and bring in people like yourselves. Like, why is this a perfect marriage, right? Why is Intel and Dr. Naveen Rao like the perfect marriage when it comes to this stuff?
Well, so after that, I mean, I went into the workplace and built computers. I was a computer architect, so and I designed chips and built software, all of that stuff, and I did that for about 10 years. So then, I knew how a computer works, but I was like, let's go back to the passion. What did I really want to do? So I actually quit my job after 10 years and 1.5 kids, and went to get a PhD in computational neuroscience.
But your wife loved that decision.
At the time, she was supportive. She had quit her job previously to go to law school. So
no, I say it jokingly, but I do think those life decisions. You found a passion.
Yeah.
And then you go, all right, we need to shift here.
That's right.
To some degree.
I mean, what's life without following what you love, right?
Yeah.
So, so basically, I went back to grad school and I loved it. Grad school was one of the most fun things ever because I did it because I wanted to do it and with a genuine interest, right? And I wanted to learn the hardcore neuroscience. I did the molecular biology stuff, and then I actually trained animals, trained monkeys, learned how to do neurosurgery to implant electrodes into their brains, and pick up these signals during motor control when they're doing movements.
What did you train them to do?
Play video games, actually.
No, get out of here. You train monkeys to play video games?
Yeah.
I think that might be like the best thing I've ever heard. At least at C2, but if not... So wait, okay. Let's explore that for a second. You trained a monkey to play, and what was that project, and what game did they play?
They're not like
video games.
No, they're not games you would know. They're basically we provide a stimulus on a screen,
I see.
And they do some movements, like kind of operating a mouse. And we can control the visual information that they get, the feedback of what's good and what's bad, and actually measure outputs, motor control. And then we're also measuring neural signals and correlating things there. So, what I specifically was trying to do is how errors are corrected. So, like if you reach to go get a glass, if somebody bumps your arm, you actually have to make a corrective motion.
Right.
Our brain has to compute these things, right? You have sensors in your arms and their visual sense.
Right.
You compute an error and you actually drive your arm back the right way. How do we do that? So that was the question, really. And we trained monkeys to essentially tell them to reach for something and then perturb their arm. Right, and so we can control exactly what the inputs and outputs are of the system.
I know there's like thousands, not millions, of automated biological functions that happen.
Yeah.
There's always I've heard both sides of an argument of whether we use 10% of our brain or we use the entire part of our brain, or and that part, the 10% thing is a myth. What's your take on our potential?
Well, okay,
the power of our brains.
It's not even a myth. It wasn't even like said in seriousness the first time it was said. So we use all of our brain all the time, pretty much.
So I'm only going to be this smart, unfortunately.
Well, no. So I mean, we can use those resources in a more directed way sometimes, right? I mean, you look at aberrations sometimes, like you look at autistic savants, things like that. They can do seemingly miraculous tasks, but they can't do everything. They can do one task. So our brains are actually very tunable. So we can teach ourselves to get very good at one thing, right? I mean, you're probably never going to be as good at basketball as Michael Jordan is, right? So he has some potential that's beyond what you can do, but part of it is training, right? He put a lot of time into shooting that basketball and doing all the pieces that are required to be a basketball player. And so not all of us are going to have that focus, and we are more general purpose, right? We have to live life, and we don't have time to do that. But we become experts at what we do. Like you're going to be better interviewing than I am because you do it more and you think about it more. And
thank you.
So my point is that our systems are very tunable, and getting smarter, in my mind, is really tuning your brain to do better at one particular set of tasks.
What are you currently tuning your brain to do better?
Well, navigating a large company is now one of them. On the side, I race cars and ski, and so these are my other passions outside of work, and so I try to tune my brain as much as I can on those things.
What movie most correctly identifies the world through your lens? I mean,
what movie? I don't know. That's a hard one.
You spotted some good, sci-fi lore in the beginning.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you're like, oh yeah, that is I've seen it, or like most people reference Minority Report, for instance. It's like
I see. That's a good one. I mean, one of my favorite movies, I think, it's not really related to specifics, but it's more like a kind of this passion idea of doing something that's almost irrational because you love it. Is Braveheart's one of my favorite movies. Right?
Yes.
And you look at it, it's like, the way we saw the movie is put together. I mean, what he was doing wasn't rational, but, he felt it and he had a conviction about it, and that's what drives it.
I think that's the entrepreneur's journey.
Yeah, it is.
Is like,
you're irrational.
Paint your face blue, yell, and get everybody rallied around your vision.
And everybody is against you, and you're against all odds, right? That's what happens. And so it's like, we're going to go beat the English, and we have 1/10 the troops. Okay, let's go.
Let's do it. I have tickets to Hamilton coming up.
Okay, cool. I want to see that.
The more I've gotten into that story, I'm like, wow, this is some badass stuff that went down, with that history lesson. As we sort of wind down a little bit, this whole sort of theme here at C2 this year is ecosystems. And neurologically, scientifically, what's the Naveen Rao take on what an ecosystem is?
I think it's a set of tools and people who know how to use those tools and use them every day and talk with each other to find new uses for them. So we see ecosystems all over the place, right? I mean, people who build houses probably have an ecosystem, right? They have a set of tools that they use. They have a set of materials that they use. We got to build the same thing up for AI right now. So a lot of these tools are distributed. The talent is kind of distributed.
Right.
We're getting to a point now where the tools are getting more mature. They work. We know sort of basic patterns of how to use these things, and that real ecosystem is emerging.
Consensus and synergies, like kind of just gathering all the resources. Well, thank you for joining us. This was great.
Absolutely.
Did you have a good time?
I did. That was fun.
Me too. Everyone, we'll be back with another interview very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, so we're live at C2 Montreal with Nicola Farinetti, who's the president of Italy USA. Thanks for being here.
Ciao, grazie.
Yeah, how great to meet you. You have a beautiful operation, as we were saying before we started. I've been to the flagship store in New York, and it's a real knockout. It's beautiful. Let's start by disambiguating, because as when we spoke, there was I think there's a misconception that Mario Batali started the business. He has not. It's a family business, correct?
Yes, it was started by my father in 2007 in Italy. And we believe in partnership. We believe in doing every single store different. So we like to partner with different people in different countries. And when we wanted to come to the United States of America, who's better than Mario Batali, Joe Bastianich, and Lydia? Yeah. They are very respected. They know food. They have 20 restaurants. They're also well known. And they're so well known that people sometimes think it's actually an American company owned by Mario, which, by the way, I'm totally fine with, because Mario is amazing. And so they believe we are amazing too.
Yes. Right, but you pre-existed. You started in Turin, you say?
Yes, we have 14 or 15 stores in Italy, and then we have stores in Istanbul, in South Korea. We have stores all over the world, and we partner with Mario in the Americas.
Now, and it was called Italy in Italy?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. As I told you, I was taking the bus to the airport in Rome, and I saw the office. I'm curious to know, so you mentioned that your father had an electronics retailer similar to Best Buy in Italy. What was the inspiration to start the company?
Well, since I remember I was a kid, my father was incredibly in love with food. It was the only thing it mattered. I always tell this joke that I never understood if I was poor or rich, because we used to go on vacation, sleep in the worst hotel ever, and then eat in these 3 Michelin star restaurants all the time. So he wanted to do something about food. He got very bored in the electronic business. It wasn't going anywhere. It was already big, and he kind of knew everything that was going to happen. So he decided to get out of his comfort zone and creating something for himself. High quality, very casual, just like our family. Yeah. And, we did it.
So food, Italy is known for food. Food is everywhere. What was his special idea to create a retail location that was food-centered? For those who don't know, who are watching, Italy is a food store that specializes in fine Italian food. I'm assuming that was, there's a great food everywhere in Italy. So what was the need he felt he was serving?
Well, there were many needs. First of all, there were the needs of having a very high quality but very nice price point that was big enough for you to do your entire shopping and be comfortable. Second of all, back then, casual and quality wasn't really much of a synonymous yet. Right now, it's so normal, right? I go to a small counter and they have high quality, but back then was much more posh, so we did that. And third of all, if you think about it, one of the most important food culture in the world, nobody's spreading it around. There is no Italian company building Italian market or restaurants all over the world. They're always local.
Okay, I didn't know.
So we have incredible brands. We got Ferrari, we got fashion brand like Armani. In the world of food, we only have producers. Okay. We don't have retailers. So Italy was missing a huge retailer bringing their concept, their idea all over the world.
So tell me about the growth of the company. You started in Italy in 2007. Yeah. How quickly did the company grow?
In 10 years, we are at 36, 37 stores, so we grow pretty fast. We grow fast because we develop very disruptive. All our stores are different, all our companies are different. We have different partners in different parts of the world.
And within Italy too?
Within Italy too, and everybody get a piece of it, and everybody develops his own piece, because we really believe Italy should not be a chain. Italy should be like a family. Stores share the same value, but they have different development, their own ideas.
Where did this idea spring from? Because uniformity is often what people shoot for. The idea, and it's a great idea, the idea of having a curated brand experience that allows people who participate in it to approach it differently is new and interesting.
Well, it's at the base of the experience retail, right? Retail is dying all over the world because that's what they do. They copy and paste all the time, and there is no real value to shop within a store anymore. Right. If you put something different in it, if you are actually giving the people a reason why to come to your different location, then I guess there is more value.
So you wanted to, so the litmus test for partners is what? Is it to say, let's build a really interesting experience
for these type of customers.
Okay.
Food is very personal. As much as you know about food, you're never going to understand food in Japan. You need to live in Japan for a while to understand how they interpret food, how they understand food. Food is very personal. If you don't have a local translator that can take your idea and your value and translate it into something that that culture can understand, it's very hard to get anywhere.
So is there a bottom line, however, that they must respect? I mean, it's Italy, so one assumes it's Italian food. Is there, what are the must-haves? In other words, in that equation.
Well, we have this big belief in the slow food movement ideas that is good, clean, and fair. Those are the only products that we want to carry. We have the idea that we don't want to oversell. People should buy only what they need, but should buy at the highest quality possible. We have the idea that we don't only sell, we don't only cook, but we also teach. So everybody needs to have a school, needs to have creative moment for people to gather around food. And everything needs to be integrated. We don't like to have the retail outlet, the restaurant's outlet, and the school outlet. They need to be together. You almost don't see them changing.
So in our pre-interview, I mentioned that I'd interviewed Missy Robbins on the show from Lilia in New York, and that she teaches at Italy.
Yes, she did. She did some couple of classes with us. We're very lucky. People, many chefs actually shop at Italy, and they come to buy whatever they missed that day, and they know that they can find it at Italy. So we have strong relationship even through Mario. Yeah. And anytime they have something that they want to say, or there is the new book or the new idea to share, we contact them and we have them making their own thing within Italy.
So, tell me about the process. You are the president of Italy USA, yes?
Yeah, they call me the CEO. I'm not very title-oriented kind of a guy, but
right. So so how is the company organized then?
So now we have, since a year and a half ago, we have a new chairman, executive chairman, Andrea Guerra, which is our leader. My father is very much an entrepreneur, and when company became too big, he doesn't really enjoy them. Yeah. He gets bored very easily. Okay. He's a creative guy, so he understood that if we want to run this business properly, we needed somebody that knows how to run a big company. So Andrea Guerra used to be the CEO of Luxottica, basically 50% of the eyewear market in the world. Right. And he joined us, so now he's managing that. And of course he's above me, and I'll try to manage the United States of America.
So are you based in the States now?
Most of the time I'm based in the States.
So let's talk about the challenges of a family business, because that is a big thing. You are a second generation in this company, working for your father. How do you manage that?
Well, I guess the Andrea Guerra move was one of the smartest things that a family can do. A family needs to recognize a moment where the family per se is not enough. You need to have around you very brilliant, smart people that know what it takes to go from 10 to 35, maybe to 50 store eventually one day, how to take the value of the company and translate it in every single store. So I think that for us was a very good move that unfortunately not so many family are able to do. And I always says that my biggest job is to make sure that I split myself between being an employee and being a partner. There are moments that I'm a partner, and there are other moments that I'm an employee. And if I'm doing my job, I can keep doing my job. If not, they're going to fire me up, and I'll still remain a partner in other moments.
Right. So you mentioned it before. We're living through a period where retail is really in crisis. Somebody told me last night that I think that there was something like 282,000 retail jobs were lost in the United States recently. That it's hurting everywhere, and yet you've successfully started a new retail brand.
Correct.
You indicated before that that you embrace specificity by location. What other secrets?
Well, I guess people are looking to have an emotion, because through e-commerce you satisfy all your desire, but happiness, but having an emotion, but touching with people, by talking with people, and this is really what we focus on. When you come to Italy and you look at our butcher department, we don't really have much of to-go option. You need to talk with our butcher, because that's the guy that is going to give you something better. And we have a lot of events that are always producers focused, that are always talking about the raw ingredients and raw material, and I guess they all drive to speaking to our customers what are the real value of the company. And we're not here to make money per se. We're trying to talk about quality and how what you put inside of your body should be more important than what you put outside of your body.
So What are your plans for expansion? You're in Italy, you're in the US, where else are you now?
Well, we are in Brazil, which we're going great. We're coming to Canada eventually. We're going to open in Toronto.
Good.
We are looking very carefully at London. We have a couple of locations already in our mind. And then, let's see where the world is going to take. The dream, there are about 200 countries in the world. The dream would be have 200 stores, one per country.
Right.
Because really our main goal is to spread the word of high quality food, both Italian and local. We sell an incredible amount of local products through every single store, and to make, to bring awareness on the food industry.
But so in each country, how many stores do you have now?
Well, it depends from the country. In America, we have 4, and we're developing another 2 or 3, and then we see. In Italy, we have 13, 14. In Germany, we have 1, but we really believe we can make another couple. It really depends because we go from 500 square meter to 14,000 square meter. Italy is always different. It depends from the customers. It depends how cheap or expensive food in a country is, how much awareness is around Italian food. There are many reasons why we are successful or not in different countries.
Have you been embraced? Well, clearly you have, because I mentioned Lilia and you mentioned Mario Batali. Have you been embraced by the Italian communities in each country that you go into?
Well, usually at the beginning it takes us a little bit, to be honest, because usually the Italian community that is there has been there for a couple of generations. We are much more of a north side country, Italy. They are most of the time a South Italian population, and it takes them always a bit to get to appreciate that.
Just so people know, there's always been a schism between the north and the south.
Well, the food is different, the culture is different, and so it always takes a little bit because it looks like we're the bully coming in town to tell the people how Italian food is made.
Right.
We don't do that. In fact, as soon as we land there, we try to collaborate with them and having them coming within Italy to do their own story.
So the north has always been richer than the south?
Yes.
Okay. It's
unfortunately, yes.
Right. So that schism exists even in the diaspora, the Italian diaspora. Okay.
Well, but diversity are beautiful. That's what we strive for.
What I'm hearing from you, what I find really interesting is that within each country that you're in, you're still small. Like small is still beautiful, even though it's only been 10 years. Would you want to be a big chain? Like really ubiquitous, like 1,000 stores in the U.S., or is that against the culture completely?
I don't think it's either pro or cons. I just don't think it matters. It's not something that we're focusing. The dimension is not important for us. What is important is develop right, is making sure that we can keep the same quality that we strive for. And if eventually one day we recognize that that is going to become an issue, we're going to stop. But so far, it's not an issue. People are there. We have a lot of talent within. Both, in this case, Americas and Italy have an incredible amount of quality products. We're never going to run out. So today is not an issue. What is important for us is develop organically within the internal people, and just doing with the flow, doing right, not stress the company too much.
Are there any retailers, and we only got a couple of minutes left, who inspire you and who you think are doing a great job in food, in other words?
So many. I usually tend to look at non-food retailers because it's so easy to start focusing on the wrong direction by copying people who have different value from yours just because they're succeeding. It doesn't mean it's going to work for you. But I love when I take a look. Italy was born because my father saw the Istanbul Grand Bazaar. Have you ever been there? If you never, you should go.
Yes.
It's the most amazing place in history. And this is really what we get inspired by. We get inspired by very small retailers who put their passion in it, and they always know their product so well that they come up with out-of-the-box ideas.
And that's what you want to continue to be?
Correct.
So that would be very difficult. That's difficult or impossible to do with standardization or tremendous growth.
This is the point. We have an incredible amount of problem within communication within the company, really understanding what the hell is going on in different stores. But for our customer, we're an amazing local opportunity to do something that they don't do anywhere else.
How do you like C2 Montreal?
Ooh, I love it. I mean, I landed yesterday night at 3 a.m., so I didn't get the chance to see it today, but I already went a couple of times. It's a very fun town.
Cool. I think I have no further questions. I think we're cool. We're done.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Have a good. You're
Ciao.
going to give a conference in a couple of minutes. Good luck.
Merci.
All right, so this has been the C2 Montreal, the Grilled Podcast, live from C2 with Nicola Farinetti. From the great.
un Frenchie dans le coin.
Bonjour, ici Rose Hamilton Témorin, en direct de l'Aquarium de C2 Montréal, qui est retransmis en direct sur le site web de C2. Je suis rédactrice en chef du magazine Urbania, puis il y a quelques semaines, on a lancé notre 46e numéro, le spécial extraordinaire 2017, dans lequel on fait le portrait de 50 Québécoises et Québécois qui changent le monde, qui créent l'extraordinaire, qui essayent de bouleverser les règles du jeu. Et je suis aujourd'hui en compagnie de 3 de nos nommés pour jaser de bouffe, d'innovation et de moyens possibles pour nous convaincre de consommer différemment. Donc, je souhaite la bienvenue à Jean-Martin Fortier.
Allô?
Qu'on a tendrement nommé dans le magazine La rockstar de la fermette. En fait, Jean-Martin est auteur du best-seller Le jardinier-Marîcher, un ouvrage de référence pour une agriculture durable et alternative. Il est derrière les jardins de la Grelinette, véritable phare de l'agriculture bio-intensive au Québec. Depuis quelques années, il gère aussi la ferme des 4 temps, une ferme intégrée, expérimentale et d'éducation qui tente de redéfinir avec éthique et espoir un modèle agroalimentaire d'avenir économiquement viable. Un mandat correct.
Wow.
Sont aussi avec nous David Côté et Julie Poitras-Saulnier, 2 des cofondateurs des Jus Loupes. Donc, en mai 2016, David, qui a aussi cofondé Crudescence et Rice Kombucha, et Julie, spécialiste marketing en développement durable, se sont lancés dans la fabrication de jus pressés à froid à partir de fruits et légumes en parfait état, mais condamnés aux poubelles pour des raisons esthétiques ou d'inventaire. Si rien ne se perd et rien ne se crée, chez Loupes, tout se transforme en jus. Bienvenue.
Merci.
Première question, pourquoi vos jus s'appellent Loop?
Ben, Loop, c'était un petit clin d'œil à l'économie circulaire, en fait. C'est l'idée de faire la boucle, de boucler la boucle, en fait. Fait qu'au lieu que ce soit linéaire, ben, on fait faire une entreprise qui est circulaire, tout simplement.
Excellent. Jean-Martin, en gros, c'est quoi l'agriculture bio-intensive?
En gros, c'est qu'on utilise l'espace beaucoup plus efficacement, fait qu'on enlève le tracteur de l'équation. Donc là, on rapproche les cultures. La culture devient couvre-sol, elle aide les vers de terre. Ça pousse mieux, ça donne plus de rendement par pied carré, mètre carré, puis c'est plus efficace.
Donc, vous proposez tous les 3, en fait, des méthodes alternatives parce que, bon, Jean-Martin, c'est une méthode d'agriculture qui est encore marginale au Québec, à moins que je me trompe. David et Julie, vous essayez de réinventer notre façon de consommer. Je veux savoir à quel moment vous vous êtes tous dit, là, ça marche pas. Faut changer.
Moi, j'étais jeune. Moi, j'avais 16 ans, puis je marchais la trail des Appalaches. Puis je faisais une hike de plusieurs mois. Puis j'avais dans mon sac à dos toute ma nourriture pour survivre, en fait. Puis j'avais des bars Mars, des Snickers, du Kraft Dinner, des Rollos, des Smarties.
Ah oui, ce qu'il faut pour survivre.
T'avais-tu des condoms?
J'avais pas de capote. J'avais pas ça. Fait que j'avais juste le côté alimentaire. Puis j'étais sur le bord d'un lac. Puis j'avais vu un ours cette journée-là, j'avais vu un chevreuil cette journée-là. J'étais immergé dans la nature. Puis là, j'ai ouvert mon sac, puis là, j'ai ouvert ma Snickers. Puis là, j'avais l'emballage, puis le papier, puis là, j'étais comme, mais ça ne fit pas ici, pantoute. Puis j'ai comme eu un clash, j'ai comme eu une révélation. J'étais comme, les ours, les chevreuils, ils n'ont pas besoin de manger ça, puis ils sont en harmonie, puis ils n'ont pas le diabète, ils n'ont pas de maladie. Puis c'est là que toute ma réflexion sur l'alimentation a commencé, en fait. Puis après ça, ben, ça a été 10 ans d'expérience puis d'aventure alimentaire.
Fait que ça commençait avec l'ours et le diabète.
Ouais.
OK.
Ouais, ben, dis de même si ça sonne bizarre, mais ouais.
Ben, non, ça sonne particulier, mais je trouve ça intéressant. Julie, à quel moment tu t'es dit ça suffit?
Mais moi, ça a toujours fait partie de moi, mais c'est pour ça que j'ai fait une maîtrise en environnement et développement durable. Je voulais vraiment comme changer la façon qu'on fait de l'alimentaire, vraiment avoir un impact positif. Puis je me suis rendu compte que je travaillais comme consultante en développement durable ou comme spécialiste en développement durable, mais j'étais toujours comme, fallait que j'y convainque que mes projets avaient un impact. Mon budget était toujours le premier coupé. C'est comme si le développement durable n'avait pas de valeur ajoutée pour l'entreprise. Puis j'ai fait comme, ça marche pas. Vraiment, de devoir toujours mettre ça comme, it's a nice to have, puis c'est les petites choses qu'on va ajouter pour comme se donner une bonne conscience parce que le produit qu'on fait, at the end, a vraiment un impact positif, là, vraiment un impact négatif. Bien, j'étais plus capable de ça. Fait que c'est vraiment là que j'ai dit, OK, là, je quitte ce monde-là, puis vraiment, je pars un nouvel business où on a un modèle d'affaires que plus on vend de produits, plus on a un impact positif. C'est vraiment intégré dans ce qu'on fait. Puis il n'y a pas un département de développement durable, c'est tout ce qu'on fait contribue au développement durable, dans le fond.
Jean-Martin, l'illumination est venue quand?
Moi, j'ai grandi dans une banlieue, puis j'ai toujours su que j'étais comme un peu différent. J'avais pas vraiment envie d'une vie de banlieue. Ça a été un voyage. Quand j'étais à l'université, j'ai étudié en environnement, en écologie. J'ai toujours été sensible à la nature, que je trouve qu'on est comme pas fin avec. Là. On fait des buildings, puis on fait des banlieues. Puis je me suis mis à triper sur l'or varidel. qui était hot.
Elle était belle, elle l'est encore.
Puis elle faisait le café équitable.
Ouais.
Puis moi, je suis allé au Mexique. J'étais allé voir les fermes où il y avait du café équitable. Puis là, ça m'a connecté avec le monde paysan, avec, tu sais, comme du vrai monde pour vrai, là, qui sont vrais.
Ouais.
Puis ça a été le début d'une exploration sur les économies alternatives. J'étudiais ça, mais là, je le vivais. Après ça, j'étais allé au Nouveau-Mexique. J'ai construit des maisons en pneus recyclés dans des villages. C'est comme autonome dans le désert, c'était trippant. Puis là, j'ai commencé à travailler sur une ferme, bio, une petite ferme au Nouveau-Mexique. Puis là, ça a été comme, un monde s'est ouvert. Moi, je cherchais un lifestyle. C'est avant tout pour nourrir mon besoin d'indépendance, d'autonomie. Mais je savais que ce métier-là, comme toi tu disais, c'est un métier comme, je ne veux pas dire parfait, mais quand tu fais ça, tu fais du bien. Il n'y a pas de side effect négatif. Je fais pousser de la salade, je ne suis pas dans l'économie mondialisée. Je travaille avec des petits outils, je travaille avec des gens directs. T'sais, à la Grelinette, on a 250 clients. On est fermier de famille, c'est positif, c'est cool. Puis là, plus je le faisais, plus je me disais, on devrait être beaucoup à faire ça. C'est un peu pourquoi là, j'ai diffusé mes affaires, mon message.
Maintenant qu'on comprend l'idée, comment vous êtes passé à l'action? Comment concrètement vos business sont nés?
Ben, moi, c'était assez naïvement, en fait. Je tripais tellement dans ce que je faisais que je voulais le partager, un peu comme ce qu'il dit. Tu sais, il s'est dit, OK, ça marche ce que je fais, je veux le partager, mais moi, c'est un peu la même chose. Ça faisait du sens pour moi de manger sain. Ça avait changé ma vie, en fait, de manger sainement, puis de sortir les produits un peu toxiques, puis un peu dénaturés de mon alimentation. Fait qu'en vivant ça, ben, il fallait le partager. Il fallait que je le partage avec quelqu'un. Fait que je suis venu à Montréal, puis j'avais pas d'argent dans mes poches, j'avais pas fait mes impôts depuis 8 ans, j'étais off the grid, j'avais des rastas, des pantalons bruns. J'allais voir un banquier, puis j'ai dit, j'ai besoin de 300 000 $ pour ouvrir un restaurant.
Est-ce qu'il te les a donnés?
Non, il a ri de moi. Il était comme un petit clin. Écoute, tu parles, il te faut de l'argent pour avoir de l'argent. C'est ça qu'il m'a dit, en fait. C'est la première chose qui m'a marqué. Il m'a dit, il te faut de l'argent pour avoir de l'argent. Puis j'étais comme, OK. Sauf qu'il a été assez smart pour m'aiguiller vers des concours d'entrepreneurial, puis de me dire où tu peux écrire un plan d'affaires. Fait que là, j'ai écrit un plan d'affaires, j'ai commencé comme ça. Puis c'était beaucoup de naïveté, mais j'avais envie que ça marche, puis je savais que ça marcherait. J'étais passionné à fond, ce qui fait que ça m'a amené à démarrer une entreprise. Si je savais dans quoi je m'embarquais, je ne l'aurais peut-être pas fait, tu sais.
Et moi, je répondrais la même affaire.
Pour vrai?
Ouais. Avoir su tout ce que ça implique, là, surtout quand j'ai écrit mon livre. Là.
Ouais.
Ah, je vais écrire un livre, cool. Hey boy!
Ouais. Non, c'est ça. Ça sonne facile.
À quoi tu t'attendais pas?
Ben, tu sais, je pensais que tu t'assois, tu écris un livre, c'est cool, tu fais ça, tu sais, mais là, les heures qu'il faut que tu mettes là-dedans, la discipline, la rigueur. Puis là, une fois qu'il est fini ton livre, là, il faut que tu trouves quelqu'un qui va en faire la promotion, là, tout ce que ça implique, la promotion. Je veux dire, c'est un projet qui m'a pris 4 ans de ma vie, tu sais. Mais c'est cool, mais avoir su tout ça, j'aurais dit, ah ben non, je vais faire d'autres choses, tu sais.
Fait que ça prend une insouciance pour se rendre
Je pense que
oui.
Ouais.
Mais moi, en fait, c'est le contraire. Moi, j'ai toujours voulu me lancer en affaires, j'ai toujours eu peur de me lancer en affaires. J'avais l'impression que c'était tellement gros, c'était tellement compliqué. Il fallait tellement que je connaisse tout, que je de l'expérience, qu'il y avait plein de risques associés à ça, que moi, j'avais peur, puis c'est ce qui m'a retenu toute ma vie. Parce que depuis toujours, c'est ce que je voulais faire, puis je me préparais à... Tout ce que j'ai fait, c'est tant dans l'espoir que, OK, j'acquiert telle expérience pour un jour me lancer en affaires. Puis là, je me suis lancée en affaires, puis je suis comme... Coudonc, c'est facile. Mais c'est vrai parce que j'avais tellement vu ça gros, puis que quand finalement j'ai fait le grand saut, j'ai fait coudonc, on apprend, puis c'est correct quand on est une petite entreprise d'essayer des choses, ça fonctionne moins bien, essayer autre chose que finalement je trouve que c'est assez organique, ça se passe vraiment comme naturellement, puis c'est le fun parce qu'on a le contrôle.
Le saut avec les julots a un lien avec ces deux.
Oui, vraiment, parce que c'est ici que David et moi, on a comme vraiment fait germer l'idée.
J'adore ça.
Ouais.
Comment ça?
On était dans la grande roue. Il y avait une grande roue ici il y a 2 ans. D'ailleurs, à chaque année, on rêve secrètement que la grande roue revienne. Parce que on a passé, je pense, 50 tours dans la grande roue. Le petit monsieur, à chaque fois, il était comme non, il faut vraiment que vous sortiez.
Mais est-ce que vous vous connaissiez?
C'était comme notre première date.
Oui, c'était notre première.
Nice.
Wow!
Ouais, je la trouvais pas mal cute, fait que j'étais comme, non, laisse-moi faire un autre tour, bonhomme. On veut faire un autre tour.
Puis c'est ça, lui, il commençait à parler avec le distributeur de fruits et légumes, puis il avait déjà eu l'idée, OK, on préfère des jus pressés à froid moins cher. Puis là, on a commencé à discuter du concept, de l'amener plus loin dans la grande roue. Puis, c'est une loupe, hein?
Ouais, on a commencé.
Hey,
j'avais même pas remarqué qu'on avait commencé dans une loupe.
Vous étiez là dans la roue à penser à l'économie circulaire parce que ça tournait.
Ouais,
c'est malade,
c'est
hein?
deux. Bravo.
Eh oui.
Vous êtes des pionniers au Québec dans votre domaine. Être visionnaire, au début, est-ce que c'est se sentir seul?
Non, moi, je suis pas d'accord.
Non?
En fait, moi, j'ai toujours voulu avoir du monde avec qui travailler. Là. C'est pour ça que j'ai toujours eu des collaborateurs, puis j'ai toujours été cofondateur et non juste fondateur. Mais pour moi, être visionnaire, il faut que tu bandes des idées avec les autres, il faut que tu le partages le plus possible. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui disent en entrepreneur, il faut que tu gâches tes idées, puis il faut que tu les gardes pour toi-même, parce que si tu les partages, tu vas te les faire voler. Mais moi, je suis à l'antithèse de ça. Moi, je dis toujours, si tu as une idée, si tu as quelque chose, il faut que tu le partages, il faut que tu l'exprimes aux gens pour voir comment ça s'exprime, puis pour le manifester out there, pour que les gens passent à ton idée, puis qu'ils te donnent un feedback. Puis... Fait que pour moi, ça a toujours été un travail de collaboration plus que n'importe quoi d'autre.
Êtes-vous d'accord?
Moi, j'aime beaucoup l'idée de moi aussi, je suis comme ça. Quand j'ai une idée, il faut en parler, il faut la manifester. Fait que ça, c'est down. Moi, dans mon cheminement, j'ai fait beaucoup de choses seul, quand même. Parce qu'au début, moi, j'avais une petite ferme en autonomie avec ma blonde, puis on était bien. Puis là, j'ai commencé plein d'autres aventures, si tu veux, avec mon livre, avec mes conférences, avec la ferme, à la ferme des 4 temps. Il y a eu beaucoup de moments où j'étais un peu insécure dans ce que je faisais parce que c'était nouveau. Des grosses conférences devant plein de monde, beaucoup d'attentes. Ça a été une chose. Après ça, la ferme des 4 temps, c'est un projet massif, là, immense. Fait que mon élastique a été étiré souvent, mais ça, je savais que c'était bon. Parce que plus tu étires ton élastique, plus tu deviens... Tu as de l'inconfort, c'est bon, parce que tu apprends à vivre avec ça. Mais je suis content maintenant d'avoir des amis qui ont fait un peu le même cheminement. Comme mettons avec David, j'aime ça parler parce que je sais qu'il a fait des affaires. Ça me fait du bien de pouvoir connecter à ce niveau-là. Fait que, pour répondre à ta question...
Être pionnier, c'est-tu se sentir seul?
Ouais, ben tu sais, c'est comme... Il y a des petits bouts comme ça, mais en même temps, c'est le fun d'être entouré, c'est sûr, mais...
Je pense qu'il y a comme un gap à passer. On dirait qu'au début, on se sent un peu seul, parce que surtout quand on n'a pas encore de nom, ou comme on n'a jamais rien fait, puis on a une idée qui change un peu la façon que les choses se font. Puis au début, c'est dur que les gens adhèrent, c'est dur de trouver des partenaires, c'est dur que les fournisseurs te prennent au sérieux, c'est dur comme... Le monde, au début, c'est comme c'est une idée. Puis il y en a plein du monde qui ont des bonnes idées. C'est pas toutes les bonnes idées qui se rendent à terme. Fait au début, je pense qu'il y a un certain scepticisme. Comme de notre côté, en tout cas, le monde est comme, vous allez faire du jus à partir de produits invendus. Comment vous allez convaincre les consommateurs que c'est bon? Il y a quelque chose comme ça. Puis je pense qu'une fois qu'on passe ça, puis que les médias en parlent, puis que les gens commencent à connaître le produit, là, comme soudainement, on se sent vraiment pas seul. Comme finalement, les gens ils trouvent que c'est une belle idée, puis ils ont envie d'embarquer, puis il y a vraiment un mouvement qui se passe, fait que comme on fait partie du mouvement, puis après, on se sent vraiment pas seul.
Puis justement, comment on s'adresse aux clients ou aux collaborateurs quand on veut leur proposer une nouvelle façon de consommer?
Mais moi, j'abolirais en fait le terme client ou consommateur. Là, je trouve qu'on a trop cette idée de comme, OK, un persona, le consommateur, il est comme ci, il est comme ça, voici ses besoins, mais il faut vraiment s'adresser à lui comme si c'était un ami, comme si c'était une personne, un partenaire, un allié. Il y a des gens comme, je pense qu'il faut parler des bons coups, parler des moins bons coups, être transparent, être super honnête pour vraiment ce qu'on vit. Tu sais, des fois, on fait une gaffe à l'eau, puis on est comme, coudonc, on va-tu la partager? On devrait la partager. Il ne faut pas qu'il y ait cette barrière-là, je pense, avec les...
Il y a une proximité qui est importante.
À fond. Même pour nous, c'est vraiment ça. Même pour toi aussi, c'est sûr.
C'est toute ça à base. C'est la relation, en fait. Ouais. Comme quand nous autres, on fait des micro-fermes, derrière une micro-ferme, ce qu'il y a, c'est une relation avec un citoyen mangeur. Puis tout le but, c'est de reconnecter ce lien-là. D'où l'idée de la multiplication des petites fermes. Au lieu d'avoir des grosses fermes, on a plein de petites fermes. Puis de reconnecter avec le producteur, avec le produit, avec celui qui fait ta bouffe. Mais tu sais, moi, je pense, pour répondre à ta question aussi, je pense que eux autres, ce qu'ils font, Loop, puis mettons ce que nous, on fait à la Grelinette, ou etc., tu sais, à la base, c'est une bonne idée aussi. Tu sais, il y a comme quelque chose qui veut... Tu sais, si tu vendais, je sais pas moi, des jus, les affaires, les power drinks là, que tu bois, là, que tu deviens fou. Là,
Energy drink.
Energy drink, tu sais, comme... là, on parlerait de clients, puis là, c'est comme...
Clientèle cible.
Ouais, c'est ça. Mais tu sais, nous, ce qu'on veut faire, c'est comme changer l'économie, changer la façon que les gens consomment, vivent, mangent. Puis ça, je pense que c'est juste cool d'en parler, puis il faut être passionné, puis c'est juste beau, tu sais.
Puis l'avantage d'une entreprise comme ça qui répond vraiment à un besoin, c'est qu'on investit des milliers de moins en marketing. Parce qu'une entreprise qui n'a pas vraiment une mission au corps de son entreprise, qui ne règle pas un besoin à la base, mais qui fait juste vendre un produit, qu'il faut qu'il se crée une mission de site pour avoir une certaine attirance vers des employés ou vers des clients, il va falloir qu'il dépense des millions en marketing. Il va falloir qu'il crée un besoin chez le consommateur. C'est ce qu'on a appris en marketing dans les 35 dernières années, qu'il fallait créer un besoin. Quand tu vends une balayeuse à quelqu'un, il faut que tu dises que tu as besoin de cette affaire-là parce qu'elle est mieux que l'autre. Alors que si tu réponds à un besoin, s'il y a vraiment une problématique de société, puis ta mission est... quand tu t'achètes ton produit, quand tu vends ton produit, tu réponds à ce problème-là. le client capote. Parce qu'il y a une mission dans un produit qu'il achète. Puis les gens veulent ça. Les gens ne voulaient peut-être pas ça il y a 25 ans, mais aujourd'hui, quand tu achètes un produit, tous les consommateurs veulent sentir qu'ils ne font pas juste acheter un produit, ils adhèrent à quelque chose. Puis en plus, tout le monde est sur Facebook, tout le monde est sur Instagram, fait que tout le monde a une identité qui est plus forte maintenant, puis ils veulent avoir une forte identité. Fait qu'avec ça, ils s'associent à
une valeur.
Ils s'associent à une valeur. Fait que maintenant, les gens marchent avec un loop dans les mains, mettons, puis ils disent, OK, ça, je m'identifie à ça, en fait. Alors qu'il y aurait un energy drink qui fait pas vraiment de sens, puis il y aurait un clash avec ce qu'ils font. C'est plus juste fonctionnel.
Puis il y a une partie de moi qui a envie aussi de dire que il faut leur faire confiance, qu'ils sont assez intelligents, les consommateurs. Je trouve que des fois, comme les gens sont comme hey, mais le consommateur ne va pas comprendre ou non. Non, les gens, je pense qu'ils sont smart enough pour comprendre ce qu'on fait sans qu'on ait besoin de tout expliquer ou de tout dire. Parce que de leur laisser la chance de justement d'adhérer au concept et de se l'approprier un peu. Je pense que c'est important aussi.
En alimentation, est-ce que des démarches innovantes comme les vôtres sont économiquement viables?
Oui. Moi, je pense que quand moi j'ai parlé d'agriculture sur petite surface depuis le début, là, ce qui a collé à mon histoire, c'est qu'on faisait de l'argent, que c'était rentable, que c'était possible d'en vivre.
Ça a été simple dès le départ?
Bien, ça n'a pas été simple d'arriver à ça. C'est là que mon esprit créatif puis mon travail a servi. Mais mon message, ça a toujours été faire une ferme à échelle humaine en utilisant des techniques naturelles, c'est payant. C'était dans la même phrase. Là. Parce que, tu sais, si tu fais juste parler à des granoles puis tu leur dis, oui, tu es avec la nature en harmonie, mais si tu dis, oui, et tu fais de l'écologie appliquée et tu fais du cash, ben là, c'est cool. Puis c'est pour ça que mon message à moi, il a toujours marché. Puis même encore aujourd'hui, tu sais, je parle de micro-ferme, tu sais, même si on est à une autre échelle, le concept, c'est le fermier, il faut qu'il fasse du cash, assez pour vivre, puis pas galérer.
C'est plus ou moins sexy sinon, tu sais. C'est pour ça qu'on n'a pas des for non-profit ou des OSBL ou des coops qui dépendent toujours des dons, des subventions. Parce qu'au moment que tu crées ton système rentable, ben, tu as plus d'abondance pour en faire encore plus, puis créer plus de... C'est un peu ce que je les disais tantôt, tu sais, une entreprise qui plus avant, plus elle grossit, mieux c'est pour le monde. C'est là que tu sais que tu as une bonne entreprise, en fait.
Ouais, c'est cool, ça.
Puis Loup, avez-vous galéré pour trouver justement ce système profitable-là?
Pas vraiment.
Non, c'est plus facile, même.
On fait plus d'argent à faire comment qu'on le fait que si on achetait des fruits et légumes puis on faisait un jus normal comme tous les autres. On fait même plus d'argent. On paye plus ou moins notre matière première. On vend notre produit moins cher, fait qu'on a plus de volume. Le consommateur est vraiment plus content parce qu'il paye moins cher. C'est une roue bénéfique pour tout le monde. Là. C'est fou, en fait.
Vous l'avez dit tantôt, en fait, Jean-Martin l'a dit tantôt, votre point commun, c'est qu'à la base de vos entreprises, il y a une bonne idée. Vous me pardonnerez le jeu de mots, mais comment on fait pousser des bonnes idées? Qu'est-ce qui vous a alimenté dans votre création?
Écoute, moi, j'ai une réponse un peu métaphysique à ça.
J'adore la métaphysique.
Right.
Moi, je pense que les idées circulent, puis que pour un concours de circonstances, moi, par exemple, j'étais allumé sur ça. Puis quand j'ai reçu ces idées-là, j'étais prête à aller à la guerre avec, puis à aller manifester. Beaucoup d'intuition, beaucoup de choses que moi, je me disais, ça, c'est ça. Fait que je pense pas que c'est textbook material. Là. Je pense que c'est un peu dans l'esprit du temps.
De l'ouverture.
Puis moi, un jour, personnellement, j'ai comme réalisé ça, puis j'ai accepté ça, puis j'ai dit, OK, moi, c'est ma mission ici. Là. Je suis ici sur Terre en ce moment. C'est ça que je fais. Je reçois ça, OK, je le manifeste, j'y vais, j'ai pas peur, je fonce. Puis,
j'aime ça, c'est ton petit côté hippie.
Ben oui. On s'en ressemble!
Ben oui!
Mais moi, je dis toujours aux gens, tu sais, je l'enseigne au HEC des fois avec les jeunes, puis c'est tous des jeunes qui veulent faire de l'argent. Ils sont là ils étudient en administration, ils veulent faire de l'argent. Puis leur erreur, souvent, c'est qu'ils cherchent des idées. Ils sont à la recherche d'une idée qui va leur faire de l'argent. Fait qu'ils cherchent le filon. Puis quand tu cherches un filon, tu le trouves pas. Puis si tu le trouves, il va te durer 2 ans, mais il ne sera pas passionné. Mais selon moi, si tu tripes sur quelque chose, puis tout le monde a un cadeau, tout le monde a quelque chose à offrir. On a tous quelque chose qui nous fait vraiment triper. Fait que l'idée qui va être géniale pour toi, pour en créer un travail ou en créer un projet, c'est sûr qu'il faut que ce soit quelque chose qui te fasse triper. Si tu cherches un filon dans une entreprise d'un sujet qui ne t'allume pas, what's the point? Ouais. Tu vas faire ça toute ta vie. Là. Si tu es entrepreneur, tu vas être là-dedans 12-14 heures par jour à faire juste ça. Fait que si ça ne te fait pas triper, c'est sûr que ça ne marchera pas. Ou dans 3 ans, tu vas être tanné, tu vas vendre, puis tu ne feras peut-être pas tant d'argent que ça. En fait.
Faire du cash, c'est le side product, d'être passionné de ce qu'on fait.
Ouais.
Moi, j'ai jamais pensé à ça vraiment. T'sais, je voulais que mon affaire soit rentable, mais c'était pas ça le but du projet.
Mais tu voulais qu'elle soit rentable pour qu'elle marche puis qu'elle grossisse.
Ben ouais. Mais tu sais, c'est sûr que ça, c'est le side effect, c'est que tu vas en faire parce que tu fais bien ce que tu fais, tu es passionné.
Ça paraît dans tes produits quand tu es passionné, dans ce que tu offres, dans la façon que tu le communiques. Là. Je suis tellement d'accord avec ça. Si tu n'as pas cette flamme-là, les gens les savent, puis ça transparaît partout à travers tout ce que tu fais. Vraiment.
Julie, tantôt, tu as dit que longtemps, tu as eu peur de te lancer en affaires. Qu'est-ce que tu dirais à quelqu'un qui a peur en ce moment, qui hésite?
De juste se lancer et d'essayer. Comme pour vrai, c'est plus facile qu'on le pense tant que bien s'entourer, c'est sûr. Avoir une équipe, là, nous, je pense qu'on est extrêmement complémentaires. Notre équipe est incroyable. C'est l'équipe rêvée. Là. Mais c'est ça, en fait, c'est d'accepter qu'on ne peut pas tout savoir, tout faire. C'est correct de ne pas avoir la pression sur les épaules, d'avoir un bon team qui, OK, si on est moins fort, je sais pas, dans les chiffres, ben d'avoir une bonne personne pour nous appuyer à ce niveau-là. Puis quand tu as l'équipe complémentaire, puis vraiment un projet qui t'allume, qui te passionne, il n'y a pas de chance que ça ne marche pas.
Qu'est-ce qui te faisait peur en particulier?
Tout, en fait. Faire un cautionnement d'un gros prêt, ça peut me faire peur. Toutes ces choses-là. Tu sais, moi, je viens pas de... Tu sais, ils viennent vraiment de monde hippie où ils n'ont pas nécessairement le même parcours. Moi, tu sais, j'ai été à l'école. C'était bien important d'avoir un travail. Comme, tu sais, je faisais du 9 à 5. Tu sais, c'était bien dans le monde quand même vraiment corpo. Fait que c'était épeurant de pas avoir d'horaire, de se donner une discipline personnelle, de pas savoir nécessairement ça va être quoi les revenus à la fin de l'année, comment je vais pouvoir, je vais pouvoir me payer ou pas. Tout ça, c'était vraiment des choses qui me faisaient peur, de ne pas être dans un produit qui fonctionne non plus, de lancer quelque chose puis ça ne marche pas.
Vous avez été nommé dans le magazine Urbania parce que vous créez l'extraordinaire en 2017. C'est quoi vos plans pour cette année pour continuer à changer les règles du jeu?
Moi, j'ai pas mal d'affaires sur le feu en ce moment. Moi, mon but en ce moment, c'est de continuer à parler d'agriculture à échelle humaine, de le montrer aux gens. On travaille sur une série télé qui filme moi puis mon crew qui travaille à la ferme, puis qui montre la réalité de c'est quoi vivre sur une micro-ferme, puis qu'on l'embellit pas, mais on le met pas non plus, on le met as it is. Puis ça va montrer des gens qui sont jeunes, qui sont allumés, qui sont compétents, qui sont motivés à nourrir les gens. Ça, c'est un des projets que j'ai. Puis je me suis développé un goût pour la pédagogie aussi à travers mon livre, puis mes workshops, tout ça. Puis là, je suis en train de faire un cours en ligne sur 2 ans pour montrer chaque étape de la production, comment on fait, pourquoi, tout ça. Puis on est en train de démarrer plusieurs fermes avec M. Desmarais, d'essayer de former des gens pour qu'après ça, ils puissent aller sur leur ferme puis les aider à démarrer les fermes. Fait que moi, mon but, là, c'est de polluer avec le plus de micro-fermes possible. Puis à chaque fois qu'il y a des micro-fermes, à chaque fois qu'il y a des fermes qui s'installent dans les communautés, ça nourrit les gens, mais ça crée aussi une communauté autour de l'agriculture. Puis ça, je trouve que c'est vraiment bon. Fait que je suis vraiment motivé.
Wow. Félicitations, man.
Ouais. Julie, David, qu'est-ce qui vous attend?
Plein de projets, mais aussi de nouveaux produits qui sauvent d'autres fruits et légumes, d'autres modèles un peu. Ouais. On veut pas être une entreprise de jus, on veut vraiment être une entreprise d'économie circulaire. Fait qu'on a déjà d'autres produits qui vont faciliter ce modèle-là, qui s'en viennent. On a une usine qui c'est un gros chunk aussi pour nous pour la prochaine année.
Ouais. Fait on reste dans l'économie circulaire, en fait. Fait qu'on cherche dans l'industrie alimentaire, surtout on reste dans l'alimentaire. Qu'est-ce qui est encore en surplus, qu'est-ce qui est en déchets? On explore la drèche beaucoup, la drèche qui est le surplus de la bière, l'orge maltais. On regarde comment faire des laits végétaux pour les cafés Third Wave avec ça.
Wow!
On explore ça. On regarde l'industrie essentielle. L'essentiel, ils jettent beaucoup d'eau quand on fait les huiles essentielles. Ça s'appelle des hydrolats, fait qu'on crée un produit avec ça aussi. Fait qu'on lance des nouveaux produits avec ça. Là.
Parfait. Puis pour les curieux, à votre avis, qui crée l'extraordinaire en 2017 dans votre domaine? Si on veut s'inspirer d'autrui.
Moi, j'aurais dit Jean-Martin.
On est tellement groupis l'un de l'autre.
Je sais pas quoi te dire d'autre, là.
Il y a trop d'amour dans cet aquarium. C'est pleinement de s'envoyeuse. OK, bien parfait. Alors, on vous suit tous les 3. Merci infiniment pour cette rencontre, Jean-Martin Fortier, David Côté et Julie Poitras-Saulnier. J'invite évidemment tout le monde à en découvrir plus sur votre travail et votre chouette personnalité dans le spécial extraordinaire du magazine Urbania, fabriqué grâce à Desjardins, ou encore sur votre compte Facebook, Twitter, MySpace. On vous Google. Bon C2 Montréal.
Merci. À bientôt.
Merci à vous.
Bye bye.
bit ahead of time. That's good. So welcome back to the Aquarium at C2. I'm Justin Kingsley, and it's my honor and pleasure to be here with my good friend and tattoo artist, Safwan of Montreal.
Thank you.
From the famous or infamous Imago Tattoo. So, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. This was a bit of a sales job. When I went to them and I said, no, we got to talk to this guy who's been tattooing me for years, because his story of ecosystems is completely unique. And I got some interesting looks. People looked at me differently and said, okay, explain this one to us. So I think the best way to explain it, though, is to ask you a few questions about how you've gone from, because when you started in the tattoo world, it was an underground, rebellious type of act. And these days, if you see someone walking around without a tattoo, you wonder what's wrong with that person. So before we get into the crux of our subject matter here, Safwan, tell me a little bit about what the world was like and what your world was like when you started tattooing.
Well, in the 90s, I was in university in anthropology, and when I announced that I was going to leave everything that I was doing, graduated, had a good job, I really broke my mother's heart, you know, to like, my family
Your
was
mother is a scientist, right?
Yeah, she's a nuclear physicist, astrophysicist, and telling her that I was going to leave everything to become a tattooer, she didn't understand. It's like, why are you going to mess up your life like that? You had it good. And tattooing at the time was a different business. It was a hard thing to open a tattoo studio and get a place that you could get a good lease from. People didn't want you there. It was still a bit obscured. I mean, I know people that started in the 60s, and that was more complicated, but it wasn't the mainstream established industry that is now. What I got attracted to was the craft. Like, the idea of being able to do this for a living was very gratifying, very inspiring, had tons of meaning, and that's what got me into it. And the love of it and my interest for it let me get into it, and the clientele in Montreal and I think across the world like kind of grew with us. So I was in at a good time, but it was different.
Well, that's it. So you started your first studio about 20 years ago.
Exactly 20 years ago, actually.
20 years ago. And you were alone in there? There were other people with you? How did it work?
I always had people around me. The initial idea of opening a studio I had with a friend of mine who didn't stick around because he had other things going on. But really the only reason why I got into business, I knew nothing about entrepreneuriat and, you know, like just business owning. I just did it because I needed a place that I could instill a good ethic and create an environment that I thought would help me bring to tattooing what I thought I was going to bring in at the time.
So do you remember what kind of financial numbers you did your first year in operation?
Yeah, they're very little, very menial. I can honestly say that I was like making it by skin of my teeth. Like it wasn't my main concern. I just wanted to survive and be able to tattoo and get in there. But obviously my path was kind of like in accordance with what became the industry. I went from being a craftsman to a bigger trade to now a bigger industry.
So recently you, Imago, your tattoo studio, bought a building on Saint-Laurent, the main, Montreal's principal commercial artery in the heart of the Plateau Mont-Royal. So you're literally, you own a building 3 floors. You've got how many people?
Soon to be 8, yeah.
And now give me an idea. We were talking about this the other day while your needles were penetrating my skin about 60 times a second. And we were talking about the size of the global tattoo market now. And you used the figure that...
Yeah, for the North American market, I think right now it's the last numbers I remember for the North American market. So it's truly changed. It's a growing industry. It's... to me, it's a bit scary, but I'm just in there. I'm able to do my thing.
Why is it scary? Why do you say that?
Because I feel that sometimes it's maybe a bit bigger than the initial relation. And the initial relation is between people like us. Letting me do something permanent with my own art, with all the difficulties or the demands that it has. And tattooing exists and that industry exists because there's people getting tattooed and people able to tattoo because of that. It's a privilege, and that's my main focus. But I realize that as far as I do it well, I try and understand everything that goes to it, I become like the root and a bit of a knowledge for that industry. And a lot of it is being lost because it's not commercial, and a lot of it takes tons of strength right now because it's being so popular and so mainstream.
So I want to talk for a minute now or two about points, or what people popularly call the tipping point, because you said it yourself, your first couple of years were a struggle. I imagine there was a lot of craft dinner involved.
Yep.
Now you're a real estate owner, you've got at least the families of 8 people who depend on you. You've got a waiting list that sometimes goes up to a year and a half to get in and see you for hours of tattooing. But how did it go from this like my first tattoo was in the late 80s, and it was in a guy's basement.
Yeah.
And he was a biker. You know what I mean? And now it's on the main street in Montreal. So what are the key turning points? What are the big 2 or 3 events that just seem to have shifted? Is it, well, anyway, what do you think?
Well, there's a couple of things. I think, first of all, it's people's mobility, but the way I've learned tattooing and I gathered a lot of experience is getting out of my city, traveling, going abroad, spending time in Europe with other tattooers, people I respected, I thought were already at the tip of the spear. So that mobility became an example for a lot of people, but I changed a lot. Our media, general media, and social media. General media, what happened is mainstream media got interested because of that core image. They figured, hey, that's powerful. We can use that. So I ended up in videos and movies.
Explain to me how a tattoo is powerful for the media.
Just the idea of permanence and commitment in a world of fleeting and changing fashions, in a world of programmed obsolescence. I think tattooing has a lot of strength.
So you're saying someone shows up there, he or she's got a tattoo, and a media or someone looks at them and says, okay, that's authentic, that's real, because it's there forever.
Exactly, and I think the power of the image, that immediate image, that rebellious or sometimes just definitive. It's not definitive. Sculpture is more definitive, painting is more definitive, but it demands a strong. And the other thing, and they could cash in on that. There's a way to make money on that image. And the other thing is social media. The information travels. People promote their stuff. So there's a lot more information online right now. There's a lot more people showcasing what they're doing, and people that love it have tons of windows for it. So I think that changed a lot. Suddenly, I made my name internationally by traveling, by doing one show after the other, one guest, and now you don't need that anymore. It's faster, and it's great because a lot of the information that was hidden or pushed away is readily available. But at the same time, like anything that becomes really mainstream, there's a little bit of a dilution. You know, it becomes less focused and less special, less precious. So you have to find your way and your line within that whole like.
So you're in a huge growth industry, billion-dollar growth industry. You have an international reputation. I've been to other places, and I see people who are tattooed. They see me and they go, "Oh, who?" And I go, "Safwan of Montreal." "Oh, Imago, we've heard of him." This is all great. What scares you? Is there anything that keeps you up at night, or is there any threats to this industry?
The industry is growing. The thing is, it grew with people that had passion and people that had true interest, but then there's people that do things, and I see a lot of people like that do things for ulterior motive. I tattoo to get money. I tattoo to get famous. I tattoo to tattoo because I love tattooing. I think if money wasn't an object tomorrow, I'd still do that because it's profound, it's very gratifying, it's special, it's a privilege, and that keeps me going.
So explain that to me. How is my tattoo gratifying for you? What does it give you emotionally as a creator, as a creative person?
Well, first of all, I have to feel, and that's my approach to it, I feel really responsible with the stuff I put on people because they're going to live with it. And they trust me, they pay me, I have to do a good aseptic procedure, a good technical application, I have to care, I got to work on the drawings. And when all that is done, if I've done it correctly, you grant me the right to put it on you till your last day. So that to me is big. It's very big. And on top of it, you pay me for it. Like that's, listen, what can I say? Okay. What can I say? Thank you so much, you know. Thank you so much for letting me do that, going through the process, healing it, getting it done. So to me, that's a big thing. There's something special because I learn about your subject matter. I learn about you. I know the clients I've had, the patrons that I've had at the shop for a long time. So that's very special. And I try and keep all my business relations within 1 degree of separation from those clients, from the people that are linked to the shop. And that's brought me like a lot of comfort, a lot of success, and a lot of like really interesting relationships. So that's amazing. And I'm afraid that special relation that I have with people, as it gets like diluted and pretty common, tattooing is common grounds, whatever, who cares about that? Everybody's got them, everybody and their dog. So they're like, I'm afraid that we lose that. So I try and really cling on to my method, which is to build, to have a truthful exchange. And I always say I can do a good tattoo, but if somehow you don't see yourself in it, we've missed a good opportunity, and I don't want to do that.
And last week when I was in your shop, we're not going to name names here, but you told me you said no to someone for their tattoo concept. It was a kid, a young person.
Yeah.
Apparently this person's parents agreed, but he wanted to be tattooed on the backs of his hands.
Yeah.
So what's the criteria? Because I often see tattoo a little bit like graffiti. You have the Basquiats of the world, to which I subscribe you, and then you've got the others. And I'm not going to be critical of them, but what makes you say no?
Usually it's ethics. It's just my own personal code. I think amongst older tattooers, there's common grounds where we would be like, yeah, that's ridiculous. You don't do that. Why are you going to get your first tattoo on your hands? You have nothing. You don't know how it is. You cannot deal with it socially. You probably can't heal it properly because you have no experience. Why am I going to do that to you? And that person might very well go and do it anyways. And it's okay. But it's just me that having a straight ethic line and knowing what is proper and what isn't, as far as we go, will keep you out of trouble. And I want to sleep at night. I want to know that I've done good things. I want to give you something extra. I don't want to take anything away from you. So.
And in our world, you're an old school tattoo artist. We always make fun of the way you do lines and how you go deeper. So why is that? Why do these little details make a difference to you?
I don't go deeper, by the way. I go where I need to go.
You see, that's how he says it. That's how he convinces you to get more tattoos.
No, my interest, my studio's 20 years. I've been tattooing about 23 years, 24. I'm not exactly sure, but I want to see them age gracefully. I want the tattoos that have been done a decade or two ago to still have strength, to still have a little bit. They can't look like a new tattoo, but I want it to look strong, powerful, established, in control. And that's what I'm trying to give you. So I'm not old school, but I've experienced. To me, old school is like in Montreal, we have a guy called Tony Danessa. I have maximum respect for the guy. He's been tattooing like when people like me couldn't have been tattooing. As much older, he's still doing it to this day. That's old school to me. And we used to be the new school, but we have now experience and a little bit of a clearer view than some people that are just starting now don't have yet. And I try to walk the line, not just like have the photo for the media and that's it, you know?
So the theme here at C2 this year is ecosystems, and we've talked about the tattooing world ecosystem. Yep. We've talked about your business, the micro ecosystem that you operate in. But I want to take our last 3 minutes here to talk about the body as an ecosystem. I have an ecosystem here. My life is written on my body, from my calf all over my body. You're the same way. Explain to me the vision. How do you start approaching when you start tattooing someone? And now we've been together half a dozen times. How do you do it? What's the secret to the human ecosystem and the people that you're dealing with to be able to express creatively and emotionally something that works for you and that person?
My method, and that's what's worked for me so far, was always to first of all, the best ally is preparation. But second is really being able to talk and listen to the person that's coming with an idea. Because, as I said, if I miss the essence, if I'm not able to, anybody can say, hey, I want a dragon. I can do 20, 50, 200, thousands of dragons. But the one I'll do for you should somehow be a little bit of you in there. It has to be. So the only way you can get in there is like making connections. Oh, you're into that. And then you start knowing the person and understanding who they are a little bit. And you try and incorporate little elements. It's not going to be obvious. It doesn't need to be the first degree, but you need to care. And I think for me, that's all it is. I care. That's why I want to know about you, about your life, about how you feel, if you're doing good that day, if you're going to be doing good that week, what's happening. And the same way with my process, my little ecosystem, and that maybe to get back to one of your previous questions, what are you afraid of? I'm afraid that a lot of that can be lost. I need to know how to make my pigment, what's in it, I'm able to do my needles. I'm able to build machines without the industry.
Well, that's it. We didn't get into this. You build your own machines.
Yeah.
You've built dozens of them, hundreds of them.
Yeah, hundreds.
Needles, the pigments, the dyes. You do everything yourself. You've got
everything I can. Yeah.
Yeah. You've got people coming to you to use your machines.
Yeah, I think that's what's being lost. There's a craftsmanship behind it that's really interesting, and I think that knowledge that. Of the craft, somehow that's what I'm afraid happens. It becomes banalized, and slowly the industry gives you a way to get to final results without knowing those elements of the craft. And that's how trades get lost, so that's what I'm afraid of. So I'm trying to keep that overall, between the person who I have around, how I can do things, even if I buy stuff, because I have no problem like dealing with big suppliers and all that, but I know more about it because I've done it. I know how it's built. I know how it should be built. And the same way, being tattooed, I think you can be a good tattooer if you're not covered in tattoos. If you love them, you have to have the empathy and the sympathy and the solidarity with the person you tattoo, and that's really important. It's a big deal. Getting tattooed is a big deal.
I'll tell you, bro, if someone's going to tattoo me, they better have some ink, because if they don't know what it feels like,
it's funny to me.
They can't tattoo me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That doesn't make much sense to me. But listen, tell me, Instagram handle, if people want to follow you on Instagram.
Safwan MTL, because Imago, Montreal. Montreal's my city. Started here, and I love it, and the Plateau's my hood. And Imago Tattoo.
So Imago Tattoo, Safwan MTL. If people want to book you or find out, it's through the website?
The best way is to come in or call the assistants. And, there's a lot of us in there. Everybody has their own style. We're a style-based shop. So come check it out. It's the best ways, really, to do it one-on-one. The technology is great. We communicate with that, but the real thing's done in person.
Well, awesome. Safwan of Montreal, thanks for being here with me today.
Thank you, Justin.
I really appreciate it, man.
It's an honor.
Likewise.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bonjour. Welcome, Professor Yunus,
Thank you.
to the Aquarium of C2 Montreal.
Yes, I feel like Aquarium. People are watching us.
That's great. We're at the 6th edition of C2 Montreal in 2017, and this is your 3rd time that you come
That's
here.
right, yeah.
What's your first impression of what we've done this
Well,
year?
it's a lot of fun place, that I can tell. It's, we enjoy it, and it's like a fair, it's like a celebration. But then, what's good about it, you have very serious discussion going on at the same time. It's not all fun. It's a fun and business to look at the world, how it is right now, and all the challenges being addressed in a way, getting to very deep level to see how we can overcome that. So this is a beautiful place for people to reflect and kind of come up with the resolve that yes, we have to do something about it.
I have the pleasure of being on stage at the 3rd day to do the closing words, and what you relate is really what I feel when I walk on that stage. The people in the room have not only been inspired, but they are ready to act.
Exactly. That's what the important thing. Particularly the young people. I see a lot of young people in the crowd, and they're looking for things to do because sometimes they're frustrated. They don't know where they are, what they need to be doing. So this gives them a direction, at least some thoughts. This is the kind of thing they have to address.
Well, this is something you've repeated year over year. Don't be a job seeker, be a job giver.
Creator, absolutely, yeah.
I think one of the things that we see worldwide right now is the concentration of wealth.
Yeah.
Could you describe what is concentration of wealth and the implication it has on society itself?
It's getting terrible right now. It's getting worse and worse every day. All the wealth of the world is concentrated in few hands. So if you look at the wealth pattern, it's a very funny, it's like a mushroom. All the wealth in the head of the mushroom is there, and only the stem is the rest of the people. Only a handful of people have all those wealth of the world. And this mushroom, the head is getting bigger and bigger. The stem is becoming thinner and thinner. So the 99% of the people have none percent of the total wealth, and the 99% of the wealth belonging to less than 1% of the people. And it is, as the process is continuing, it's not tenable. It's an explosive situation. I keep saying it's a ticking time bomb. It will destroy our politics, it will destroy our societies, it will destroy our businesses when it explodes. So we see the signs of this in different ways. So before it comes to the explosion point, we have to stop it. We have to find a way how to reverse the process. First, to slow down the process of concentration and bring down the process of concentration to the 0 level so that it doesn't get bigger and bigger, and then try to reverse the process so that this wealth is distributed for the rest of the people.
And this is really a global phenomenon. We're not just talking about Bangladesh or a few specific countries. What you describe here is really lived in the US, in Canada, in France, in Bangladesh, and in countries all around the world. Is that kind of how you see it?
It's a global phenomenon because it's a part of the capitalist system. No matter where you are, the moment you are touching that capitalist system, this is the process which begins. You can't stop it. It's a reversible process. So we have to do with something with the capitalist system. The way it is done now, this is the ultimate. You can't stop that. So it's going on for years and years. It's getting to the ultimate situation right now. In a way, the rest of the population of the world will be wondering who we are. All our hard work is going as a benefit to the few people in the whole world. So that's the kind of thing. It's not Bangladesh, it's not Canada, it's not USA, it's the whole world. But if you go country by country, you see the same reflection. Wealth of the country is monopolized by few people, and the rest of the people don't have anything. If you go region by region, within the country, province by province, state by state, you see the same phenomenon, because it's the outcome of the system that we pursue. The guy who takes away all the benefit of the businesses and so on may not live in your state, maybe in the capital city, maybe in a big business city or someplace else, but this is your money which is sucking up and so on. And when you're in the capital city, somebody else is sucking up the money in some other big capital. So this is going into that direction. So all the wealth is actually concentrated in less than half a dozen countries. If you just take these half a dozen countries, you see 99% of the wealth of the entire world is limited to all those half a dozen countries.
So the world is really facing at least two major crises, the environmental crisis and the economic crisis that you described.
Absolutely.
So we have to figure out means of trying at least to solve this. There's no easy answer to this, but as you did a few decades ago with the invention of microcredit, that really changed the way. I believe that one of the first steps we could take is to understand a bit more how the workings of social business. I would guess that you believe strongly that social business, without being the panacea, is one of the means of solving this crisis of the wealth concentration. Is that your point?
Today there is no visible solution. We are bringing up the idea of social business. We have been practicing and become very popular among the businesses, among the young people, among the academicians. This is what we are bringing up. That look, if you can discover ourselves as somebody, not only we make money for us as a selfish being, we are also selfless being. As a selfless person, we can solve problems. So it's a kind of rediscovering ourselves, discovering the part that we are removed from our consciousness by the capitalist system. And suddenly we see the path, how we make it, undo the things that the capitalist system has done and create a world of our choice, the way we like it, so that we can just share the wealth of the world rather than monopolize the world in few hands. And that's the social business that we talk about, and just changing the financial system. And you mentioned is only a token, only with the beginning of the transformation of the entire financial system. We need a huge overhaul of the financial system. That's a vehicle through which all this concentration takes place. So unless we change that system, all the wealth will continue to go in the same path that it has done before. If you change the system, the financial system, redesign it, then wealth will be distributed for everybody. Not because somebody is pushing them, just because it's a legitimate thing to do. It's a question of designing it in the right way so that we can all share the wealth and create the wealth.
Just in closing, personally, when I look at TV, I'm really appalled and disrupted by what I see. But when I look at my team, mostly composed of millennials, I'm incredibly optimistic about the future, because although us two, might not see the actual outcome of what you described, I believe that the current generation of millennials that will push forward will find adequate solution to these world problems. I guess you share the same point of view?
Yes, indeed. They want to do things, as I was mentioning. They are ready to do this, but I don't share with you that we won't see it. Things happen very fast. Things happen very fast. You'll be surprised what will happen in the next 10 years, next 15 years. If you compare the 15 years before what it was and compare it today, all the things happen today, you cannot even imagine 15 years back. And that speed is going faster and faster. So imagine what will happen 15 years from now. You'll have to write a science fiction because these things we cannot even imagine. All the things we see here, it will be kind of tiny things, the big things to happen. So how to use those big things to transform the society in a very fast way. Once we get the right answer, we have the right path. We build the right path, we go to the right destination. We have to define our destination properly. Once we can define the destination, building the road will be very easy.
Thank you for this kindness word and very much optimistic tone in the future.
I am optimistic. I'll share it with you.
Welcome again to Montreal, and we look forward to seeing you very soon.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Soon.
messieurs. Je suis avec Neilson, Vignola et Jean-François Bouchard du Cirque du Soleil. Je m'appelle Justin Kingsley. On est dans l'Aquarium. Et puis, on va s'entretenir quelques minutes, là. Puis, cet après-midi, vous allez donner une présentation sur le futur du divertissement et ce que vous faites de magique au Cirque du Soleil. Alors, moi, je me suis dit, parlons un peu du passé. Le thème de ces deux cette année, c'est les écosystèmes. Alors, moi, j'aime bien comprendre les écosystèmes d'où les gens viennent. Alors, vous autres, quand vous avez commencé au cirque ou dans votre domaine, l'écosystème de création dans lequel vous œuvriez, il y avait l'air de quoi?
Nelson a commencé avant moi. Veux-tu que je prenne la parole quand
Bien
même,
sûr,
Nelson?
vas-y, Jean-François.
Écoute, moi, je suis arrivé, premièrement, j'arrive du monde du design. J'ai une formation d'ingénieur en génie civil. Après ça, j'ai fait du design, j'ai fait un bureau. J'ai un parcours, on ne passera pas par là, parce que ça serait long à raconter. Mais tout ça pour dire que je suis un fou de la création, tout simplement. J'ai toujours aimé la création. Quand j'étais en génie, c'était pour faire des ponts. Quand j'ai commencé en design, je faisais de l'aménagement de boutiques. Et j'ai rencontré le Cirque du Soleil par hasard parce que je me suis ramassé à faire des boutiques pour le Cirque du Soleil.
My God.
Puis de fil en aiguille, j'ai trouvé cette boîte de création-là tellement hallucinante, et hallucinant est le bon mot. J'ai rencontré Guy Laliberté. La première présentation que j'y ai faite quand je suis arrivé sur la rue, dans nos nouveaux buildings, en fait. Quand je suis arrivé la première fois, moi, il venait d'aménager dans Saint-Michel. Alors, ça a été une découverte, finalement. Puis j'avais une boîte qui marchait super bien, là, mais vraiment bien. Puis, mais de fil en aiguille, puis c'est un bébé que, tu sais, c'est notre bébé quand on part une business, mais j'étais tellement attiré par le cirque que...
il doit y avoir des principes, des choses que vous avez apprises en ingénierie, que vous avez su appliquer en création.
Je m'en sers à tous les jours. Je m'en sers à tous les jours. Sérieusement, parce qu'il y a toujours... Tu sais, en fait, la création, c'est pas une science exacte. Hein? Ça, tout le monde le sait, là. Puis on ne réussira pas à... Mais il y a quand même des principes de travail, d'évolution, de brainstorming, où on retrouve un petit côté qu'il faut avoir une certaine logique. Alors, puis il y a aussi, quand je rentre dans un théâtre, quand je suspends des artistes dans les airs, j'ai quand même une petite idée jusqu'à où on peut aller. Puis, tu sais, ça fait que ça aide beaucoup. Ça aide beaucoup.
Ben, Neilson, Vignola, vous, là, de votre côté, on ne va pas retourner jusqu'en 1608 parce qu'on n'a pas assez de temps. Non, oui. Mais vous, l'écosystème d'où vous venez, là, on en a entendu parler d'un ingénieur qui se sert de sa formation. Le monde de création duquel vous émergez, décrivez-nous ça un peu, là, d'où ça vient.
Il vient du spectacle. Je veux dire, je fais du spectacle depuis que je suis tout petit. Puis après ça, je suis allé me chercher une formation dans une école de théâtre pour pouvoir maintenant être au cirque depuis, ça fait 18 ans que je suis au cirque, 19 ans maintenant.
Mais, vous êtes majeur.
Ah oui. Ça fait que j'ai plusieurs années derrière moi au cirque et j'ai eu le plaisir de toucher à tout. La direction technique, la direction de tournée. J'ai même eu le plaisir d'être responsable de la construction des chapiteaux au Cirque du Soleil. Le beau chapiteau spiralé, entre autres, c'était mon bébé à l'époque quand on l'a fait en 2002. Et maintenant, je fais juste continuer à grandir pour faire beaucoup de spectacles. Fait que je suis vraiment collé au spectacle. Puis avec Jean-François, on a le plaisir de justement voir évoluer les spectacles. Alors, j'en ai fait dans tous les spectacles qui sont partis en chapiteau, autant des spectacles qui sont partis dans des théâtres fixes et des spectacles en aréna. Et maintenant, on s'en va dans un théâtre fixe en Chine. Et c'est ça qui est notre futur projet qui est super intéressant.
Mais c'est ça. Alors, parlons un peu des grandes évolutions, des moments charnières dans vos carrières. Là. Ce qui a fait en sorte que vous vous êtes dit « Oh my God, OK, ça change. J'ai commencé en scénarisation. » Là, vous venez de parler de l'intégration de tous vos talents. Alors, ça a été quoi les grandes évolutions, les grands changements qui ont marqué votre travail? Où vous vous êtes peut-être dit, shit, on est mieux de s'adapter ou on va être vite pris dans le passé? Est-ce qu'il y en a des moments de même dans votre domaine?
Bien, il y en a, oui, il y en a. À tous les jours, on se pose des questions. Puis, tu sais, la création, encore une fois, c'est toujours en effervescence. Ça grandit tout le temps. Moi, j'ai commencé au cirque avec les boutiques, mais à un moment donné, je me suis ramassé à faire les parties, les fameux parties Grand Prix de Monsieur la Liberté. C'est moi qui faisais le concept de ça. Alors ça a vraiment été un tournant dans ma vie parce que je suis passé... En fait, j'avais été engagé pour faire du design, c'est-à-dire d'aménager le jardin. Puis finalement, je me suis ramassé à mettre des artistes dans les arbres, à commencer à travailler avec plein d'artistes de cirque. Puis là, pour moi, ça a été vraiment une illumination, si on peut dire.
Ouais.
Je me suis trouvé une nouvelle vocation rendue là. Puis c'est vraiment ça qui m'avait bifurqué du design que j'adorais, que j'aimais, à la performance humaine.
Mais je pense qu'on voit beaucoup plus de gens de nos jours dans des rôles comme les vôtres, les nôtres, qui prennent toutes leurs expériences, puis là, ça crée un package complètement unique pour mener des boîtes vers des succès. Est-ce que c'est la même chose que vous constatez de votre bord?
C'est exactement ça que tu réalises à un moment donné, c'est que chacune de tes expériences t'amène à aller plus loin, t'amène à voir les choses différemment et surtout t'amène à te dire, il n'y a jamais rien d'acquis. Ça fait que tu fais quelque chose en pensant que tu as fait la nouvelle affaire la plus haute, la plus intéressante, la plus grandiose, comme par exemple quand on a travaillé sur K, qui était le spectacle à l'époque, qui battait tous les autres spectacles par son envergure et sa grosseur et son innovation.
Par la technologie et l'innovation.
Dans la technologie, je parle de technologie, je ne veux pas dire que ce spectacle-là est meilleur que tous les autres, c'est pas ça du tout, mais je veux dire, il y avait une technologie qui dépassait tout ce qui avait été vu à ce moment-là. Et il est encore là, il joue encore à Vegas, mais une fois que tu as fait ça, tu vas où? Et c'est là que tu t'aperçois que tu vas puiser dans tes expériences, tu vas puiser dans ce que tu connais, et tu vas puiser aussi dans la tête des gens avec qui tu travailles pour aller plus loin, pour amener autre chose, parce qu'il faut que tu te renouvelles sans arrêt. Tu ne veux pas faire la même chose en création. Tu veux juste toujours essayer d'aller faire quelque chose de différent pour ne pas reproduire la même chose. On n'a pas d'intérêt à reproduire la même affaire. Fait que toujours que tu ailles chercher quelque chose, et des fois, ça ne passe pas par la grosseur. Ça va passer par l'innovation ou le traitement de ce que tu vas faire. Puis, c'est justement tes
C'est stimulant. Puis naturellement, on parle toujours de technologie aussi. Tu sais, la technologie évolue, donc tout évolue autour de nous. Puis notre sujet aujourd'hui, c'est un peu ça, c'est de parler de la technologie au service de la performance. Comment ça fonctionne, comment dans le futur, on va pouvoir, avec tout ce qui arrive, que ce soit la réalité virtuelle, le VR et les réalités augmentées, toutes ces choses-là, comment ça va pouvoir servir le spectacle éventuellement. Comment on va pouvoir, avec ça, venir donner, encore une fois, d'upgrader, si vous me passez le terme, de la performance avec toute la nouvelle technologie.
Il y a quelque chose que tu as dit en partant, par exemple, que je trouve bien qu'on le rappelle, c'est que ça part aussi des émotions. Hein? Fait que dans tout ce qu'on fait, je veux dire, on a beau être le plus technologique qu'on voudra, si tu ne touches pas le monde, c'est joli pendant 30 secondes, mais c'est fini après. Je veux dire, ton 30 secondes d'émerveillement, mais après ton 30 secondes d'émerveillement, tu vas voir autre chose. Ce qui va te rester, c'est les émotions qui te restent. C'est ça aussi qu'en se servant de la technologie, qui de plus en plus, d'ailleurs, on le sait, vraiment nous amène ailleurs, mais il faut ne jamais oublier l'émotion que tu veux donner avec ça.
C'est drôle. Moi, quand je travaille avec les équipes, je dis souvent à mes partenaires, mes clients, mes collègues, la technologie va être là, on va devoir s'en servir, mais avant d'arriver à choisir les outils technologiques, on doit se poser la question, comment établissons-nous
le contact, la relation émotive. Oui,
et j'ai l'impression que l'écosystème de créativité et les membres des équipes, la composition des équipes a beaucoup évolué dans les 20-25 dernières années. Est-ce que vous, de votre bord, juste à intégrer les technologies, c'est une chose, mais le genre de cerveau qu'on met autour de la table pour développer les concepts uniques, est-ce que ça a changé? Qu'est-ce que vous avez...
Bien, nous, on a la chance, encore une fois aussi, puis ça, c'est pas moi qui l'ai inventé là-bas. Là, quand je suis arrivé, c'était déjà comme ça. C'était d'aller chercher des grands cerveaux partout dans le monde. Tu sais, on est une grande planète, puis d'avoir toutes sortes de têtes qui sont autour de la même table pour discuter d'un projet commun. Ça, pour moi, c'est ça va toujours rester, tu sais, même dans le futur. Puis comme tu dis, la technologie, elle vient après. Là. Avant, il faut qu'il y ait les idées, puis qu'est-ce qu'on veut faire, comment on va aller toucher les gens, comment on va aller les chercher par les émotions, puis après ça, là, une fois qu'on est parti avec ça, là, la une couche par-dessus. Mais moi, je pense pas que le brainstorming ou la façon de créer va changer. Je pense pas. Je pense qu'on a des outils de plus en plus performants pour le faire. Je pense, par exemple, à Internet maintenant. Tu sais, moi, avant, je travaillais avec des encyclopédies. J'ai connu le temps des encyclopédies. Là, maintenant, j'ai mon computer à côté. Donc, moi, on a une facilité. Donc, on a la facilité maintenant de pouvoir avoir accès à beaucoup d'informations. Mais encore une fois, faut-il la traiter, cette information-là? Puis il faut s'arrêter, puis penser. Puis ce processus créatif-là, que l'être humain a, je pense pas que ça va changer. Je pense pas que ça va pouvoir changer parce que pour avoir des idées il peut y avoir des grands créateurs qui ont des idées toutes seules, mais nous, de la façon qu'on travaille au cirque, puis c'est la façon que je connais, c'est tout le monde autour de la table. Moi, je suis pas une machine à idées, là. C'est tout, quand je commence à avoir des idées, c'est parce que je suis entouré de gens qui en ont aussi, puis là tout d'un coup, ça devient, encore une fois, là, c'est une...
J'appelle ça des bouncers, moi. J'aime ça travailler avec des bouncers.
Exactement.
Parce que même des fois, tu as une mauvaise idée, mais c'est comme du fumier. Tu mets une mauvaise idée sur un pré, puis tout d'un coup, il y a une belle fleur qui pousse.
Qui pousse, exactement, exactement. Puis c'est de la folie.
Les gens, pour répondre à ta question, tu disais que les gens qui nous entourent maintenant, c'est que les gens qui arrivent dans les nouvelles équipes de création sont de plus en plus outillés de toutes sortes de choses. Tu t'aperçois qu'un jeune créateur s'en vient, que tu engagé pour faire de la vidéo avec toi, ben c'est un gourou de l'informatique ou c'est quelqu'un qui fait de la peinture à côté. Donc, tous les gens qui font partie maintenant des équipes ont effectivement des connaissances plus larges que ça, pourquoi tu les engages. C'est ça qu'il faut que tu sois à l'écoute d'eux.
Ben c'est drôle, hein, mais parce que tu dis être à l'écoute d'eux, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont intimidés par ces jeunes-là, qui ne savent pas ils savent pas de quel bord les prendre, comment les intégrer, ça leur fait peur. Vous semblez, au lieu de dire non, non, j'en veux plus, donne-moi-en plus. Alors, là, on ne va pas rentrer dans ce que vous faites cet après-midi, mais quels sont les plus grands risques? Quelles sont vos inquiétudes quand vous regardez où va l'industrie et comment on va faire pour développer des produits créatifs réellement uniques?
Je ne sais pas s'il y a une inquiétude comme une... Bon, c'est sûr qu'on n'a pas de boule de cristal. Hein? On n'a pas de boule de cristal. Un matin, on pensait l'amener. Neilson et moi, amener les cartes de tarot et la boule de cristal pour parler du futur. Mais on n'a pas de boule de cristal. Faut oser. Il faut quand même, encore une fois, essayer de se projeter. Puis aussi, il faut étudier un peu les coutumes humaines. C'est-à-dire que l'homme évolue. L'homme ne voit plus les spectacles de la même façon. Puis ça va continuer à évoluer de ce côté-là. Alors, c'est pour ça qu'après-midi, on va parler beaucoup du futur aussi, du contenant. On va parler du contenu et du contenant. Le contenant qui est le théâtre, qui devient de plus en plus immersif, qui devient de plus en plus... Les gens aiment se retrouver dans des environnements de plus en plus immersifs. Qu'on soit, comment on dit, introverti ou extraverti, peu importe, tout le public aime sentir l'artiste encore plus, de sentir qu'il est dans l'environnement de l'artiste. Alors tout ça, c'est quelque chose qui n'existait pas vraiment. Il y a le théâtre à l'italienne, les gens étaient heureux. À l'époque, il y a 200 ans, si tu aurais sorti un artiste dans la salle, ça aurait été un petit peu vu bizarre. Tandis que maintenant, c'est le contraire. Ils veulent se sentir... Donc, il y a l'évolution humaine qui est là aussi, la façon que tu veux voir le spectacle. Puis là, ben ça fait que les choses changent, puis que nous, ben il faut évoluer avec ça. Maintenant, encore une fois, il faut oser. C'est sûr que Neilson et moi, je te raconterai pas les derniers jours qu'on a passés. Neilson a un beau petit sourire présentement. Parce qu'on se pose des questions présentement. On s'en pose des questions. On est en train de faire une machine qui n'a jamais existé avant. Une façon de voir un spectacle de cirque qui n'a jamais existé avant. Ça fait que tout ça... On le simule, on l'imagine, on pense, mais jusqu'à où on va pour être sûr de pas trop parce que, des fois...
Ça peut être trop avant-gardiste, des fois aussi.
Ça, je ne sais pas si ça existe, le mot trop avant-gardiste, mais du moins, il faut faire attention à aller à la vitesse où le public évolue aussi. Pas arriver avec quelque chose... C'est le fun d'arriver avec quelque chose qui surprend, mais il ne faut pas arriver avec quelque chose qui surprend et qui choque. Parce que lorsqu'on arrive avec quelque chose qui surprend et qui choque, ben là, on est allé un petit peu trop vite, un petit peu trop loin. Puis moi, je pourrais te donner des exemples, on n'aura pas le temps là, mais il y a des choses qu'on a fait il y a 10 ans que c'était un peu trop en amont. C'était un peu trop en amont de la rivière. Là, tout d'un coup, là, on s'aperçoit que ça fonctionne. Fait qu'il faut quand même doser à un moment donné sans dire qu'on est trop visionnaire non plus. C'est pas ça. C'est encore là, de réussir à capter notre public, à voir ce que notre public veut, puis après ça, de réussir à lui donner cet environnement et ce spectacle dont il a besoin pour avoir un beau sourire dans le visage.
Alors, Neilson, êtes-vous d'accord? Est-ce que ça veut dire maintenant qu'il n'y a plus de quatrième mur et que les gens qui sont dans la salle veulent faire partie du show?
C'est clair que les gens veulent faire partie du show. C'est clair que les gens en demandent. À partir du moment que tu les intègres dans un spectacle de toutes sortes de façons, et il y a toutes sortes de façons de le faire, c'est winner. C'est vraiment quelque chose que tu fais que les gens adorent quand ils se sentent incorporés. Mais il faut toujours faire attention, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de monde aussi, et j'en fais partie. J'aime ça être incorporé, mais j'aime pas qu'on vienne me solliciter directement, moi, la personne. J'aime rester aussi, et ça, il faut faire attention dans tout ce qu'on fait. On le fait, on t'embarque, mais on te laisse aussi un sentiment de groupe. Parce que quand tu vas voir un spectacle, c'est quoi qui te reste quand tu vas voir un spectacle au lieu d'être devant ton ordinateur? C'est le sentiment d'être avec une masse. Tu partages avec un groupe, tu partages un événement avec des gens qui sont là. Donc, ces gens-là aussi ont choisi d'être en groupe et pas d'être des individus tout seuls dans leur coin, mais d'être en groupe. Fait qu'il faut traiter en immersant, il faut traiter aussi le groupe.
Ouais.
Et ça, c'est un beau défi.
Il y a une différence entre immersion et interactif. Il ne faut pas trop rentrer en interaction avec le public non plus. Ça c'est là que tu es introverti ou extraverti. Là. Fait que,
tu le vois souvent avec les stand-up, là, les Sugar Sammy du monde.
Oui, exactement.
Où est-ce qu'ils réalisent après 2 secondes, OK, je ne suis pas en train de parler à la bonne personne.
Non, exactement.
Exactement.
Fait que c'est ça.
Ben, les gars, le mot de la fin, parce que là, on veut que les gens écoutent votre présentation sur le futur de l'entertainment. Alors, donnez-moi la plug pour ce que vous allez faire cet après-midi.
La plug, écoute, on va parler de... En fait, on va vite parler de notre nouveau projet. On a un projet à Hangzhou présentement en Chine où on a eu le plaisir, Neilson et moi, de travailler et d'aller vers un contenant qui était vraiment projeté dans le futur, où on pense que on va pouvoir atteindre beaucoup d'objectifs sur lesquels on vient de parler. Donc, c'est ça. On va parler de notre théâtre du futur un petit peu cet après-midi. Puis, voilà.
Neilson, Vignola, mot de la fin?
Merci de venir voir et de nous avoir si bien questionné tout ce qu'on va faire cet après-midi. Et j'espère qu'on surprendra les gens par ce théâtre que je crois amène vraiment une nouvelle vision sur ce qu'on peut faire avec un lieu. Parce que c'est tout ça le défi aussi, c'est d'avoir utilisé un lieu tout à fait non destiné à faire du spectacle.
Ben, les gars, je vous remercie. C'est vraiment continuer, mais je vais vous laisser faire votre networking et ensuite vous préparer pour votre présentation. Alors, Neilson, Vignola, Jean-François, Bouchard, du Cirque du Soleil, Justin Kingsley, à bientôt dans l'Aquarium.
Merci
les gars.
Allez, bye.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome back. We're live at C2 Montreal. Steve Wozniak, a.k.a. The Woz. I'm Chris Denson, host of Innovation Crush. Great to meet you.
Great to meet you. You've been having a great little talk here.
I know. This has been fun. You know what I like about you? You're like a big kid.
I like hearing that because I decided when I was young I did not want to grow up. Some people decide that. People like Buzz Aldrin are very good at it too, but who walked on the moon. But
I remember.
I had a teacher in school once say, well, all these wars and these horrible things that adults create, and children don't have that. They're kind of pure and innocent.
Right.
I said, I wanted to kind of be young forever. And then another teacher said, drop out of school, to somebody else. Drop out of school and you work the rest of your life. Oh my gosh, school's a good thing to be in. I like being young and student. And yeah, so
how do you
fun, but also fun. The fun that a child can enjoy,
right.
A parent can enjoy. And often in my life, I had some gifted children, but one of them especially, over and over, he would be doing different things in his life, creative things, and I would start doing them his way, and I would always say, like son, like father.
Right.
For example, typing on keyboards in Dvorak was one of those.
I was going to say, how did that play into you as a business person, right? There is a spirit of play and exploration and all these things. Like, how does that play into like your career and your lifestyle?
It doesn't necessarily. I was an extreme, heavy working on structure and writing code and designing hardware and soldering wires and building all these things. You work late at night, and you work late at night trying to solve a problem. It's so intense. You need those breaks, the breaks. And even when I was doing a lot of the great work of my life, about a 5-year period, a lot of it I worked at Packard, and just having friends to joke with. And once in a while we'd go off in airplanes and fly off to lunch to have some fun experiences in life. Entertainment is a big part of my life to this day. My wife and I try to go to every little concert, not the big huge ones where you know the names of the performers.
Right.
Every little tiny concert.
What was the last concert you went to?
Oh God, it might have been Andy Schaaf and Aldous Huxley, and somebody in New Zealand would know the name Aldous Huxley.
Okay.
Andy Schaaf is just, these are unknown names. We go to the tiny places, sometimes, 30 people music bars, sometimes they hold 100, 200 people, and we just hear songs on esoteric radio channels, and I love it. But entertainment should always be a part of life too.
I agree, 100%.
Get to movies, read books, and I'll tell you, you're better off if you're with somebody who has the same views of them as you do.
That's perfect. And it's funny because there's this, that's the spirit of disconnecting, right? And I think Apple, especially with the iPhone products, you're always connected, you're always on. And you talked a little earlier about happiness. I want to kind of extrapolate that into mindfulness, right? Where do you kind of take a break from the technology, or where does the technology even work to give you a break to be more mindful?
Okay, the great things I did in my life. I had a 10-year period where I looked back at my own designs. That was genius. It was violating everything in engineering books, but coming out with something that cost, 1/10 as much for some of the solutions. That was in my mind, and it was from the 10,000 hours of work, starting when I was 8 years old, 9 years old, working on science fair projects, building huge ones, getting ham radio licenses early, learning, being the math whiz in my schools.
Right.
So it was a large buildup, but then practicing with computers, you could never get near a computer to say, how does a computer work? And for some reason, I discovered a description of the insides of one computer, and I started practicing on paper. How do I design them? Over and over for about 3 years.
Wow.
Every weekend I had free, I closed my door and sat down and designed the computer over and over and over to make it better with fewer and fewer parts. So that was, I had a mind that could design so quickly like just about no other.
No, that's amazing. And then, I've noticed you have your Apple Watch, and there's sort of these breathe things that are in there, and so this ability to sort of disconnect and take a break from the technology, is that important?
This watch makes me much more of a human than carrying a phone around, tapping messages everywhere I go. I like to joke how Steve Jobs and I had an idea when we started the company to make the world equal for blind and sighted people.
Right.
We wanted to do that, and we were very successful because everywhere you go, people on the sidewalk looking at their phones, and they're blind for all practical.
I mean, you walk around here, it's like everybody's bumping foreheads.
No, but so I don't do that. But the watch allows you to quickly see what a message was, who is calling, hang it up without even pulling a phone out of your pocket, make payments with Apple Pay, boarding passes, movie things, ask a question about the world and get an answer.
That's so amazing. The one thing about Apple that everybody loves is that it's just always in the forefront of culture. There are fast followers. You talked about Android systems and so on and so forth, and they introduce similar technologies. How do you just stay ahead of the game? Like, how do you continue to evolve, even beyond what people are believing is possible in some ways?
I don't work in Apple, but I always think about Apple products in relation to others. I buy a lot of Android products, for example. I buy a lot of other products from other companies, and I evaluate and say, what is good about this one? What did they do neat. What would be neat if it were in an iPhone? But I would say only add things to your existing Apple products. If I were advising Apple, only add things that are almost invisible. That there's not. Don't let this world get complex. That's what Steve Jobs really did a great job on.
For joining us. This is great. I hope you enjoy C2 Montreal, and we'll talk to you soon.
Good.
Thank you.
Wonderful
we'll
to
be
be
right
here.
back.
Thanks, Chris.
Good to meet you. All right, you're all. And we're back. That sounds like Tony the Tiger. And hi, everybody. We're here at C2 Montreal live inside the aquarium with Tim Kring. You almost need no introduction. If no one ever heard your name and knew who you were, how would you describe what a Tim Kring is?
I am a storyteller, first and foremost, but also trying to, on a journey to try and figure out how to stay connected to an ever-changing audience.
Yes.
I think that's the journey that I'm on.
How are you doing with that so far?
You know, I had to tell you, it is such a changing landscape. Like, you know, just seems like every time you set foot on one platform, the platform starts to move, and
is that exciting or is it daunting? Or is it a little bit of both? Because you kind of
I just decided it was exciting. I think it's just I just decided not to be daunted by it.
Right.
You know, because therein kind of lies madness and anxiety and all of that. So the amazing thing about, you know, the journey that I've had, because I've started in such a traditional medium,
right,
and had a long career in that, was that you know, somebody really moved the floor really moved out from underneath.
Yeah, 100%.
And then you know, a lot of us were faced with, well, how do we deal with that, and do we embrace it, or do we stand on the sidelines and heckle everybody? And I just decided to jump in and try to explore what this relationship with the audience.
And you're one of the few. Like, you're one of the few. I mean, when you take Heroes or any of the number of other projects you've worked on from this transmedia, like, you're one of the few that were like, you know what? Let's see how we can tell stories across platforms and experiences.
Yeah.
Kind of walk us through, like, where that decision even came from and how you started to manifest it and how it came together.
Yeah, you know, in some ways, it's been a sort of you know, kind of Forrest Gumpian kind of journey.
Run, Tim, run!
Because a lot of it is not by design. We suddenly, well, let me just give you the quick version. Was that I had a traditional show on the air in the mid 2000s called Crossing Jordan, and along with everybody else in television, we started to see the ratings dropping and the audience leaving and going to wherever it was that they were going. And suddenly I had this idea for a new show, Heroes, and with that show, there was a real desire and a mandate to just try and reach the audience where they were for the first time, and not have it so centered around just a television show. So I went into it with the idea of, well, how can I create a bigger footprint so that this show can reach people where they actually were, where we could fish where the fish are.
Right. And there's a thin line between marketing and storytelling. Like, how are we just building awareness? How are we keeping people engaged? And, like, there's a thin line between the two. And there's business conversations that need to happen when you go and talk to the heads of NBC or whatever other network. And how are you, like, what's your power of persuasion? And, like, hey, spend money on this, even though it's not the core content on the screen.
You know, that's a conversation that has to be had now with every show, right? But the truth is, Heroes was a unique situation because the mandate was there from the network, because they were panicked. They were seeing these ratings going, you know, sideways or downwards, and trying desperately to figure out where this audience was going. And so the story that I always tell is that when Heroes got picked up to series was May, you know, at the upfronts, right? And there were 7 people in the .com division at NBC when the show was picked up. In September, when we went on the air, 4 months later, there were 67 people. They hired 60 people in 4 months. And basically, they had the mandate to get out there and figure this out.
So that's important, though. It's like, it's, you know, in the spirit of collaboration, building ecosystems, it's finding like-minded partners. Because a lot of people, you know, in your position or have the desire to tell stories the way you tell them, are fighting uphill battles. Right?
This was a rare situation where the mandate was there, and that mandate met with a show that actually was perfectly designed because it had a deep canon, it had a deep mythology, it had a sort of a geeky, tech-savvy audience, and we had some ideas. And so the idea was, well, we have this huge mythology and this very deep canon. Let's sort of use every piece of the buffalo. You know, we'll tell story over here, and we'll tell story over here, and we'll tell story over here, and we'll take it all pretty seriously. It's not just an afterthought.
Sure.
Like, if you're a deep fan of the show, you actually were really encouraged to go find this content because it revealed these tiny little Easter eggs for you.
Well, I think even in that regard, you know, whether you're an entrepreneur or you're an intrapreneur and you work for a company, I think every product needs to be thought of, or every brand needs to be thought of as an ecosystem, right? And not just a product and a transaction, which even in the entertainment side, that's what it is. It's like, this is our show, please watch it.
Yeah.
Versus, hey, this is our brand, this is what we stand for, this is what the audience cares about as well.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty lofty task to do all that thinking. Like, how do you even filter and begin to approach the macro?
No, I mean, it is amazing. It's enough to just do the television show, right? That takes everything, and that's. There's an engine room that becomes just from my own experience. The engine room was the writer's room, and it's this creative engine room. And then on a show like Heroes, it was a big. There were 11 of us, you know, and. So everything that we did, even though we had this whole kind of ancillary transmedia kind of department that was working on the show, everything had to funnel through the engine room of the writer's room, so that there was always authenticity and there was always an actual need. We told story literally on the back of merchandise boxes that we'd sell, you know. Hiro Nakamura's sword, you know, had a little story on the back of the box. It was actually a key piece of the canon of the show that you could only find there. And so, you know, it just, but where it got super interesting, and I think where this conversation probably should go, because I think it's more about this.
Let's take it there.
It is that the answer to your question is it's daunting beyond belief to try to keep this content going. The internet fan base kind of content gets consumed rapidly.
Sure.
And so what we realized pretty quickly was that this was going to kill us, right? We didn't have the bandwidth for this. So the secret became opening up the narrative to the audience, right? Here's our world, welcome to it kind of thing. And by opening up the narrative to the audience actually came in. They rushed in, they created their own content, fan fiction, mashups of stuff, music videos. They've created a bunch of little fan sites that were super specific to certain characters. And it was in allowing them to become a part of that narrative that I think a lot of the growth as a storyteller took place on my part, where I started to realize this is a super dynamic way to tell a story.
I think it set a precedent for multiple industries. I think that's when brands started to like even give up a little bit of IP and like, hey, you want to 3D print, design your own container or character. You would have never done that prior to you know to what you accomplished.
Yeah, I think the brands all across the board have all really learned that the most potent brands are the ones in which people feel they have some real ownership in.
Yeah, that's great. And then so fast forward a little bit, right? You know, things started turning into alternate reality games.
Right.
You know, you started to experiment with that, and like even did the one for good.
Yes, Conspiracy for Good.
Yes, Conspiracy for Good. I knew it.
Yeah.
But kind of walk us how you applied those principles to cause or oriented storytelling.
You know, the underlying message of Heroes was one of interconnectivity, and there was a lot of save the world talk, and people really connected to that. And when I saw how connected the fan base was to this underlying cause idea of like doing something positive in the world, there was a sort of a light bulb moment for me at Comic-Con when we brought the cast there and we walked out into Hall H, which is big, I don't know, 7,000, 8,000 people, screaming fans, right? And I looked out and saw that in the first couple of rows, there were literally dozens of people dressed in costumes from the characters that I created on this show. And that realization that these people from miles around and spent their hard-earned money to get here, made these handmade costumes, stood in line for hours. The light bulb that went off for me was these people actually want to have a sense of personal expression around the narrative that they love.
Right.
So what if you could actually take this idea of a fan base, allow them to become a part of a narrative, and then have that roll out into the real world and have some positive results? And that's where the project Conspiracy for Good came from.
What do you think acknowledging an audience to the degree by which you have, gives them? Because at some point it becomes a personal relationship. It's not just like, oh, a fan, like I like Superman, but there's some, eventually there's something I see in myself in Superman. Like what do you think that magic sauce is between you?
No, I agree. I think fans that are deeply connected to a brand, they don't sense that they see narrative that connects to them. They see that the narrative actually connects to them. You know what I mean? It's not the other. It's not the other way. And I think there is a sense of first of all, we all have this switch in us that that can suddenly become a character in a narrative. We all can role play. All you have to do is play hide and seek, and you become a kind of a different character. And so by activating that switch and giving people an empowered way to go out into the world and interact with each other. The Conspiracy for Good had at its core, the idea was that it was a secret society, an ancient secret society for good, and you could be tapped on the shoulder and become a part of it. And so just that alone as a light narrative was enough for people to get excited about it. Who doesn't love secret societies and
Exactly.
secret handshakes and all that kind of stuff?
I haven't been invited into any, so I wouldn't know. Again, when you think about personalizing, right, there's this personal brand story that we all need to tell to some degree, and some of us, hold back. But, same thing. Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, coming to events like this, you're showcasing who you are as a brand.
That's right.
You want to invite people into your story. Like, how have you translated this into just more like personal growth, or have you even thought about that?
Yeah, no, and I mean, the thing that I'm actually launching now, I've got this startup that I'm doing that's based on a lot of the learning of the audience that came out of the Conspiracy for Good and out of the learning about how audiences want a sense of personal expression about the things they care about. And so I know it seems like a kind of a strange thread to go from traditional storytelling to what I'm about to tell you, but there is actually a through line here, and that is that we've come up with an app called Change Up that allows you to use your mobile phone as a kind of lightsaber out in the world, cool. Because what you do,
I'm in. Can I get invited to the secret society?
Yes. It rounds up your purchases, all your purchases, to the nearest dollar. That 18 cents that you have left over from your venti latte in the morning.
Yes. How'd you know?
That goes into into an account that adds up over all your transactions, and then you can, with that money, browse all of these causes, all of these charities. You can challenge your friends to join your causes. You can jump on board with your friends. You can post things through Twitter that then. So it's a social way. It's a fintech solution for social giving that harnesses this idea of personal expression. People can create their own portfolios that you can now jump into, and it's just a way to be out in the world making a difference.
That's great. So despite all your hard work, right, ARGs and transmedia storytelling haven't really reached a critical mass, right? It's hard for people to figure out. But I wanted to congratulate you. I guess it's a late congratulations, but the Producers Guild's transmedia producer credit, is part of your work. And you're the guy that won't go away, right?
Yeah,
you're the guy that's I'm gonna keep coming with another one until you guys understand. What's the why? Why do you keep going there?
I actually think that the sort of the disintermediate, the fractured nature of all of this content out in the world right now means that, there's a democratization of content. People can create their own content and all that. But I do feel like there is I think we're skating towards a puck that's actually going to happen.
Right.
And I think AR and VR are going to be a big part of that. I think the idea that the world can be experienced in a kind of locative way with these devices that we all have in our pockets. And these devices are, they're not just content consuming devices, they're content creation devices.
Sure,
so
I believe that
there's
as well.
this two-way street. And so I just think, yes, I think maybe we were a little ahead of our time. The Conspiracy for Good was done, 6 years ago or something.
Sure.
And it was very early AR that we were doing. I think in a year or two from now, that kind of experience could be just, obviously.
And you'll be here.
Yes,
You'll be here with the next one.
I think Pokemon Go blew that open a little bit.
Very much so.
And sort of taught people that there could be a light narrative that could be geolocative in your world. And so I think we're heading towards, a very interesting time.
That's great. I have one last question.
Yeah.
You've obviously been an architect of ecosystems. I would like for you to define the word ecosystem from the Tim Kring perspective.
Well, I mean, again, when you develop if you're fortunate enough to land on an idea that has a deep mythology and a deep canon, you actually want it to be really deep and arcane and have all sorts of layers to uncover. Multiple layers. Then, I sort of define the ecosystem. I think I actually gave it up earlier, but as utilizing every piece of the buffalo. You actually think about it as a. You think about the story as a whole, and you make sure that any ancillary way that you are telling story is not a second class or third class version of it. It's just another place to. It's another way to push story out there. And that story, I think a lot of times people make the mistake of thinking, oh, well, I'll just push the same, we'll just push the same content onto a little 3-inch
Sure,
screen.
exactly.
No, it's a big mistake. The beauty of that device in your hand is that it knows where your friends are, and it has your contact list and access to your email and all that. So use it for all of the attributes that it has, and do something clever with that device. Don't just push content to it.
Well, thank you for joining us. You made me hungry. I want to go get some buffalo.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to eat all of the buffalo before I get out of here.
Tail.
But thank you. Where can people find you? Do you social media a lot?
At Tim Kring on Twitter will get to me, but I'm right now I'm not doing a lot of social media.
All right, no personal transmedia for you. Everyone, thank you. This has been Tim Kring. We'll be right back with another amazing interview.
Great.
Awesome. Welcome back to C2. We are live in the aquarium right in the middle of the action, and I'm with Dror Benshetrit, the designer and principal at Dror. First of all, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
So you just got off the stage. I heard wonderful things about your talk. If I sum it up, you tell me if I get this wrong, okay? You design and create incredible, somewhat improbable things across every size and domain: products, experiences, environments, structures, and cities. And you are proud of being unbound by specialty. Tell me what that means.
So, you know, for me, creativity is not bounded by a particular discipline, you know, and I think that we are all actually comprehensivist. You know, we're not born specialists. We're born into society that asks us to be specialists because we need to graduate with a certain major, and we need to choose the path of our life, and we need to understand. And I just think that sometimes it kills creativity. So for me, the idea of really using feelings and using your heart as a guidance for what is needed to improve people's being, and then working with the right specialist and the right knowledge to bring those ideas to life, has been my approach since I started my practice.
And that allows you to really push limits or think about things in other ways than maybe those specialists might not.
Exactly. Absolutely.
I've heard you say, you know, you don't need, or I've heard people talk about you and saying that you don't need to be an architect to design buildings. You're not talking about small things. These are massive things that you try to accomplish.
Well, you need to work with architects to design buildings.
Right.
And you need to work with specialists. I mean, people think that because we haven't done a certain project that we don't have the expertise. Quite the opposite. I ended up my talk today saying, you know, our biggest strength is in what we've never done before. Because you are fresh. You're really not binded by the limitation of knowledge. And then bringing knowledge to be a part of the conversation is extremely important. Of course, we need architects to build buildings. And my team have a lot of architects, and we collaborate with architects. But to think of problems that relate to a certain industry, everybody can.
That's unbelievable. Why don't you seem to have this take, and you, like I said, you don't just think about it in these small scales. You push that to extremes. Why do you think other people might not realize the possibilities there?
You know, I feel that there is one obstacle that all of us deal with, which is fear. Things that we're afraid of. You know, sometimes I see people, even people that I work with, they move the mouse as if the building is going to collapse from the screen. And I sometimes say, it's okay. You know, it's just, we're just playing. We are just playing right now, and if we wouldn't ask crazy questions and weird questions at time, we wouldn't find innovation. So, you know, I think that this is the idea of being guided by love and not being guided by fear. It's kind of like those two buckets that are constantly in our mind somewhere. It's like, no, I can't do this. This cannot be done like this. So I think that sometimes knowledge is an obstacle, and we need to know how to turn it off and to dream.
I want to talk about failure. You know, you alluded to a bit there, and we talked outside, and you said it's important to fail. That's part of experimentation. How does that figure into your process?
You know, I don't want to sound cliche because many successful people saying that, but absolutely. You know, I think that like anything else, like sports, you have to fall. You have to fall again and again and again, and it's necessary. I think that artists that don't do things that they are not proud of at some point of their career haven't dared enough, you know. So you need to have ugly projects sometimes. You need to have things that you're saying like, what was I thinking, you know? And yes, that's what propels for progress and change, is trying things out, you know. What amazes me here in C2 this year is how experimental everything is. And not everything works well. But that's great. That's you know, that's what we're going to learn to improve next year, right?
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, to get attached to perfection, if I listen to you, is it's too constraining. You don't end up with what could be.
Absolutely. You know, I think that experimentation are part of my DNA. I think that everything we do is an experiment. You know, if we try a building that we've never built exactly like that, we're experimenting. Are we 100% sure that it's going to be great, successful? Of course not.
That's amazing.
But that's the beauty.
And you built a career off that. Like this is not a theory, this is a practice. You see this every day in your work. It's amazing.
Absolutely.
You talked about love, you know, the difference between love and fear, and I noticed that one of the things that you talk about specifically is this idea of love as a factor of sustainability. Love is the most sustainable way to solve problems, you say. What does that mean?
So, you know, what is sustainability? It really took me a long time to understand it for two reasons. One, English is not my first language. And I live in English. I dream in English. So it's really, once I understood that sustainability is about long-lasting, think about one of the most sustainable relationships. Your kids, your partner. If it lasts your entire life, that's a sustainable relationship, right? When we build a building and that building becomes a landmark and it's there to stay and the city is proud of it and they want to preserve it and every time it represents for them home, that's love, right? That's appreciation. So what can be more sustainable than unconditional love? So a lot of time we play with this idea of how can we create conditions for love as designers and architects.
Like you put this into your process. This is something you talk about with your team.
All the time. All the time. You know, for me, it's the ultimate thing that you can do is create connection, right? If I can make you fall in love with this glass, well, you know,
okay.
It's about appreciation.
Yeah. Okay. I really love that as a foundational principle as well, and not just the words, but the practice. I also, you know, on this note, you kind of opened this up, this idea of sustainability. I'm curious about your take on as to a designer's responsibility, given, you know, what we hear about things going on in the environment, etc. What can designers think of as an important responsibility in that context?
This is an excellent and extremely important question. I think that we are the cause of the good and the bad in the world, right? We create content. And look at what we've done over the last 100 years. Amazing things, right? Incredible things, incredible progress, but also extreme destruction. You know, it drives me crazy every time I say this sentence, but we have 3 times more plastic articles in the ocean than fish.
Wow.
That's our responsibility. We've caused that in recent years. So as designers, you know, we need to make sure that we design things that last for a long time. It's our responsibility to do that. You know, when we do things that last a temporary time and being thrown away, that's something that we need to pay attention to as designers. You know, it's our responsibility. So same like you asked me before about sustainability, long-lasting, creating love, creating connection. That's what we need to do. So yes, you know, in technology, there's this category that we call gadgets, which is the things that we play with for a very short time and then we trash. Some of those are important gadgets for progress. Some of those are not. So, you know, I think that we can educate about better consumption. We can educate about long-lasting. We can educate about the right price point. Do I buy 1 like this or 20 like that?
Right.
So the fast fashion, the fast culture is something that we need to be more aware of and yeah, have the responsibility.
How does that factor into, because you cover so much ground, you know, from tiny products to not just buildings, but cities, you know, does that mean materials? Does that mean, you know, choice of placement, how you relate to the land, how nature is involved?
Absolutely. All of the above.
Okay.
And I
okay.
think that all of the above is another thing that is very important because practicing holistically and really thinking comprehensively about challenges, you have to take all those things into factors. I'm obsessed with our relationship as human to nature. I think that we have to find solution to embrace nature more into our lives, more into our apartments, more into our cities. It's something that we, I spend a lot of time in nature, and I'm a different person. I sleep better, I think better, I feel better about my body. It's
you recognize that power and you bring it into that work.
Absolutely.
That's amazing. If only more architecture and city planners kind of thought that way. It seems like it's a wonderful marriage.
It's the inspiration of taking from nature. I'm working on a light project right now that really is changing my life in many ways.
Wow.
The understanding of how we consume artificial light and how we don't know how to consume artificial light is something that fascinates me, and I know that it's going to be a lifelong mission to educate. And
can you give me the little kernel of this?
Yes.
It sounds like we're doing something very wrong, and I don't understand it. What does it mean? We don't understand.
I'll explain it to you in a very simple terms.
Okay, that I like.
You can look at light just like you look at a faucet with hot and cold water. So think about one side you have red, hot, blue, cold, and you can basically control the amount of water that flows through and the temperature. The temperature is Kelvin, the flow is lumens.
Whoa.
Now, when you're exposed to a red light, when you see a sunrise or a sunset, very relaxing, very calming. Why? Because red light is long and slow wavelengths.
Okay.
Blue light, middle of the day, very fast wavelengths, very short. It makes you like this, productive, alert, awake. That's why we want to work in the middle of the day with daylight.
Okay.
Because it keeps us sharp, it keeps us awake. But if you're going to work with a candlelight in a dark room all day, you can drink as much as coffee as you want. It's not going to be enough.
Right.
So think about that in terms of how you consume light. You woke up in 2 a.m. to go to the bathroom and you turn this terrible white fluorescent light, and then you wonder why I can't get back to sleep. Because you just told your brain it's daytime. It's middle of the day, in fact. It's a blue light.
Okay, even if I know consciously it's not, my body now thinks that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And that's something we need to understand, and it's as simple as that. Red is relaxing and blue is calming, and we need to light like the sun. We essentially need to basically light our environment like the sun.
And this figures into, like, how big are we talking here into figuring into your work? I imagine you can't tell us specifically about it, but like, is this, is this small? Is it a product around light, or are we thinking, man, this is a massive interaction with like life at a city scale?
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see how big it grows.
Okay.
It's like a monster, right? It's like
yes,
you never
right.
know how big it will grow. But I'm starting very simple.
Okay.
Right now I'm starting with a light bulb, actually, that we're going to introduce.
Wow.
And I think that's just the beginning.
Okay, fascinating. There's this one other key that I thought was really interesting in learning about you. You talk about not just this idea of a holistic vision being the driver, but as we are these transformable creatures, and emotionally and physically. So we have this desire for transforming products. And it makes me think, like, are products not fulfilling this at all? Like, the general things that we have around are not fulfilling this desire that we have. Is that what's happening? Is that the hole that you're filling there?
Absolutely. Can I give you a credit in the middle of the talk that you've done an excellent research on my
work?
Oh,
wow. Thank you. No, but you're a fascinating guy who's done incredible thought leadership as well.
It's, when we think of improving people's well-being, we need to understand exactly that. We are transformable creatures, both emotionally and physically. We can go from being happy and excited to feeling sad and depressed and angry in seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Our body manifests that in how we carry ourselves, in how we move. That's on the emotional side. And then also on the physical side, we crave different things at different times. How exercise changes us. How, sitting on a plane for 15 hours changes us. So we have to pay attention to those things in every design challenge that we're working on. And we need to cater to our needs, essentially. We really need to think, we're not designing products. We're designing experiences for people. So if you're just giving a shape, if you're just saying, well, this radius is cuter than that radius, you're not really thinking of how people actually using your product.
Right.
And that's for me very, very, very important. So when I say ideas and when I say vision, I really mean connection.
Right. It's amazing how it all kind of comes back to this idea of love and connection. We have one more minute, and maybe this is not inappropriate, but maybe it's kind of too big, but I wonder, you present a wonderful case for all of the things designers and people, even as creators, need to think about. Does that ever get overwhelming? Is there ever too much there?
It's an excellent question, and the answer is no. Look, the answer is no, because we are all designers. We are all photographers, right? We're all creators. We all put a touch of design every minute of our lives, right? We make eggs for our kids in the morning. We can give it a creative touch.
Right.
We can do something else. We can do something that, I always like to say the word, the art of living, as a way to really pay attention to how you do things, how you dress and how you carry yourself, and all the choices that you're making are, you can call them design choices. And so it's for me, it's not just a profession, it's a lifestyle, and practicing that for me is the most overwhelming thing, by the way, because practicing what you preach sometimes is the moment where you,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you're setting a very high bar. It's quite an inspiration. Thank you very much. This has been an awesome conversation with Dror Benshetrit. Good luck in your workshop this afternoon, and thanks for coming to C2.
Thank you so much for having me. Pleasure.
Join us. There'll be more interviews coming up. Stay tuned live to the Aquarium all day long on the last day of C2 Montreal. Awesome. Welcome back to C2 Montreal. We are live in the Aquarium in the middle of the action. And I am with Brian Behlendorf, Executive Director of Hyperledger. Thanks for joining us, Brian.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We just entered here very quickly. You're very responsive and awesome. And you're a super interesting guy. I'm going to set the stage and you tell me what I get wrong, okay? First of all, you've been in open tech for a long time. You're an advocate for open source and a number of foundations working on that initiative. You're involved in the Mozilla Foundation, Electronic Frontier Foundation, a number of others. You were on the Open Government Project at the White House, really covered an incredible amount of ground, and now you're focused on blockchain.
Yes.
So start me off with that. What is it? Why is it important?
Sure. Well, blockchain technology is this field covering kind of two big concepts, one called distributed ledgers, the other called smart contracts. And these are systems for being able to pull together a community of companies, of organizations, to build basically a common system of record, right?
Okay.
Right now, if you and I do business together over the internet, we're typically going through an intermediary, whether it's Amazon or eBay or Uber, for example. You're a driver, I'm a passenger. These are technologies that help us build a more decentralized approach, right? That allow us as a driver and a passenger to build that relationship directly, or as a bank talking to another bank, not needing to go through an intermediary bank.
Okay, wow. So fundamentally, this can apply to a lot of things. Like that's the basic understanding.
Yes, this could apply to everything from giving identities to refugees and displaced peoples, where they have no government to issue an ID, and they need services, they need health services, banking services, right? All the way to like big banks on Wall Street want to use this as a way to be more efficient and avoid creating, say, the Uber or the Google of banking, right? To healthcare records, right? A way to be more decentralized about how we share and use them.
So specifically about that, the decentralization, is that, what is the driver here for you to be that involved in this?
Well, I'm
what
one
is
of
the
those,
why here?
I'm one of those old-time graybeards. I've been on the internet since 1991, really. The net back then, what was nice about it was how decentralized it was. Anybody could run a mail server. Anyone could run a web server. In fact, that was one of my first big projects, was writing software to allow you with your home computer or your business computer to run a website, right? These days, you'd kind of be crazy to do that, but it's still a good idea to try to build an internet that is more decentralized. I think markets and societies that are more decentralized are more fair, they're more equitable. There's more opportunity for people to build new businesses in them, and also for the protection of freedom of speech and human rights. I think avoiding the creation of large monopolies in given industries is really important.
And it sounds like this, you've done a lot of work advocating for civil liberties, and yet you were the first guy to put a banner ad on there. Like, there's really I've heard that about you. Is that true, by the way?
A series of contradictions. Yeah, I was at Wired magazine, and Wired was the first ad-supported website in the net. I was the chief engineer there. So I've been apologizing for it ever since.
I know that. And believe me, first of all, I don't bring that up as a series of contradictions. I just mean how much ground you've actually been able to cover and are still so interested in. And I guess what me as a layperson who can get some of these fundamental concepts, but will never be writing code, I don't think, that takes advantage of this. I'm still, why I should be advocating for this in the community in general, or this is the future, versus like, hey, use Uber or trust your bank or that kind of thing. Is it that idea of civil liberties? Is it freedom?
I think that's at the heart of it. I think a lot of it is having the freedom to be able to build a business, be able to have a controversial message, to be able to not feel like we live in a world where we go back to there being, large estates and all of us predominantly being vassals on that estate, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's happening in the technology space to a big degree.
Because of single companies kind of monopolizing space.
We made it really, really easy to build centralized servers, right? If you want to build a website that can serve 1 billion hits a day, I can show you exactly how to do that. But showing you how to build an ecosystem that can support 1 billion transactions a day, but without needing to all go through one central party, is a lot harder to do. And so I want to build technologies that make that easier to do.
Okay.
The good news is that helps Wall Street, but it also helps all these other use cases that I think are pretty amazing.
The good news, that being good news because it can get funding.
Exactly.
You can get support.
So at Hyperledger, we're a consortium of companies ranging from large banks, large IT organizations, to a whole lot of startups. But it's really the developers at those organizations and beyond coming together to build common open source software given away for free, built in the public, to go and build this next layer of the internet.
Talk to me about that, built in the public. What does that mean?
So from my earliest days of being on the internet, whenever I would write software, I would share it with somebody else because I wanted somebody to help me find my bugs. I wanted to see, is this the right way to go? And when we started the Apache project, it was really a group of webmasters getting together and saying, this thing called the web might be big one day, but is this the right way to do it? So we'd share ideas, we'd criticize each other's work. None of us wanted to be full-time web server developers because we wanted to go and build other things on top. But by combining our efforts and working publicly, we found that we had collaborators across the world that we could work with, and this became like an increasing returns, a snowball effect, right? Where the more you built, the more developers showed up, and the stronger that software got. And so now this has been the story of not just Apache, but of Linux, of Mozilla, of SSL, of all of these other open technologies that the internet has been built upon. So when we're talking about building the next layer of the internet, it has to be done through an open source project.
So Hyperledger is not just a company. You said it's a consortium, but
yes,
fundamentally Hyperledger is doing what?
So we're part of the Linux Foundation, which has been around for about 15 years and has been bringing together this barbell-shaped community of developers who want to work together to build great software, right, and build something that's kind of infrastructural, right, whether it's an operating system or cloud computing and now blockchain technology. The other side of that barbell are the companies that want to understand how do we, participate in building this, but also building our own businesses on top of it. How can we trust how that software is built? How do we, go out and talk to our customers about it without inadvertently, corrupting the process, right?
Okay.
And so the Linux Foundation as a whole exists to try to balance that barbell. Hyperledger as a project inside does that for blockchain technology.
Okay.
And that's the idea.
Amazing. You alluded to this earlier about specific areas that blockchain can help, and I pulled this, the quote that kind of is the foundation, I think, of your talk. But you say we'll start to see intractable problems suddenly become solvable. Like, that is a grand, amazing promise here, and you've talked about it. Refugees, cars. I've seen government as one of the areas. Finance, healthcare. Like, what are we talking about? Is this a dream or is this a real thing?
These are problems of trust, right? And there's surveys done out there that show that the public is trusting institutions less and less I mean, we look at the confidence issues we have with our government these days, right? Or in the United States, but that's also echoed around the world, right? Yeah. We need to find ways for technology to not require us to trust big organizations, right? Or big government, right? So the use case that pulled me into this space was, bizarrely enough, land titles in emerging markets, right? The idea
land titles in emerging markets.
Yes, the idea of, when you buy a house, you register the title for that with, in the United States with your local county, right? In some other countries with a local government. As these were getting digitized, it also became easier for corrupt bureaucrats to actually delete the paper trail, that doesn't exist. It's a digital trail, to corrupt that and end up giving a friend of theirs or themselves that nice beachfront property just north of the capital, right? And digital systems, unfortunately, made it easier to conduct fraud like that. So what pulled me in was this idea of using blockchain technology to build a verifiable public ledger of these types of transactions so that in the future, no one could take that land away from somebody, right?
Okay, wow.
So this is my example of a problem we didn't really know how to solve until we had a way to build these distributed public ledgers.
Intractable problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to think about that word for a second, but now I understand it. Yeah, a problem we didn't really understand how to solve, and now you have an opening.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. So that's a really interesting use case specifically. You referred to the refugee one. I want to understand that one better. How does this help?
So in refugee camps like the Dadaab camp in northern Kenya, where for 17 years you've had refugees from Somalia, you've had no official Kenyan government presence, right? You've had dozens of NGOs operating in these camps, each of them independently running, whether it's immunization programs or it's food distribution programs, or it's, when you're there for 17 years, you want to see people build businesses, right? And people are trying to build businesses, and they can't do that without bank accounts and lines of credit and those sorts of things. So there's been a very haphazard system for being able to provide these because the NGOs, perhaps not surprisingly, don't coordinate well with each other, right?
Right.
So an emerging idea, and one that's starting to get some trials now in refugee camps around the world, is this idea of using a distributed ledger, a database that nobody owns but everybody participates in, to create, when somebody shows up at a clinic, for example, if they don't already have an ID, a card, something like that, something tied to their biometrics, their eye or their thumbprint, create one for them, create an identity on this chain,
Wow.
and then say this person got their first round of a hepatitis vaccination, right? And then when they go to get a refill or get their booster shot, they show up perhaps at a different clinic run by a different NGO, but it's on that shared database. That second NGO can consult that and go, okay, you need the booster, not the first one. This is something we could have done all these point-to-point integrations before, but that's expensive, that's complicated. This is a way of establishing a standard for doing that.
That is unbelievable. That I feel like I'm starting to get it, especially when you said the database that that no one owns but everyone shares. You know, this is the fundamental, the grounding truth here. What you're looking to create. That's amazing. So, open government project. You're no longer there, but I'm curious as to just what that was. Like this idea of pushing, I guess, also this decentralized nature or this open nature. In a government setting must have been very difficult. What was that?
Well, I was very much a tourist there, but I'll tell part of the story. So 2008, I worked on the Obama campaign as a tech advisor, so working on policies for what might happen should he come into power, right? And so it would be, what might you do with data? Let's build a repository of the government data sets that are out there. What might you do around crowdsourcing policy input? So maybe running a petitions website would be interesting. So when the election happened and the person I worked with, Beth Novak, was appointed as deputy CTO, I came in with her to the Office of Science and Tech Policy and started to implement Obama's first executive order, which we helped create, which was the Open Government Directive. And this mandated that the executive branch be more participatory, transparent, and collaborative. Right?
Unbelievable.
We had 9 months. We had no budget. There was a moment in time when the markets were kind of in free fall, and there's a lot of chaos. And so, basically getting support for that was a challenge. But we planted a lot of seeds, and we got people thinking about the role that open technologies can play in reinventing that interface between government and the public. That then played out through a lot of the rest of the administration. After that, I went and worked at the Department of Health and Human Services on using open source software as a way to accelerate the adoption of technologies to help share medical records. That I spent more like a year doing. And this was, it's hard to say it was successful because the U.S. healthcare industry is so fragmented. It's so, it's so big and it's such disarray. But the projects we, again, started 8 years ago at this point, 7 years ago at this point, now have millions of individuals with records in these systems being shared. So these are long-term projects, but now we're looking at blockchain technology with HHS, with a number of healthcare companies in our organization that are part of our consortium on using this concept of distributed ledgers, not so much to share in clear text, your test results, right? That's the last thing you want in this public database, but sharing information about where those test results are available so that when you go and consult it, that is a record you have access to as a patient. And you can know when that data is shared with somebody else, right? And you can know who has this data about me, how has it been shared, and maybe insert yourself in the approval process for passing that along. And you can take it with you when you move to another country, right? That's the potential of kind of this technology.
That's unbelievable. Like in that, in the States specifically, given how fragmented things are, I mean, that sounds like a monumental task, and you said it's a long-term thing, but also, is there support for this? I mean, now specifically, new government or all this stuff that's going on, is there still support for fundamentally open technology at the government level?
Compared to 8 years ago, where you would really have to struggle to find anybody in like the executive branch, at least in the United States, who had been a programmer or an engineer in their previous life, you find a lot more appetite now for using technology to reinvent the mechanisms of government. And this is not a partisan topic, right?
Okay.
Both Republicans and Democrats.
For some reason I assumed it was. Well, like everything, but okay, that's good to know.
Cool. Both Republicans and Democrats want to get the most for any dollar spent. And I think most have gotten the message now that one path to higher productivity around that is to spend money on IT, right? So a lot of the coffers opened during the Obama administration. You saw groups like the U.S. Digital Services established. You started to see states also set up basically in-house geek squads, right, to parachute into projects or to sometimes work full-time. Even though you might work with contractors and vendors and things, you have to have intelligence about how to work with technology on board, in-house, right, to be able to do that.
Right.
And that's something that we're carrying forward at Hyperledger too. In fact, as our consortium includes the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. It includes the Bank of England. It includes the state of Illinois, which has a blockchain working group, right? It includes the CFTC, which is one of the main market regulators. And we have conversations ongoing with a lot of other government agencies and institutions to help them understand this technology. But what we're seeing is they also want to play a role in defining how this technology is worked and deployed for the businesses and the markets they care about in a constructive way and participating as equals to the other businesses rather than in a chasing after the horse after it's fled the barn kind of way like they typically have to.
That is amazing. And I find myself asking this question a lot of speakers because, I mean, particularly the speakers here, because it sounds like you're trying to tackle so much, you know, but maybe it's second nature to you, given your experience and all of the history, you know, of your involvement, especially in open tech. But like, is that an overwhelming thing? Are you mobilizing the team that can tackle problems as big as this?
Well, I think the developers who show up come from many different to our open source project, right? It's kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
The developers who show up have a lot of different motivations, right? Some of them, this is their day job, because there are large companies now starting to make major bets on the development of these platforms, right? Others are driven by very much ideals about how the next layer of the internet should work, right? So we recently launched a project within Hyperledger. We've got 8 different technology projects that are kind of layered at different parts of this kind of blockchain technology stack. Some of them even compete with each other, which is, you know, I kind of like competition. I think competition keeps you healthy, you know, kind of like, you know, but one of them is a identity technology. It's called Hyperledger Indy. Sometimes we're not very creative with naming.
Hyperledger is an amazing name, though.
Thank you. Sorry. I can't take credit. That comes from somewhere else. But Hyperledger Indy, that is for building identity networks that have at its core this principle of self-sovereign identity, right? So this idea of, you know, when you start to have national ID systems like India's Aadhaar, which is basically a way to do a biometric identity for their 1.1 billion people, right? Which is a good thing because many of these people had no formal identity before, and now they can take out loans, they can open bank accounts, they can get healthcare records, right? What we talked about with the refugee situation.
Right.
The problem is you've created this central record now that if that gets hacked into, or if people's data gets kind of exposed to in the wrong ways, to the wrong parties, could inadvertently reestablish, you know, some bad behaviors out there when people know too much about you, right? And so what we'd like to do is see blockchain technology used as a way to build identity networks that are still privacy-preserving networks, right? Where you as the individual have the ability to know who out there has data about me, because your actual data is still like in your browser, in your local wallet. You know, we'll figure out the right user interfaces for this. But when requests come in for your data, you have a quick way to approve it being shared with one person or another, and an audit trail of who it was shared with. Right? Think of it almost like DRM for personal data.
Right. Fascinating on a one person level.
So the people working on that project are driven by this concern that, you know, just like 20 years later, maybe I regret having put the first ad banner online. I probably regret more coming up with some of the ideas around how cookies should work, right? You know, that in 20 years we don't regret from a civil liberties perspective and a privacy perspective having built some of these technologies.
And do you find that often entering that part of that conversation, this idea of privacy? Because, you know, I don't, you know, I won't understand things at your level, you know, specifically with regard to the technology. So when I would assume other people like me hear things like, okay, it's going to be distributed, no one owns it, like do eyebrows go up and you have to battle all the time to be like, well, actually this is more secure? Because I wonder if people would battle that the other way and say, well, this seems like a risk. You know?
I think people always prefer they just don't know how to express it or how to value it. So if you walk into a watch store and there's no prices on any of the watches, right? And in fact, you know, even if you were to turn it around, there's no price tag. Instead, what you depend upon is the salesperson looking you up and down, trying to assess how much money you make, and go, oh, that watch will be $5,000, you know, and to somebody else, they'll say it'll be $3,000, right? That wouldn't be, you know, people don't want that. People like transparent pricing. They like going to stores, actually with stores like Trader Joe's that never have a sale, or Costco that never have a sale, where it's like the pricing is very transparent, right? There's a lot of thinking out there in the discounting world, in other parts of retail, about how do we change. People aren't very happy with this sense of like promotions being thrown at them, advertising that knows more about them. Like when you go to a website and you see an ad for a pair of shoes that you did a search somewhere else before, that's creepy, right? And I think advertisers are starting to realize that turns people off, makes them less valuable as consumers than connecting that to some other stronger signal of intent, right? Let's not worry about how much this person makes in their career or their demographics when they visit the website. Let's care more about what they want to accomplish, right? And that's I think, a future we're trying to engineer and build more of.
That's amazing. It's amazing to know that there's people out there working on this, because it's kind of like on my behalf, and I didn't even realize I wanted it and I needed it. Super cool.
We're consumers too, so there are. Have you ever seen the movie Brazil?
No.
Okay, there's a character in that played by Robert De Niro, Harry Tuttle heating engineer, who's like this underground kind of, totally illegal, but he comes in and actually fixes the pipes in your apartment when like the people you try to have officially the government sends to fix your pipes won't do a good job at all. He like secretly like wires things, then he flies off into the dark of night.
Oh man.
There are a lot of Harry Tuttle heating engineers out there.
That's super awesome. I'm going to end it on that note because that's too good, and it's wonderful to know. Thanks so much. This has been an awesome conversation with Brian Behlendorf, Executive Director of Hyperledger. Good luck in your talk this afternoon, and thanks a lot.
Yep.
Cool.
Great.
Stay tuned for the rest of the day. There's more interviews coming up in the aquarium, right in the middle of the action on the last day of C2 Montreal.
All right, we're back live in the aquarium at C2MTL with Dario Meli, co-founder of Hootsuite and CEO of Quietly. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I was just talking to you about your time here in Montreal, and you're cold.
It's cold.
This is cold for you.
I left Vancouver in the shitty rain there.
Yeah,
Pardon
that's
me.
okay. That's okay.
And now it's raining here, but I had a day of heat, and hopefully tomorrow will be nice again.
Okay,
Yeah.
it will be nice, and we are in a very heated environment, this aquarium, so you're pleased with that. So
Yes.
we had a chance to have a little chat a couple minutes ago, and for people who don't know the many things that you do, can you tell people what it is that the many things that you do in a minute or so?
Sure. I mean, at the core of it, I'm an entrepreneur. I've had the pleasure of building a number of businesses alongside a number of great partners, from a digital agency to marketing tech companies, typically along that lines, helping other brands be able to tell stories and market themselves. So from digital video at the forefront of like when YouTube was just coming up, we were absolutely on the forefront of social media with the creation of Hootsuite. And then now with Quietly, much the same at the forefront of content marketing.
So, I mean, it's safe to say that you're very avant-garde in your vision of projects, since you seem to be, as you say, at the forefront of many of these things. What is it about different projects? Because you do work with different partners. People come to you with ideas. You have your own ideas. You collaborate a lot. How do you know that something is going to work or not, or are you just guessing and keeping your fingers crossed?
Well, you never really know for sure. I mean, I mentioned a bunch of companies. There are a bunch of others that I didn't mention that you've never heard of.
Okay.
So
fair
that's just a fact of doing things. So there's a lot of trial and error, but you go with a bit of gut but also identifying trends. So we have an agency. It's called Invoke. It's based in Vancouver, and all day long, people are bringing problems to us. That's the nature of the agency. So you start to identify trends, and you start beginning to solve them with software, and then out of that comes projects, products, companies. And so that's really
Starting with the problems?
Starting with the problems, always, yeah.
So the problem is the start for you.
Yeah. Well, it's a problem that someone is going to pay you to solve.
Perfect.
So if one or two people are going to pay you to solve that, then there's probably more people that will pay you to solve that. And so if you solve the problem with software that's easily scalable across multiple companies, then you're winning. Yeah.
We talked a lot you just mentioned different social media platforms that you've been involved with in different ways. I want to know for you, I asked you this, and I'd like for people to hear about this. In terms of the success that you've had in 2017, do you think a 20-year-old would have access to as much, or the amount of success that you've had? Is it harder or easier right now for a 20-year-old to achieve success? Given the different social media platforms, given the different, bombardment of opportunity, possibilities, right. Is it harder or easier, do you think?
Right, well, the problem is that there's so much choice.
Yeah.
And we're referring to like the dating reference of,
Tinder.
You're only a swipe away from someone better. So if the person didn't wear a nice shirt to dinner, you're gonna...
It's out.
Yeah, they're done.
Missed out on your dream partner.
Yeah, right, they're not sticking around. And that happens in the workplace as well. When people think that there's too many options or opportunities, when they're not sticking around or taking the time to learn the craft and become an expert. They want to be the pro without actually being a pro. Do you know what I mean? It's like...
And so how do you respond to that? Because this must happen, I think a lot of young people see success and think, I can do it. It's mine right away.
Yeah.
How do you respond to it when you come up to young people who sort of don't understand that you've got to come up, right? Like to make it.
Well, I'm not going to beat them over the head with it. Like you can lead a horse to water. And at Quietly, we provide an environment for people to be constantly learning, to be getting better at what they do. And we provide them with an immense amount of opportunity. Mm-hmm. If they see that there's more opportunity elsewhere, they can make that decision and go elsewhere. Or if I'm talking to someone who doesn't work at Quietly and is eager to be, excelling in their career, but not necessarily putting in the time to become that expert, it takes time. We have this obsession with young people who become very rich very quickly, and those are outliers to the nth degree. Like, yes, it happens, but that's what you see celebrated in the news or in the media or whatever, but that is not the norm. Mm-hmm. And so, I'm 40, I'm bald, You know, like that's kind of the vision of.
Okay.
To me, that's kind of like you shouldn't be. You should be trying to get to a place where you are that expert and where you have the experience to know what you're doing and where you're in control. And like doing that at 25 is, it's not that it's unreasonable, and it's not that you shouldn't aspire to that, but at the same time you need to be realistic and you need to be building and investing in yourself. And jumping around is probably not going to be the best way.
Right. So just, I guess, pick a path. Or focus on something. Pick a passion.
Yeah, well, but be open to change. I mean, of course, software development is an iterative process. You're constantly learning. You have to have the ability to move around. You know, you don't have to switch gears completely all the time, but I think you should live your life the same way. Minor adjustments, minor path changes, and sometimes the path dissolves in front of you. It doesn't exist anymore. If you're doing like a legacy, blue collar job, and all of a sudden that's gone, there's trouble, and that can happen digitally as well. So you need to be agile, and you need to be able to kind of bob and weave, and not be so rigid as to this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm going to do. But at the same time, going everywhere is not going to help you either.
So I've asked a lot of the people I've interviewed here about these quote unquote marketable skills, where we talked about the validity or importance or use these days of a university degree. You said you don't have one on your wall, right? So you went and then you said, this is not for me. So let's talk first about that. Let's talk first about education and university and pursuing higher education. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I would never discourage someone from attending a post-secondary institution if they think that it's going to either broaden their horizons personally, or provide them with opportunities to do something that they have specifically in mind. It's a very expensive way to just discover yourself, though. I think that people...
True, very true, actually, yeah.
I think people doing that are going to be disappointed. And a lot of this generation has been told, like, you can do anything. You can do anything you want, go to university and figure something out. But that doesn't... You can do those things, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be paid to do it, or paid well, or paid enough to repay the loans that you took out. So that's a bit more philosophical, but when someone applies for a job at Quietly and they do not have a degree, it's not important to us. What's important is the makeup of them, of their character, of their drive, of their ability to learn, excel, exceed, lead, and generally do excellent work.
And do you see that as something across the board in your industry? Like nobody cares that much anymore about the actual degree? Is that what's happening now?
I don't know that I'd paint that broad of a stroke, but I mean, in the companies that I'm involved with and have been, I'd say that that's very much the ethos. None of the founders that I typically start companies with, none of us have university degrees.
Okay.
Yeah.
So take that, higher education. No, that's not what you're saying, but it's an interesting fact there. Let's talk about success factors for you and marketable skills. So what are these, if you don't go to school, what are the skills that someone like you looks for in terms of the next big thing, the next big person who's going to come to you and you would invest in, for example?
Yeah, well, we like to see a combination of drive and ambition with experience. So like just young kids out of school or just coming up, so they have they're raw and they're malleable, so there's benefit there, but that means you have to put in more energy in order to shape them to where you need them. On the flip side, if they're too experienced and they're ingrained in their ways, they're going to be less likely to adapt to the needs of the business, potentially, not in all cases, of course. So that can be a challenge, but then...
So where's the sweet spot?
The sweet spot is somewhere in between.
Okay.
Yeah, and
so 27?
Well, I mean, it totally depends.
Yeah.
But we've got people that across the board at Quietly, which is great, and we have like people mentoring each other. We have this culture of learning and making everyone better and making everyone understand what else is happening in the organization, because we do technology development. So we're doing like software development. We're doing like data analysis and strategy. We're doing like copy editing and creative ideation, as well as measurement, as well as just, like banging on doors looking for business. So each one of these people, each one of these groups does different things. And it's interesting because we do these like knowledge learning, we do these things basically like almost like just presentations. So someone will present on something to the rest of the company.
Okay.
And it'll be on an area that they may be an expert in or something that they're just interested in, and they'll prepare a little report and present to the company. And it keeps everyone up to speed on what everyone else is doing.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Like connecting back to...
Yeah, so one of our developers was doing one on machine learning, and he's like, oh, I don't know if anyone's going to be interested in this. I'm like, no, you're exactly wrong. It's like, none of the other departments really know what you're doing, and they want to know. So you need to tell them. So do a little 20-minute presentation and give them the 101 on machine learning and how we're applying it to the software that we're developing, and the whole company will be better for it.
It's a high-level class presentation.
Totally.
I love it.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to all the many things that you're describing that you do, that your companies do, the different projects that you're involved in. Did the 12-year-old self you imagine that this would be the case? And how did all of these, because this is not like a linear thinking that you have. It seems that you're very, all over the place is negative, but you are always thinking outside of your own head. How does one get to that level? Is it like a hyperactivity of the brain? Is it just a general interest in everything? Where did this come from you?
I don't know. I'd always been, I don't know why I was so enthralled with the notion of entrepreneurialism. I didn't even know the word at the time.
Yeah, most little kids don't know that.
Yeah, but I was reading like Fortune magazine when I was like 15. And
you were?
Yeah. I was just interested in the mechanics of business and how it operated. And I think from an organizational standpoint, it's like, what were these entities doing things and creating brands and shaping change?
At 15?
Yeah.
So people were running rock shows, and you were.
I was doing that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got into that. You started, yeah.
And so from there, I went and I started to study business at Camosun, a small college in Victoria, and I was going to go to get a university degree in commerce at UVic, and then I switched gears. I basically discovered the internet. I was like, it was the very early days of the commercialization. And I was like, holy shit, this internet thing is going to be wild.
I think it'll catch on, folks.
No, but I created something very early on. It was nothing. It was an HTML page, and I realized that it could act as a creative outlet, and that there was going to be all sorts of business and commercial applications for this in the future. And I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know how to do any of it, and so I went to Vancouver Film School and studied. There's a program called multimedia, and we learned like digital video, digital audio, how to build web pages, how to navigate the space. And
how many of you were in these classes?
There was I think there was maybe 20 people in the class.
Is there 20 people who got that something was about to happen?
Yeah, at the time it was one of the only institutions in the world that offered this. So everyone in my class, I showed up, I was from Vancouver, I'm like, okay, this will be easy because it's close by, and it looks amazing. And everyone in my class was from another country. Yeah, I was like, holy smokes, I'm like, this must be something. And it was.
It's hilarious.
Built a great
you're the
network.
only one.
Yeah. So I wasn't the only one, but there was only a few people from Vancouver.
Yeah.
So I got a baseline there, and then I started. Then I worked at a .com, and that's when I realized that I actually did have a work ethic. That once you enjoy doing something and realize that it becomes passionate. That you are passionate about, it becomes a non-job, and you just go for it. And so I spent all day. Yeah. I loved it. Yeah, it was awesome.
So tell me, when you created that page that you're talking about, that basic page, before you even applied to that school, what is it about what you were seeing that really solidified in you that this was something?
It was creativity. I always thought that I wasn't a creative person. Growing up in high school, you're either art or you're science.
Right. Or a jock.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great. And
everyone's in like a perfect little category.
And I wasn't really any of those. Least of all a jock or art. Like a little bit more science-minded. But I always aspired to be creative. And so the minute that I felt that I could create something, I was like, okay, let's see where this goes. And since then, I'd worked for a couple companies and then started building my own. And I learned that creativity finds many outlets. Like, I found that you can do creative deal making, creative problem solving around how to structure a contract, even just
a creative contract, approaching contracts creatively. Okay,
mundane things like that could actually become pretty cool.
Yeah,
and so then I got into the design world, and so I started facilitating that kind of stuff. So doing creative work through other people. So running the business side. But it's always been a creative outlet that I've loved most. And so that's really what I discovered at that moment.
And do you feel like, really, because you're saying I learned this and I learned this, so it really is, all the lessons you learned along the way, right? Like it wasn't, you didn't, I mean, very rarely do people arrive with all the answers there. So you really felt like this was, I mean, you must feel like you're still learning.
Oh yeah, if you can't stop.
Yeah.
Especially at the pace now. It's exhausting. When I think about how much people are learning and how quickly they're learning and what they're doing, I mean, I get exhausted and I'm supposed to be like in this. But when I look at the younger generation, they're cranking. They're doing crazy shit, which I love. But it's impressive.
So you just said it. It's exhausted. You get exhausted at times. Tell me, is there a point in all of the companies that you've worked with, founded, invested in, that you sort of can sit back and not just stop, but really say like, I've done it. I'm here. I've arrived.
Yeah. Well, so not so much that, but I find that calming down, I can be more productive, and so it's kind of funny. We have this kind of joke. It's like sometimes you got to slow down to speed up.
Yeah.
And it sounds ridiculous, but it's actually kind of true, in that by slowing down, you can think clearly. You're not so rushed. You're not cranking on the immediate needs. You can see the bigger picture.
You're not reacting.
Yeah. You're being proactive instead of reactive. You get your head out of the weeds so you can really see further ahead. And
do you feel like you're there now?
I try to be as much as possible. And my co-founder Sean at Quietly, he's amazing at helping me to do this. So he works really hard to keep me out of the weeds, so that to avoid that situation. And now we're working on getting him out as well.
Okay.
So that he can do some.
Would you take turns being in the weeds? Or
No. I'm done being in the weeds.
You're out.
I'm out.
I'm out, baby. So let's talk about you as a boss, though, because you did say I have to slow myself down to be able to see more bigger picture. How do you think your employees and the people that work under you would describe you as a boss, and how would you describe yourself?
Okay, so I'm not going to speak for my employees.
They love me.
You can ask them, but I'm not a great manager of people.
Okay.
So I've always been. I think that I can attract and retain folks, but as for like being a hands-on manager, not that great.
In terms of what? You're too rough?
No. Certainly not. Certainly not that. But I kind of expect people to get it and to get it done. Which is fine, but when we're dealing with younger people and bringing them up, you have to be spending the time and nurturing them. And so again, my co-founder Sean has really spent a lot of time building in the infrastructure of how we manage people and measure them. Nurture them, exactly. Yeah, we do. We have like professional development chats once a month with every single employee. We do
once a month. Wow.
Once a month with every employee. We do reviews twice a year. They review us once a year. Our employees. What's that?
Do you look at your reviews?
Oh, we go through a formal review process. Okay. So the tables are completely turned.
So
yeah.
You do know how they.
Yeah. So this was not my idea. This was not my idea.
Okay.
But I embrace it, and it's humbling. You learn things, and you learn that sometimes you're not operating at the best of your capacity, and that you could be doing better, and that you need to be. And I'm responsible for a lot of people, and I don't want to let them down. And if they think that I can be achieving more, doing more, I'm going to take that to heart. I'm not going to look at that and become defensive. I'm going to look at that as an opportunity to become better. So this is one of our head of business development is here at C2, and he's like, holy smokes. He's like, this is the exact opposite of where I come from. He's only been with us for a few months.
How so?
And he showed me the email about the process of them reviewing us. And he's like, oh man. He's like, never in a million years I thought I'd be reviewing you guys. But so it's cool. So not every company is that open and embracing. And I like that. I do like it. Yeah,
and the fact that you actually take the time to look at it, we have to review our bosses as well, where I work, and I always wonder, do they go through it? You do. You go through it.
Oh no, we have to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So what happens is there's 3 on the executive team.
Yeah.
And so when it was my turn to be reviewed, I'm on the other side of the table from my 2 business partners.
Okay.
And they're going through all the feedback from everyone, and I'm on the hot seat.
Yeah.
And then the two of us will do another, and then another 2.
uncomfortable moments, maybe at times.
I mean, it can be, but we all realize and recognize that it's an opportunity for us to get better.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, we have to wrap it up, but I want to ask you a little bit about, because you do talk about your partners and you do talk about, this is interesting to me that you actually sit down and go through it together. Is it really important to then surround yourself? Because when you get to a certain level of success, I feel like maybe the danger there is to have a lot of yes people around you and people who will just, cajole and tell you you're great. Do you on purpose go out there and make sure that someone can tell you, I was going to use a vulgar expression there, but that, your beep does stink? Like,
totally. So the number one most important thing for me is surrounding myself with people who are capable, motivated, who are doing big things. This is not just in my company, but the people that I associate with that are not politically motivated, like, again, not yes people. They'll call you out on your BS and allow you to call them out. And knowing that you have that friendship or relationship that can be considered like a safe place, so you can constantly grow and improve and not get stuck in your ways.
Yeah.
And so, having people around me like that it's the most important thing.
Because I would think with the level of the success that you've achieved, if you don't do that, then
and you're only as good as like your weakest link.
Yeah.
Basically, is kind of, I mean, that's a saying. Or you're the average of your 5 closest friends, something like that. That's really indicative of who you are as a person as well. So if you're hanging around with a bunch of bums, like, it's not reflecting well on you. You know what I'm saying. And that's not to, and I don't mean success from a monetary standpoint. But people who are doing things and are passionate about what they do and enjoying life and loving life. That's really important. And so it doesn't matter what you do, but if you have that positive attitude and you're a good person and you're doing your best at what you do, then that's cool.
Dario Meli, that's a perfect way to end the interview. Thank you so much for joining us live at the Aquarium. Enjoy the rest of C2MTL, and I promise, I don't have the power of this, but the weather will be nicer tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to C2 Radio. It is my distinct pleasure to be joining a female VC. I know everybody's like, a female VC, yes! Ask this question, ask that question. I promise I'm going to ask all of them. Angela, can you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you?
Yeah, sure. My name is Angela Tran-Kingans. I am Toronto born and raised. Did all my schooling there at the University of Toronto. Engineering and a bachelor's in engineering science, and then did my master's and PhD in financial engineering and operations research. I moved out to San Francisco or Silicon Valley in 2010.
Okay.
And when I moved there, I didn't have a job. And they weren't looking to hire engineers who didn't really know how to code. I could code, but I wasn't producing crazy production code, right?
Sure.
So no one was really ready to hire someone who could do the data science, but wanted the data engineer on board, right? So I decided, well, why don't I start a company? And so I teamed up with a fellow Canadian, and we created a recruiting company where we took the top PhDs, trained them to be data scientists, so things that I wanted to do, and then placed them at companies like Facebook, LinkedIn, Google, Twitter, and Square, and Pinterest, and so on and so forth. So I did this for about a year and a half, and then moved away from it in 2013. And thought it was just time for a change, and thought, I don't know about you, but growing up, it was interesting. I was around my dad, who just seemed to know what he wanted to do since he was a young kid, right? He's a professor, but he always knew that he had a career in science and engineering.
Okay.
And then my brother always wanted to be a doctor, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. And it sounds really cheesy, but I thought, I just want to help people realize what their dreams are. And so I thought venture capital would be a great place for me to be.
I don't think that's cheesy at all. I think that everybody wishes that they were in a position to make that real. And I just want to take a few steps back. And what's interesting about that backstory for me is that you were like, I don't want to do this specifically, so I'm just going to create my own company.
Yeah.
Which is not just a lateral step for most folks
Well,
that suffer for a while.
I think it wasn't that no one wanted me at the time. I wasn't well prepared. And I thought, there's probably tons of PhDs like myself who are in the lab, and the academic life is so different from industry life.
Absolutely.
And I myself didn't even know what the recipe was for getting from academia to industry, but I knew that there was some kind of recipe there. And
so let's stop right there, because I am very curious, and selfishly I'm going to ask you, what's the recipe?
Yeah, sure. So for PhDs who are in the sciences, in math, in engineering, and don't necessarily have are producing apps, right? Or actually building production code. It turns out that people in math and sciences, they do code, but they're coding cool algorithms and building data models in their day-to-day, right? So there are three principles that we went by. The first was to get people to learn production code, right? So instead of being the academic or the PhD that codes in MATLAB or R, we taught them or encourage them to learn Python, right? And speak the industry of language. So don't use Access as a database. Go learn SQL or MongoDB.
Sure. So these are analogous processes.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So just kind of retrofitting a PhD into a role that is that is more applicable to industry.
So empowering them to be able to do a completely different thing, which you weren't recognized for being able to do. That's so cool.
Yeah, so that was the first principle. The second principle was, so PhDs and academics in general, I think, are quite rigorous in the way they're thinking.
Sure.
And if you're thinking about entrepreneurship and building, you got to do it, you got to be quick. So you have to have the iterative mindset, right? So teaching people to go from rigorous mindset to iterative mindset was that second principle.
Okay.
And then the last principle is thinking around actionable insights versus just something that's interesting. So I can tell you that the sky is gray and gloomy in Montreal this morning or this afternoon, but the more actionable thing is make sure you bring an umbrella when you go outside.
Sure.
Yeah. And just so those are kind of the three principles, speaking the language of the industry, thinking iteratively versus rigorously, and actionable versus interesting.
And you and I are very well versed with the language of design thinking, and iteration is a huge piece of it. For those people who are listening who don't understand the iterative process, what's your definition of it?
The iterative process for me is really like the scientific method, right? So you have, but I mean, you do this rigorously too, but it's just how often are you testing your hypotheses? What systems and processes do you have in place to measure whether you're right?
Okay.
If you're not right, what's the next hypotheses that you should test? And it kind of just keeps going, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Ad infinitum. So that is an awesome way to get it started. But in the VC world, and we just met outside and we were talking very quickly about the gender inequality, if you will. And we just call that straight out. I've got a lot of VC friends in Palo Alto and on the peninsula, and the majority, bar two, and let's say out of a sample group of 40, are men.
Are men,
and they're
yeah.
predominantly white dudes as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So tell me a little bit about why is that, and how that works with your stuff in your fund.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things come to mind, and VCs now definitely recognize that this is an issue, right?
Okay.
And some people will call it a pipeline problem, which I'm not 100% sure I agree with. But
Okay.
the pipeline problem is essentially that, you know, there's a new generation of VCs that were former operators, right?
Okay.
So if that's the case, that means that the only female VCs that would, or the only females who would be suited for VC have to be entrepreneurs first, of which there are not that many to begin with, right? So I think that's like a scapegoat reason. Another reason that we've been given is that the way that venture capital is structured is really a 10-year life cycle.
Okay.
So bringing on new partners is not as easy as we think it is in terms of the legalities behind it, right? Like you're starting a partnership, you all sign across a dotted line, we have investors that we have to satisfy, and it's pretty, I don't want to say written in stone, but there's a lot of work that goes into amending these agreements that you have with your investors.
So just weaving this together a little bit, the narrative that I'm hearing is you saw the problem initially when you came to the Valley and you created a solution very specifically to help people speak another language.
Right.
I have dozens of female entrepreneur friends who are exceptional at what they do.
Yeah.
How would you help them construct the narrative to then move into a realm where they could be funded and controlling and contributing more to that sector?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I wonder how many women want to be in VC.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so I think, you know, when I was in engineering, there was a lot of, the Canadian government put a lot of money into affirmative action to get more women into engineering or in STEM in general. And, you know, I think there's definitely ways in which we can encourage that this is a subject or topic that women can excel at. But ultimately, you know, just like how I see with the movement from entrepreneur to VC, it's just not for everyone.
Got it.
So I think that the key is to make sure that if it is something that you are interested in, that there are opportunities to explore it. It's not an all-boys club, and that, you know, that it is a welcoming place for women to work. Right.
So let's pivot a little bit and go back to if that stands as true. If you're a female entrepreneur and pitching to VC that's predominantly X or Y, there's a recent Harvard study that says they give the exact same answers and put the same two responses together for a female entrepreneur who is pitching the same group and a male entrepreneur. You saw the study.
For sure.
I mean, the results are abhorrent, right?
They're horrible. Yeah.
So let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. You know, so when I think about what I won't speak to that study per se, but when I look at my pipeline of the entrepreneurs who pitch me, overwhelmingly, the women who are pitching us companies that are tech-enabled and not tech-heavy. So what that means is, you know, they'll create really incredible brands, whether it's makeup or a whole new, you know, like a recruiting business that is like what I built, right? So
sure.
It's enabled by technology, but it doesn't have necessarily exponential growth because you're limited by either a lot of capital, right?
Okay.
A lot of it's very capital intensive to grow like a retail brand, or to acquire customers through social media, right?
Okay.
So, you know, it's just like building a Facebook just looks very, very different in terms versus building a recruiting company.
Sure.
So I think with women, what we've seen is like women are not building tech-heavy or tech-first companies, which is why for venture, it hasn't been necessarily as strong of a fit.
Right.
I'm gonna get in trouble if I say this, but I think that's the truth.
Well, we would prefer to hear the truth here.
Yeah.
Certain.
No, when I look at our portfolio company in our first fund, we have two female entrepreneurs who are building really have really big, ambitious goals, right? So the first one I think of is a company called Shippo. Their founder, Laura Berenswu, she's building a shipping API. So in the same way that we have Twilio, which powers communication over the internet, right? Or Stripe, which is pretty much like a payment API that gives all apps an ability to have payment services. Shippo is the shipping platform that allows merchants, like anybody, anywhere, to ship packages, right?
So visibly, we can see the scale. I mean, just having this conversation, I know what the scale looks like.
Exactly. You know that they're providing a tech service because you can imagine that there's tons and tons of different carriers all over the world.
Certainly.
Right. Like from Canada Post to USPS to FedEx and so on and so forth. They only usually offer discounts to vendors when there's large volume, right?
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, most of us are not. If you think about the Shopify, the consumers or the users on Shopify, who you're gonna interview Harley next, those people are cool mom and pop shops that are probably making, let's say, $1 million a year, which is wonderful.
Totally.
But they don't have enough discount power to get the discounts that they would want to get from that they could get from a FedEx, right?
Economies of scale.
Economies of scale. So what Shippo does is just aggregates all this supply and treats everyone and says, like, together we are Shippo, right? And so you should, so USPS, FedEx, you should just treat everybody or like us, and we'll just pass down the discounts, right? So it's a very technically challenging problem because they're not doing it over the phone; they're doing it through tech pipelines and data pipelines, right?
And so I would be remiss if I didn't play a little bit of my own agenda here.
Yeah.
For those of you listening, it's Mark Brand back with you. I'm doing social impact and social innovation at a ground level, whether that be through food businesses or supply chains or systems design.
Yeah.
And what I really care about is every product that can influence a supply chain in a positive manner for our planet. So instead of saying design thinking, we're saying planet design. Like, what is the impact? What's the ripple effect? What's the butterfly effect, if you will, of these companies? And I think this is, C2 for me is a playground, because there's so many amazing young upstart companies who are thinking that way already. Do you agree, like in the VC world with all the things you see, how much of that is social innovation coming towards you now?
I'm starting to see it more, but it's always been kind of a challenge of ours. And it's something that we think a lot about at version 1, right? It's just, we think about we come up with theses of why we invest in things, but what we're starting to do more of, and I know other VCs are doing this as well, is starting to think like, why are we investing to begin with, other than to make money, or because we believe that if we put money into tech will make it'll help grow our own, we're just making the rich richer, right?
Okay.
So I think for us, we're trying to take a step back, and personally, I've started to be quite, I guess, strict on investing in things where technology can be the core to democratizing something or increasing the access of something, right?
Right.
And improving productivity, but the whole idea is that we're giving opportunity to everybody, and not just encapsulating all the wealth for a couple of big players, right?
Which runs against the grain of what has happened to this point, right?
Exactly.
We're saying we know that this market is very targeted. We were having a conversation about Viceland earlier. It's like Viceland has this very unique thing where 18 to 36-year-old men who are angry about life are captured by Viceland. And it's one particular thing they design specifically for them. Everything they make is for them. But what is the impact on those people who are already in a circle of negativity? Is there a positive impact piece? And that's not something that people think enough about.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, how do we make those lives better? We don't. We keep them angry because that's our demographic.
Yeah, that'll be what creates innovation, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I think we're starting to get there. It's just a change in mindset. I think before, VCs still don't want to invest in companies that are building tech for nonprofit because they don't think nonprofit is great, right? But I think, or there's not a lot of money in nonprofit as an example, right? But I think aside from that, I think it's just important for us to think, like, why are we here? Like, what do we fundamentally believe in as investors, and not just, okay, this is our job.
So let me ask you about the tension in that, because if we're saying that essentially VCs are not just that interested yet. I mean, when it comes to a tipping point, we realize that 70% of the population is one paycheck away from the street. That's a large target market.
That's crazy.
That's a real number, right? Yeah. That's one paycheck away. If you've got a friend, you've got a couch to sleep on, you could sleep in your car, et cetera. But that's still, if you don't have a residence, you're homeless. So if that's a market that we're preemptively designing for as social impact, well, tons of revenue streams are within that. And I think the narrative around that is difficult to sell across to a VC.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear, like, when you're in these rooms, first of all, you're coming from a minority, which is female VC.
Yeah.
Secondly, you're younger than the average VC. And third, you have these social pieces. I mean, it's going to be extremely challenging for you.
Yeah, I actually think that, you know, investors, you know, with the Airbnbs of the world, with the Ubers and Lyfts of the world, you know, we're starting to see that it's symbiotic, right? Like, if we can help and empower individuals to build a life that is not paycheck to paycheck,
yes,
we can all still benefit from that.
Yes.
So I'm starting to, and we see that with even productivity tools in the workplace, right? Suddenly we don't have to necessarily just sell big SAP systems to the Fortune 500 and that's the only way we can make money.
Right.
Suddenly the reason why it's easier and cheaper for for smaller companies, even smaller tech companies to do business is because there are other businesses who are building tools for them to use, like a Shippo, for example, right? So I think investors are starting to see the value in what they call the long tail, the Fortune 500 companies.
Sure, sure.
That even though you can sell to the Fortune 500 and make a ton of money, there's still a huge opportunity to help and benefit both monetarily and like socially and so on and so forth in the long tail.
Absolutely. I think you know, that's the discussion. I ran a master class this morning with a very diverse group of people, and I said we're going to solve for 4 different demographics, and they're all towards homelessness: families, veterans, youth who identify as bisexual or gay who are thrown out.
Yeah.
These groups, we need to define how we're going to solve for them specifically. And folks, every single narrative and every single pitch had community base in it.
Yeah, community is important.
Which is not how we do social impact. We say we're going to give out socks, line up here, we're open from this time. But this was more like weaving all of the nuance of like the businesses together, which is what you're describing.
Yeah,
if you give me a better tool, I can add that tool to what I'm doing, therefore accelerating it. So what you're saying, I guess, is, and if I can, the tech platforms that are being created through venture capital are going to impact as a tool.
Right. And you know, in theory, you know, there are going to be these companies that build tech that target the Fortune 500 companies.
Right.
But, you know, what's cool is, you know, or for better or for worse, like, you know, we look at Facebook and Google and Apple, like these companies have built, are major giants, and because they're so well capitalized, they actually offer a lot of tools for free.
Totally.
Right? I mean, people could argue that they're still, it actually stifles innovation because it means that no one can build those kinds of tools for other companies.
Right.
But the whole point is it's just getting easier to build software and tech that can help all of us and at a lower price point.
Love all of that.
Yeah.
So this is your first year at C2.
This is my first year at C2.
It's my first year back.
You're back, okay.
Tell me about your favorite parts. What have you enjoyed the most, coming from the personal lens as well as your VC hat?
Yeah, so I mean, I touched down yesterday at 2 a.m. and I arrived here at 7 a.m. So I spent most of my time in the green room, but I think just seeing the energy of the speakers, I unfortunately haven't gotten to talk to most of the participants, but the quality of the production is incredible.
It's crazy.
The quality, I can just tell that the quality of the people that come from this quality of production is really, really high. But just being able to have intelligent conversations from people of so many different walks of life in this green room has been incredible.
So good.
Like from journalists to, I mean, I was in the room with Steve Wozniak and we took and I could probably see him, but I never see him. The first time I've ever met him in person and shaken his hand is in Montreal. So that was kind of a surreal moment right there.
C2 does an exceptional job of curating and catalyzing these conversations, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the people that I've spent my time with here, I would never have written down. Given 100 odds, you can quickly go to trust. There's sort of a level of entry in it, and it feels really, really good. So let me ask you this. For the coming year,
For the coming year, yeah.
the coming year, you and your firm, as of today. So when you come back to C2 next year and we're hanging out doing this exact same thing, what is it that you're trying to achieve between now and then?
Oh, that's a really good question. From now and then. One of my personal projects right now is really on bringing more transparency into the startup world.
Amazing.
And by that I mean specifically on the data side.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of stories out there around, you know, how much money companies from whom and all that kind of stuff. That's public. There's a lot of private data about how much companies make that they keep very close to their chest. But I think there's a treasure trove of information that we can share that will help us build our community better. So for example, things like I want to hire a designer for my team, right?
Okay.
Like how much should I pay him or her, and how much equity should I give?
Right.
A lot of times founders ask their peers or their investors, and it's very anecdotal. There's actually no numbers for this. But there's no reason why we shouldn't be sharing this kind of information so that we can strengthen, you know, so it's data like that. Anything from how many females sit on your board, how much should I, my VP of marketing, all this data is not sensitive, but it's not anywhere that is accessible. And without that transparency, I mean, I think the transparency brings a community together. So that's what I'm actually working on for the next year.
Fantastic. So you and I have lots to talk about off mic, but I just want to thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much,
here at the
Mark,
C2
for having me.
Aquarium. Really nice hanging out, and I think you gave a great fresh perspective on a lot of things that we want to know about. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Aquarium at C2. My name is Mark Brand, and I'm excited to be here. I wanted to thank you who came by my masterclass this morning and hung out and invented 6 incredible platforms for social innovation in the startup world, and I'm blessed enough to have 4 people in front of me who are in the startup world. So I'm going to let you introduce yourselves, and we'll start with you, Emily. Tell us a little bit about you, your project, and what you're excited about.
Hi, my name is Émilie Nollet, and I'm the co-founder and co-CEO of EO, which is a French acronym for Écosystème Alimentaire Urbain, Urban Food Ecosystems. And what we do is we use our expertise in precision agriculture to generate community empowerment in communities. And we use the technology aquaponics to do that. So roughly, aquaponics is a closed-loop food production system combining aquaculture and hydroponics. You feed the fish will produce feces. The system will transform it into compost that the plants need to grow, and the plants will filter the water better than an industrial filter, give back fresh water to the fish, and there you go. You've got good, clean, ecological
Beautiful
food.
urban ag done in containers.
Efficient.
So you're using tilapia fish as your main fish?
No, actually not. It is not allowed in a commercial setting in Quebec province.
Okay.
But we work with indigenous species with soft water. So we work right now with trout, and we have experts for perch, for walleye as well. So we are working with some fish. Some of them are easier to deal with than some others, of course. And it's not as simple as that to domesticate fish, but we have the right experts to do that.
Right on. We have incubated multiple companies that work in urban agriculture in Vancouver that work with marginalized populations to employ them to do agriculture and get back on their feet through a sense of purpose. And many years ago, somebody brought me the rough plans for these aquaculture systems, and they're amazing. I mean, if we could have one on every block, our food chain changes very, very quickly. And I've never heard anybody use the word feces in there before, but that was call a spade a spade.
Let's call things the way they are.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing. And you, my friend?
So my name is Eitan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of First Digital. So we're building a mobile digital banking tech-enabled platform for small businesses and startups in Canada. And it's a platform that allows businesses to get their banking done, to manage their finances, and to integrate all of their financial products and services in one place.
Okay.
And we're actually teaming up with a deposit-taking institution to actually deploy this as a business banking alternative for the small businesses of the country.
Super interesting. So I'm a restaurateur by trade. I have a point of sale system, whether it's Squirrel or Profitec or any of those, Moneris as a payment taking system. This integrates directly with you.
So the idea is that your bank account should actually be integrating into all of the different forms of software that you're using to manage your business.
Okay.
Rather than it actually being a siloed piece of equipment that you're using.
Super interesting. I mean, there's an entire economy that we bring in that works with that, and of course in-house accounting or out-of-house accounting, but to be able to streamline that in a tight cash flow situation, which most small businesses are. Yeah. Very, very cool. Have you done any prototyping yet?
We've done over 120 user interviews.
Okay.
And our prototype of our mobile app is going to be coming to its first draft in a few weeks.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Drop me a note and let me play with it when it does.
Will do.
I'd love to have a look at it. Great. Moving on to you, Etienne.
Yeah. So my name is Etienne. I'm a co-founder of Uli123. And what we do is we help parents and children get more sleep. The product we developed is an Internet of Things device that use the same theory that NASA now use for the International Space Station in terms of good, proper usage of light, like no blue light before going to bed, red light during night to make sure the melatonin is at the highest level possible.
Okay.
And so essentially it's a small lamp in the shape of an owl that's battery operated, and it changes color to represent time. So it's very intuitive, and when for example, when Uli turns green, the child knows he can get out of a room. If it's red, he stays in his room. So there's no issue anymore of misinterpretation of the time from the child's perspective.
So many questions, but I think the first one that we should do for folks that aren't familiar, could you help us define the Internet of Things, which is the world that we're already living in but are going to be very much in soon?
Yeah, that's pretty broad. So basically the space we're in is pretty conservative. Most of the devices out there are still push button approach that parents have to figure out after like half an hour. They may have a proper schedule in place, and when there's a power outage, it goes out the door, or when the kid is just being a kid and presses on all the buttons at once just to see what happens, it goes out the door as well.
I would do that on the side. Absolutely.
Exactly.
That would be the first thing I do.
So the advantage of the Internet of Things in this context is the product itself doesn't have any press button.
Okay.
So it's an app that sits on the parent's phone that the kid doesn't have access to, that allows you to more easily set any schedule you want compared to press button, and in a more secured way because the kid doesn't have access to the setting at all.
Super interesting. And I mean, in my realm as well, the Internet of Things is like the Minority Report walk by, right?
Yeah.
So augmented reality or AR, where you're walking past something and everything is speaking to you, which scares me because I just say things now and I feel like either my Android or Siri is listening and they target me with direct ads. So they're hearing us now. I feel like there's going to be a child alarm clock on my next browser when I open.
Yeah.
Let's not test it right this second. We will shortly. That sounds really, really cool. Kevin, tell us about your product, what you're doing.
Yep. So I'm the CEO, co-founder of Hyacinth, and we are a synthetic biology company looking at engineering strains of baker's yeast to produce the active compounds from cannabis. So things like THC and CBD and other things. We can produce these things using industrial yeast, which can be grown at massive scales very consistently, as opposed to relying on, marijuana, which is like the smokable product that's, inconsistent to grow and very expensive actually. So replace everyone that's growing plants and let's grow yeast instead and have much better products and a better supply chain for medicine that people can actually depend on.
Very cool. So I'm from Vancouver, British Columbia. So obviously this is something we're very familiar with. There's a lot of marijuana enthusiasts in my neighborhood and in my city. CBD has become a very big part of our conversation in and around attention to deficit, all of these other pieces. Are you designing specifically with CBD products in mind as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So tell me more about that.
Our goal is to be able to make any kind of compound, really. THC and CBD are the main ones right now, and so those are, of course, high up on our priority list. But it's a system and a platform that we're building that is, does all kinds of stuff.
Right, and I don't want to get you in any kind of trouble, but there's been some pretty major arrests, including a few friends of mine operating out of Toronto and some of the things in Montreal. We've been promised legalization by 2018, but there's people being persecuted right now in and around that realm. So how does this fit with your business model, I guess, is my question.
Yeah, it's, for us and myself, it's like play it safe, go to Health Canada and tell them what we're doing, and we're very much this tech-oriented thing, so we're not going to try and, we need money and we need support from investors, and so we can't do anything that's questionably legal or whatever else, and it is unfortunate that everybody's, people are getting arrested, at this time, even though it's really coming close, but we are looking forward to the future when there are fewer restrictions for us to work on these things or develop products around this stuff, and a bigger economy of products that are better than what's available right now.
Absolutely. Regulation does bring in a higher quality.
And that's the key thing for Health Canada and a lot of these people is that they're not really about let's legalize this stuff because it's a great economic opportunity. It's more like we can legalize things and reduce the impact that the black market has on the population, which is much stronger than if you had a legal system versus black market. You can have healthier populations by having a legalization thing, than by leaving the black market as it is.
Love that. And I'm glad that I poked that a little bit further. So I want to know, you're developing platforms, it's 2017, you're building businesses. The world is in a crazy place right now, but the place that I'm most interested in is 70% of North Americans are facing one paycheck away from poverty and literally being on the street. The system is a huge hit. This is everybody's market. It's not just one part of a conversation. This is literally everybody that you're going to be interacting with. Have you given much thought, and you may have a whole platform to this, so I'm going to go with the heavy nodders and then move to the lighter nodders, about how your company is going to socially impact, whether it be other humans or ecologically in your case? Let's start with you, Emily.
We built our model around inclusion. I'm currently ending my my PhD in management, and I study how to fight social exclusion regarding food through an organization such as AO. So we built our whole business model to make food accessible to people because good quality, organic quality, local food is usually very expensive, and wealthy people can afford it, but what about more disadvantaged people who were not brought up to eat food, veggies and fish? And what about people who don't have the money for it or who live far away from the food production? So this is why we decided to focus on aquaponics and large-scale aquaponics.
Okay.
By doing things large scales, you do, of course, scale economies, and you're able to produce up to 10 times more food per square meter with aquaponics than you do with conventional agriculture, with no pesticides, no harmful fertilizers. So like just right there, you have way less expenses.
Absolutely.
And you produce more. So you can sell produce and fish at a much cheaper price and make it accessible. And the way we develop our business model is that communities own the farms. They purchase a license, but they own the farms, so that they're not working for us, they're working for the communities. They can employ local youth, or they can employ anyone they like, and we give the training and we collect data so that we can constantly give the knowledge that we get. Hey, look, this data means that. It means that you should put this food in that place in order to get better results. Amazing. So we really keep building on the open source technology of aquaponics at the same time, but we build a community feeling around aquaponics, and we know that there is enough for everyone. There can be enough food for everyone, and everyone will have enough on their plate.
So I feel like I started in the right place there. Yeah. You know, one of the conversations in urban agriculture is there's been great successes, but there's been massive failures in vertical farming. And what is the employment impacts for vertical farming? Well, it's one person pressing buttons and doing these things, whereas your model is very different and requires much more impact. I think one of the things when we look to automation is how many jobs are going to be lost when you're creating a project like yours. It's how many jobs are going to be created. And it's incredibly important moving forward. So I appreciate the attention to that as well. And jumping over, Eitan, I'm not saying that you got a big act to follow, but you got a big act to follow. Come with the fire.
Happy to follow it. It's a good act to follow.
Indeed.
You know, as you know, entrepreneurship is self-selective. Mm-hmm. No one's forcing you into it. So you want to make sure, at least in my case, that you are strongly aligned to what you're going to be building. And for me, everything that we're doing at First Digital is reverse engineering from social goals that I care about. And the big challenge of our time, or at least one of them, is financial inclusion.
Right.
And to me, one of the best ways to solve that by using all the levers of capitalism when they work correctly is through a thriving small business sector in the economy. It's the best way to reduce income inequality. It's the best way to give immigrants a chance to start over, and it gives a disproportionate amount of leadership opportunities to female and minority leaders that don't pop up in corporate America.
Right.
So the point being that when we reverse engineer that, the ability to allow a business to operate easier, with less burden, less stress, more effectively, and more cost effectively is the lubricant that allows that small business sector to move quicker and to grow faster.
That's fantastic. So what we talk about, and I think there's a very easy pivot as well, is in the not-for-profit or the social impact sphere, we spend way too much time and research data or trying to prove our data, and ultimately a lot of people are telling mistruths to get that next level of financing. If you have somebody controlling and helping you push all those buttons and being able to put those figures out, you're in control, you're in power. Right. Giving people agency is a big focus of mine. Giving them back their agency and their identity, especially their financial identity, is super effing exciting. So nice one, dude.
Absolutely.
Etienne?
So on our side, we're still a young company, very young company. We're just about to ship our first 500 units. But we've got a lot of interest from a specific community that we're interested in. It's the parents of children with autism or Asperger's syndrome. Mm-hmm. So the fact that Uli is based on visual cues and it's the color of the light that changes, that's representing time, makes it extremely interesting for them, because there's a difficulty to understand the notion of time. Yes. Depending on which Asperger's syndrome category you are a part of.
Sure.
And so based on that, we began, and that's one reason why we're here at C2. We began doing research and clinical studies with children's hospitals, and we're trying to figure out ways to establish programs that will give easier access to ULI to families that have children. I think, and it's as Ethan mentioned, there are a lot of challenges along the way when you're an entrepreneur. Selling ULIs for the consumer market is interesting. That's what we're here for. But we think there's a great story to tell to all the typical families, they're called, to say, hey, you know what? When you buy Uli, you're also supporting a family that has atypical children, being, you know, Asperger's syndrome or autism.
Certainly.
So
I mean,
it's not only on us, the co-founder. I think it's all our customers, all of us together will help in them. So I'm really hoping the results will be good, that we'll hear from those clinical studies, and who knows what will come out of it. We don't know yet.
I'm going to remember to connect you with somebody very specific. It's in my mind, there's a pin in it, and I'm excited for you.
Yeah.
Value-based model or a one-to-one model is just been beaten to death. But there's a reason why people like that. They want to be able to put their dollars behind something that is impacting positively, and almost everybody is 1 degree or 2 degrees away from somebody who identifies on the spectrum. So great work, dude. Kevin, going into you because we're running out of time, but I've got the laundry list. I feel like I could do your spiel, but please do.
There's a laundry list of things that I could say about, like, you know, cannabis relation with poverty and these other things that are going on. I mean, a few of the specific things that I'll touch on is one, people need access to good medicine, and right now cannabis is expensive. And I've heard, you know, politicians talking to me about this, like, hey, we have this issue of cannabis is too expensive for a lot of the, you know, impoverished population that actually need it. And so they're still dependent maybe on the street sources, which is then unsafe, and you create these problems, and so on and so forth. And our ideal world is that we're able to make this stuff consistent enough that instead of it being questionable whether or not, like, insurance should, like, provide for any of this stuff, it becomes a very, you know, obvious product that works, and then they're getting reimbursed by, you know, instead of having to buy the stuff themselves and paying taxes on it, and so on and so forth.
Certainly.
And then the other point that I'll make, I mean, in terms of reaching out to these kinds of populations and biotechnology overall, I'm very much cannabis stuff, and one of my side projects is basically focusing on creating maker spaces that are for biotechnology, so that anyone that wants to can learn these new skills and be part of this, like, you know, massive industry for biotechnology.
Fantastic. And now I'm being given the digital hook or the audio hook in this left earpiece right now. Where can folks find you? I'm just going to go very quickly around the table. What's the easiest place to find you from this far? And congratulations, by the way. All of these are really fantastic. As a long-term entrepreneur with a few businesses under my belt, I would readily invest in all of them, but I don't have any money, so don't ask me. Where can people follow you, and what is the best way to follow your journey?
We have a Facebook page. It's called EAU, so A accent aigu, EAU écosystème alimentaire urbain, or our web page, and then you can find our social network is EAU agriculture.com.
Awesome.
Come find us.
Thank you. How about you, brother?
So everything's on our website, www.firstdigital.com, and you'll know you're there because my face pops up and offers to talk to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, he is a handsome, handsome gentleman, so you're in good shape. How about you, brother?
So it's ooly123.com. There's a 20% discount for the next 5 weeks.
All right, get that pitch in.
That's the pre-order phase we're in right now, and help us out. You'll help autistic children as well, so why not?
Excellent. And Kevin, where can they find you aside from running for mayor?
Well, we also have a 20% discount on that. We are probably best is on Twitter at HyacinthBio, or at BKevinChen is me, and that's where I'll be posting, you know, most of my adventures and where you'll hear from us. Although we're a little bit quiet lately, and we're going to be quiet for the next little while because we've got a lot of stuff to build. But that's where you can find out the latest about us.
Great, man. Well, I'm sure we'll be hearing lots from you guys in the future, and it was an honor to spend some time.
Thank you.
Taking it.
Yeah, thank
Great,
you.
man.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your C2.
Thank
out
you.
there amongst it.
Thanks.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aquarium. I am Tammy Emma Pépin. I'm with you here this year to do the C2 Radio, and I'm honored to be joined by Jimmy Neilson, who is a photojournalist, who is a photographer and author of the book Before They Pass Away. Jimmy, you were here this morning at C2 Montreal. You gave a talk in the cabaret. How's your experience going so far?
Amazing, but I want to contradict you.
Yes.
Tammy, sorry, and it's not in a negative way. You introduced me as a
photojournalist. You don't want me to say, yeah.
I don't think I'm either.
Okay.
To be honest. And somebody asked me this morning, we had a workshop after the talk.
Yeah.
And they said, what would you advise me as a young aspiring photographer to do?
Yeah.
To end up doing what you do? And I contradicted her by saying that, yeah, I don't see myself as a photographer. I see myself as somebody who's on a journey, answering questions of who I am and using other people as a mirror to discover who that is. And by default, I have a camera.
Yes.
To do that with.
To tell those stories.
But the fascination is you.
Yes.
And how you perceive me. And the camera is purely the medium to take me on that journey.
Gotcha.
So half the time, I have no idea what I'm using as a machine.
Yeah.
But I'm obsessed with the interaction of the person.
And so I'm glad you're touching on this, and we'll come back to it a bit later, because I myself was even wondering, I was like, is this, because it's not journalism, right? When you go and photograph the tribes, it's not documenting exactly what you see. So it's your perspective of how you see the tribes?
It's two journeys. It's a very, very personal journey. As a child, I was somewhat lost for a variety of reasons, which I mentioned this morning, which I'm not going to repeat. And I went on a journey to try and find who I was.
Yeah.
I ran away as a kid for a variety of reasons.
How old were you?
17.
17.
I was abused by priests. I was told I was stupid because I was creative, and then my hair fell out when I was 16. So I felt I looked bad, I felt stupid, and physically I wasn't very happy. So those three experiences made me. You have to solve it. You either stick your head in the sand and disappear, or you go off into the world and you try and rediscover.
Yeah.
I dressed up as a monk and walked across Tibet for 2 years to hide with other kids with no hair. I took a camera, took pictures of the people I met, the amazing Tibetans. I came back, they were published. Somebody said, "You're a photographer." I wasn't then, and I'm still not interested in photography, but I'm fascinated in where the camera takes me and who I meet.
Yes.
I'm not a journalist. I'm not an anthropologist. I'm not an ethnologist. I am a very self-indulgent romantic who has used a camera and met extraordinary people in some of the remotest parts of the world, and I want to make them into icons. I want to celebrate them. I want to put them on a pedestal. And earlier we were listening to Mohammed about about wealth. I think wealth has to be redefined.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about what's on your bank account or what's in your pocket. It's who you are and what you represent culturally and in your authenticity. And that's very much this journey of personal self-discovery. Who am I? How do you perceive me? And not judge me for my appearance and how I feel, what I believe and how I talk, and vice versa. And the people I've met along the way.
And so when you left at 17 trying to answer some of these questions, I don't know how old you are now.
I'm 49.
49. Since that time, were you able to, did you find answers on that path?
I'm evolving, and you've never truly answered it. But you start to feel what you believe, who you are, and the journey that you're going on. And this is often discussed, it's not the destination, it's the process in getting there. We never get to the destination, but I now know the journey that I'm on.
Yeah.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, no, it
But
does.
I don't have a definitive answer. Much the same in the pictures that I make are indulgent. They're romantic. It's putting these extraordinary people on a pedestal, but I don't have the answer. But if anything, somebody said to me the other day, they said, "Jimmy, you don't take yourself seriously." And I said, "Well, what happened?" He said, "Well, I think what you're making is art." And I was a bit confronted and humbled. And I said, "Well, I'm not, because they are the art." And then he said, "Well, okay, if that's the case, then you're making them into art. And what pure art is, it's posing a question. And perhaps that's what I'm doing." So there is art involved. It's not my art, it's their art. And through their art and through the iconography, how I represent it, it's posing a question to us here in the developed world. How valuable are they, and what do they still have to teach us?
And when you go on these trips, because, I mean, like, you go to very remote places. Meeting all kinds of people from all walks of life and cultural backgrounds. What's the process to get them to trust you when you go and create these photos or this art?
It's very, very simple. It's vulnerability.
You show them vulnerability?
I describe myself sometimes, this is a very childish way of doing it, I'm Mr. Bean with a tripod.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
If wherever I go in the world I sit on an aircraft, Mr. Bean is shown on the screen.
Yeah.
The reason is because he doesn't use language, he uses physicality and vulnerability.
Humor also.
Physicality, vulnerability, which leads to humor. So we, as an audience, watch him, we understand completely what he's doing because he has breakdowns. He shows it in a humorous way, but it's very vulnerable. He's extremely vulnerable. That's what I end up doing by default. So I can't communicate verbally with most of the people that I photograph, but I spend most of my time on my knees crying and putting them on a pedestal. So there was a dance this morning in the theatre, so I'm going to get up. If you arrive somewhere, it's extremely important to invert how we normally do. I have to make myself very small.
Yeah.
I have to get down on my knees and essentially break down and say, you're the boss, you're in power, you're in control.
You do this to people.
You have to.
And how do they react?
You spend days, initially they're very aggressive and they kick and they punch and you're feeling very, very vulnerable and you can literally sort of, kick me or shoot me or eat me. But because I've given in like a dog does, like a pet, within seconds, they get bored, so the battle is won. You've won the battle. And then you regain the communication by slowly looking up, by touching, and then eventually you get excited by how they look, and you, oh, wow, you're amazing, oh, you're so handsome, you're so strong, and then you start touching and you're getting closer, and then by communicating your enthusiasm, you start to hero worship. And in that process, their chests raise, they get taller, they're bigger, they get stronger.
Yeah.
And then once that communication is made, you say, wait, look what I've got in my box. And in my box, I've got this very old technical camera. And I start building it on a tripod.
Do they get scared of the camera? Have they seen that before?
The dance of hero worship has already begun. So they forget that the camera's there. All they see is that I'm entranced by them. Yeah. And then in this process, then you get closer, and then you start, if you stand up here, reach it, that's it. And then if you imagine, your feathers, and you start touching, chest out, stand up. Beautiful, don't move. And you get very excited. And I do get intrinsically excited because I think they're beautiful. They're wild. I've never seen people do this. And then you need help. And you think, I need help because there's not enough light framing their face. So you run back into the village and you find 30 people and you give them reflectors. So before you know it, you have the chief standing and all the villagers are holding reflectors around his face, like in a studio, but with ambient light, all celebrating him. So they completely forget me. They completely forget me, and they're all looking at the chief, and they're all shining light on his face. And then if you make the picture, I'm using plate camera, so you stick film.
You're using what?
Plate film camera.
Okay.
So the film is about the size of these notes here.
Okay.
It's one sheet.
Yeah.
You focus very, very strongly. It takes a long time to get it right, and then you make one exposure.
Yeah.
And if the exposure gets right, you jump up and you hug each other. And then before you know it, other people in the village want to come because they want to be seen, they want to be touched, they want to be told they're strong.
They want to feel special.
Yeah. And it's very, very simple. Yeah.
That's amazing. And so
it's extremely simple. It just takes time and patience and vulnerability. Yeah.
And do you feel like there's still roads to be mapped and people to be haven't we photographed everything? I mean, I don't know how many photos now are being put out in the world through our digital things.
Somebody the other day told me that 3 billion
3 billion
pictures are being thrown online per day.
Per day.
I have 3 growing up children, young adults. They make 20 selfies a day, so that's 60 per family. There's a couple of dogs. They make pictures of the dogs. So on average per family, 100 pictures are being made, put online. So it's billions and billions of pictures.
Has that affected your work? The digital,
Yeah, but it's not. It's not. What I'm doing is not about. It's not about the photography anymore. It's about the story and what I'm trying to communicate. And I don't think people look at the pictures and say whether they're good pictures or bad pictures or how they're made or which camera. But it's a very, very clearly defined story of communication. And that's much the same as I told the lady this morning. She said, what camera should I buy? And so that's irrelevant. It's not about the camera. It's about who are you? First discover who you are and what you want to share and show and feel and communicate. And once you've done that, you will find a medium to do that with. And then it doesn't matter whether the whole world's a photographer or the whole world's a filmmaker, because it'll be an authentic process. Next to that, I actually think it's advantageous. And it's the reason why people are very interested in what I'm doing, is because the whole world's become a photographer. Everybody's making pictures. I'm not only making pictures of you, I'm making pictures of myself. It's all about how you use that portrait, that image, to communicate how you feel, what I think about you. So for the very first time, this has become this sort of global visual language. it's photography. So in many ways, it's advantageous that everybody's taking pictures, but nobody's a photographer anymore. It's purely a medium we use to communicate.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, because so the book is called Before They Passed Away.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, why are these tribes passing away?
There's two answers to the question. One, the title is controversial because nobody's dying, and pass away literally translated means they die. It's meant as a provocative title to illustrate that something is disappearing. Something is disappearing for two reasons: globalization and homogenization through the digital era. The digital era is fantastic, but the majority of people that I see and visit already have smartphones.
Yeah.
So they have visual reference to how others look. And their perception of how they should evolve and look into is our perception of what wealth is.
Yeah.
And they're abandoning their traditions. I would argue, and I'm trying to communicate to them and then others, they already have wealth, an extreme wealth, a wealth we've lost, and a wealth they shouldn't lose. So I'm trying to readjust that balance, but I'm not saying you have to stay half naked on a rock with a spear, because you may want a car and a telephone.
Yeah.
But in the process, don't completely abandon what you already have, because ironically, that's what we're trying to refine.
Yeah, it's funny because, so as you know, I spent quite some time in Morocco, and going back there, when you're here in the West, it feels like when people in the West look at certain countries in the developing world, they feel like there's not necessarily that much to learn from there. And to me, the world now no longer has a center. You know, like America is not the center. Europe is no longer the center. What have you learned from some of these tribes? I know that you spent a lot of time in Mongolia, for example. What are some of the things that you've learned from them that we could learn from?
I think the most important, and I think tribes is difficult, and some people criticize me, there aren't any tribes, let's say indigenous cultures. The one thing I feel very, very strongly, and I arrived yesterday from Kenya, and I was in northern Kenya with the Samburu in the Laikipia region. They're a prime example of it. They don't see themselves as necessarily a separate entity from the nature that they live in. It's an all-encompassing whole body. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So they're part of it as much as nature is part of them. We've disassociated ourselves from the natural world. We've given ourselves the impression that we're stronger and that we're better. Subsequently, we don't understand the value of it, and we're destroying it. They are the antithesis thereof. They cherish it. That's what we have to still learn and see from them. They are very much part of it.
Yeah.
So that's probably the most important aspect of it.
Next
to that, within that, you know, the irony is I feel we've sort of overdeveloped. We're eating ourselves. These people, they have some of the most fantastic rituals, religions, cultures. Aesthetically, they're powerful. They have bodies to die for, because they live it, they are it, they eat it. We spend the whole of our day sitting behind a computer thinking we're progressing, and then disappearing off to a gym a couple of hours a week, eating shit. It's a bit of a melodramatic perspective on it, but they really do have a balance, and a balance with which we have to readdress. So I photograph them in this very romantic, iconic point of view. Admittedly, they don't look like that when you arrive on a Saturday morning and they've just left a party. But I spend weeks with them saying, come to me at your proudest, come to me at your most celebrated, because I want to put you on a pedestal. Because there is a message I want to communicate in how you look and who you are.
Yeah. Well, Jimmy, thank you so much for being with us. I could talk to you for hours, but I'm being told we have to. There's so many people here at C2, so much content. Thank you so much. And I will, follow you on Instagram and get the book.
If I can give you a compliment, you are the antithesis of the beauty of the cultures combined. So wearing the jewelry in your look. So hold on to it.
Thank you so much.
Keep going back to it and keep sharing it and showing it, because where half of your DNA comes from is one of the most extraordinary places on the planet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we're going to pass on the mic.
Welcome to the C2 Aquarium. I'm here with Georges St-Pierre, Justin Kingsley. Thanks for being here, man.
Thank you for having me.
Well, listen, I want to start with the obvious question, because in the last few months, we know after the Hendricks fight that there was a great deal of many questions surrounding what you were going to do. You took a hiatus, and then recently we heard you were going to come back and fight Michael Bisping, but it looks like that fight may not happen. So can you tell me what's happening? And I heard something about a minor surgical procedure in January that slowed things down. So what's up, George?
I was advised to not discuss the real matter of why I was taking a longer time to come back. But now that things are turning to a negative, I'm gonna say the truth about it. As a pro athlete, we never want to mention health issues, the injuries. But I did add a medical problem to my eyes. I needed to have a surgery done.
And it's the kind of thing that takes 6 to 8 months, right?
It takes a longer time. UFC was aware of it, was aware that I medically I couldn't fight the summer, but they still insist of doing the press conference with Michael and I, which my team and I were not very excited about it. We wanted to fight Michael, but we didn't want to make the announcement right away, but for business purpose, they wanted to push it to make the announcement. Then it turns out to a negative vibe to me, because there were most people are thinking that I just don't want to fight in the summer because of I have my agenda full. The real reason is medical reason. My doctor doesn't allow me.
So your health is great right now.
My health is great. It's a little thing. It needs time to heal, but I cannot start sparring before September.
Okay.
And if I cannot start sparring before September, that means the fight need to be anytime after October.
Because your training camps are on average 7-8 weeks, right?
Yes, but I always said that if I would come back, I needed to fight someone. It needed to be a fight that excite me. Fighting Michael Bisping was something that was really exciting me and was exciting him as well, because I felt if I come back, I need a fight that could elevate me. And fight Michael Bisping, he was champion in a higher division. It was exciting me. It could elevate me, and also.
And you could elevate him.
I could elevate him. Everybody want to fight me because they know if they fight me, they're gonna make sometimes twice as much money that fighting another guy because of the pay-per-view buy. Because I sell a lot of pay-per-view, and I know that if I'm fighting someone, also I would make him a big purse.
A very rich person.
And I have much I dislike Michael Bisping because of his attitude and his and the way he is towards me. He's very arrogant. I admire him as an athlete, and he's one of the athletes that pay his dues in the sport. He's one of the athletes that had the courage to stand against the doping problem in the sport, and he's one of the athletes probably who has the most fight in the octagon and has the most win. He beat my record. So, and he also has the title as a higher weight class than me. That's for this reason that I felt I was happy to give him the opportunity to have a purse, because he never won $1 million in his career. During all that time, he never made that money, and I was happy to give him the opportunity to make $1 million. But even though I would give him a very bad beating.
Yes, exactly. Well, I certainly hope so. But let me ask you. A lot of people ask me this question too. We've known each other for some time, and they go, this guy is quite possibly the greatest of all time. He's got all consecutive title defenses. The people who, people like Anderson Silva, I think their shine is gone a little bit from their record, and they're like, why? George doesn't need the money. He doesn't need another win. What is it that's inside of you that made you say, I've got to come back, and I've got to get back in that octagon, and I got to fight again? A guy who's...
First of all, I do not believe I'm the greatest of all time. I believe the greatest right now of all time is Demetrius Johnson, and sadly, he doesn't have the popularity that he deserves.
Yeah.
Secondly, the reason why I wanted to come back, I take a lot of risk, of course, I put my legacy on the line. That's why I need to be someone that it excites me and can elevate me. Everybody is dangerous in this game. There is no coward in this game. There is people that makes more money, that sells more than others. There's people that have more skills than others, and everybody want to have more money. It's a sport that, unfortunately, most guys, they don't make a lot of money. Starving. Everybody's starving. They all pissed off. They want to make more money, and that's for the reason that I'm the target. Also, why I want to be back is because of the regret. I've done a lot of stupid things in my life, and most of a lot of things that I'm not proud of that I've done, but the thing that I'm the most stuff that I have not done. I don't want to, for example, 60 years old, thinking about my life and telling myself I had the best infrastructure I ever had. I was in the prime of my career, of my shape. I was an opportunity to come back to rewrite the story, and I didn't do it. Yeah. That's regret that I don't want to live with.
But I remember being at your house one night, and we're watching the fights. It's a Saturday night. There's a lot of house on the sofas. But at some point, I leaned back like this, and I looked over, and there you were. You're looking right back at me, and you showed me your hand, and it was shaking. And that's when I understood for the first time. I think, okay, maybe it's okay, but what's that feeling? What's that urge? How do you explain that draw to get back in there?
Is it like a drug? But I would say that if I come back and I'm not successful, I'm going to retire right away. If I come back, is because I and my training partner and my trainer believe I'm a better version than what I was when I left off. I left off, I had a lot of personal issue and mental issue because I felt I was against the old system. I was not in a happy place. Now things has changed. I don't have a lot of fight left. Yeah. I'm 36 years old. I just turned 36. That's for this reason that the fight that I choose, I want to rewrite the story. I want to take something that is good for the organization, but also that can elevate me. It has to be a win-win situation. Yeah. In this sport, most of the time, it's only win on the promotion side. Yeah. And I understand a lot of everybody is pissed off about this situation, and that's why I needed to come back and that's why I needed to come out publicly and tell the truth about what's going on, because it turns out to a negative about me.
Well, it's funny, I sense a shift in GSP. I sense like a new version of George, because for years, for a decade, you know, the UFC would say, you're going to fight this guy on this date in this place, and you went, okay, I'll do it, and you won. But now I almost feel like it's a guy who's decided, no, I'm going to take charge of my own life, and I'm going to do it my way. Is this true?
If you take, for example, in boxing, people that have the same notoriety as me in boxing, they have a choice to choose who they fight. During all my career, I shut my mouth up. I fought whoever they put in front of me. I've done everything they've done. It's only at the end that I decide to talk about the problem, performance-enhancing drug, and that the reason why I left. Now things has changed. Things have changed, but now I've changed too. It has to be a win-win situation. The reason I want to fight Bisping, like I said, is that one of the guys that pays dues in the sport, and I have no longer of coming back and make a cheater a millionaire. That's not my goal. If I fight someone I know he's gonna make money on my back, it's a big risk. But at least I'm gonna fight a guy who's proper guy, who has an honor, who never cheat, who's a clean guy.
Those are the martial arts values that we know and we assign to you. You said it to me many years ago. You said, yeah, I'm a mixed martial artist, but I'm a martial artist first, before UFC, before anything. And I find it interesting that recently you've gone back to your roots and you've been really focusing a great deal on karate. Is that right? Tell me a little bit about getting back into the dojo, and what is karate bringing to you in terms of how you're trying to reinvent yourself as a fighter?
I know that if I come back the same as I left the sport, it's going to be very bad for me. So I need to come back in a better version. I need to be creative. In those 3 years and a half, it's not like I was sitting on the couch. I was reinventing myself, learning new tools. It's like when you go in war, you have new weapons. I do have a lot of new weapons now. I came back to the source. Karate was the sport that made me successful at first, and I went back to karate.
All right. Well, George, that's exactly Exactly, perfectly timed. 2 rounds in the octagon, the Aquarium octagon with Justin Kingsley at C2. Georges St-Pierre, thank you very much for being here. Merci, Georges.
Make me feel good to clear that off my chest.
Glad I could be there for you. Thanks, man.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the C2 Aquarium. It is my distinct pleasure. My name is Mark Brand, to be hanging out with the one and only COO of Shopify, my man Harley. Can you
Hey, man.
Thank you, man. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Great to have you.
This is really cool. The only problem is I think I followed George St-Pierre in this chair, which is a pretty big act to follow, I think.
I feel like you and I should just start throwing chairs around a little bit.
I'm a short Jewish lawyer. I'm not sure I can fight at all. So yeah.
We'll skip that part for later. We
All
can
right.
discuss that over drinks.
All good.
Tell me about your C2 experience so far. How's it going?
It's amazing. Last year was my first C2 I'd ever been to, and every year I'm blown away. I'm blown away by the production. I'm also blown away by the people.
Right.
One of the cool parts of C2 is you can basically take a seat anywhere you want, randomly grab a coffee or grab a bottle of water or something, and just kind of wait, right? And within a matter of a minute or two, someone super interesting will sit down next to you. And that may be someone you can share best practices with or war stories, or that may be your next business partner.
Absolutely.
And that, I think, is incredibly interesting about this place. The curation is pretty incredible.
It's really amazing. Will Travis, president of Sidley, and his thought process around catalyzing change through having the right people in the room. People use a lot of buzzwords, and then you step into this thing, you're like, oh no, this exists.
This is it.
And C2's been just refining it and refining it and refining it
It's
to a
legit.
point. It's so good. Now, we were just having a quick chat before, and I was interviewing 4 startup folks who come in all different shapes and sizes earlier, and they were just so dialed in. But I think one of the things that they were struggling with is lessons in entrepreneurship because they haven't gotten to that place yet. And I know this is a topic that a lot of people do discuss, but you've been exceptional at it. Can we talk a little bit about what you're excited about within entrepreneurship right now?
So I think the biggest trend that people still have not fully realized is that the cost of failure of entrepreneurship is trending towards zero.
Okay.
I mean, that is substantial. If you go back to our grandparents' generation, when they started a business, they basically, if it didn't work, they weren't going to have a roof over their head and they weren't going to have food on their table.
Absolutely.
Go back one generation, our parents' generation, if it didn't work out, they were going to owe a lot of money to the bank and may have to declare bankruptcy.
Okay.
In 2017, if you want to start a business, for $29 a month, you can do it on Shopify.
Right.
And all you need to know how to do is basically set up like an email account. Like that is the technical requirement you will need to start a store on a platform like Shopify. So I don't think people fully appreciate the cost of failure trending towards zero, and they need to embrace that. The second thing is there's this kind of topic or buzz term that's kind of going around, which is side hustle. Right?
Okay, yeah.
And I think this idea is actually it's not getting enough credit.
Okay.
It's kind of a buzzy thing, right? If you go back, even 10 years ago, if you had kind of a side project and you work in a big company, it was typically frowned upon.
Right.
I don't think that's the case anymore. I think today, I can tell you for more than 2,000 people that work at Shopify, a lot of our staff, they have side hustles. They got little businesses on the side. They may have big businesses on the side. We encourage that. We think that gives them a much more, that gives them more empathy for the merchants we serve on our platform. It also makes them more interesting. It makes them more current. It makes them more knowledgeable. What the heck is going on? And so I love the fact that entrepreneurship is on the rise. I love the fact that anyone can do it. In many ways, it's kind of been democratized.
Right.
You don't need to have rich parents. You don't need to have an MBA. You can kind of just start something. And if it works, you scale it. And if it doesn't, you try something else. That, I think, is dramatic.
It really, really is impressive. And I think that these smaller businesses and those rapid prototypes of going actually to market, you're not like testing that local, hyper-local thing anymore with friends and family directly. You're like, no, I can just go to market with this and
do it.
And the risk is there. I really enjoy that. And I also like the fact around, entrepreneurship and being hyper-local is a thing that we're talking about too, and creating those communities.
Right, yeah.
You curate a community and encourage a community on side with building their other hard skills or business skills.
Right.
So do you have got a favorite of like this side hustle turned into X?
I mean, it's a good question. I'm not sure I have one great example. And to be honest with you, I think the great part about side hustle is that it may not turn into something more substantial, or it may turn into everything for you. It may turn into your life's work and stuff. But there is something, I think the connotation of entrepreneurship in general has changed.
Okay.
And so I spent half my formative years in Montreal living here, and then I moved to South Florida. And I talked about this on stage earlier today, but the biggest difference was in Montreal, there was sort of this appetite for entrepreneurship. It was this great thing. People were, I got high fives for being a 13-year-old entrepreneur who had a little DJ business. I did.
Right.
And when I moved to Florida, and particularly the area that I lived in, it wasn't encouraged the same way. It was sort of, you became an entrepreneur when you didn't get into law school or medical school and stuff. Right. And it was almost like it was a backup plan.
Sure.
And I think that today, it's no longer a backup plan. It's not something you do when you can't do something else. It's something you do when you have a real passion and you want to make a real dent on the universe. That is great.
Absolutely it is. The narrative around the entire industry has completely changed. And I think for me, every time I drop into C2, I learn so much more about where we're going, legitimately where we're going. So that's the future of AI is a big topic here. What does that mean for you as a company, you as an entrepreneur, you as a leader? Like, what are the things that impact heavily for you?
I mean, there's some obvious ones for us. There's some obvious integrations or interactions with AI. So, one example is we have this thing called Shopify Capital. And Shopify Capital provides cash advances to our merchants. So because we see so many, we see the entire transaction for all of our merchants from the second someone buys something to the second it gets deposited, we can make very quick decisions on who to provide additional capital to, and that capital gets used to grow their businesses. Well, the idea of having AI and working with the AI technology, it means we may be able to allocate capital much faster, more rapidly, make better decisions.
Right.
So that's just one simple example, but the impact of AI is, there's a lot of hype around AI, and I don't think it's overhyped yet. Where I think what's going to be really important is how do we commercialize all the things we're doing, right? You have these big AI clusters, both in Montreal and Toronto. You have governments funding massive amounts of money, I think, to the tune of $300 million. But we actually have to commercialize those AIs and figure out what is the practical uses of them. Because otherwise they just become pedagogical projects. And within our business, we can think of a ton of different things. So another example is we can look at a merchant's journey and figure out where are they going to get stuck based on what we've seen from other merchants, and then push to them insights and perspectives and tools to get over that hump much faster.
What an incredible way to learn historic best practices from Tuesday.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
That's so rapid and incredible. While you were speaking, I was thinking of Mohammed Yunus, who I had the pleasure of working with last year, and thinking about microfinance as a direct sort of like line to what you're talking about. Not only are you saying for $29 you can be an entrepreneur, we may just finance you outside the gate and learn how to do it within weeks. That's pretty incredible.
It is pretty incredible, and that's what I mean by this whole concept of entrepreneurship is completely changing. For a long time, even the geographic barriers of entrepreneurship was fairly localized to your city. You couldn't really go beyond your city. You had a brick and mortar store here. What the internet has done and what technology has done is made it easier, but it's also made it a global thing. So you can start a business today, and at the same time you're selling in Montreal, you're also selling in Southeast Asia and South America and Europe and all these different places. That is quite incredible, and that was only possible years ago if you worked with some big company that had distribution.
Certainly. I think we were in retail in the early 2000s, and we watched a lot of our friends who are distributors of streetwear start to do the online store, and watched how it completely changed their business. And instead of running away from brick and mortar as well, they were like, we can just use our brick and mortar as more of a community space
showroom
around what
experience,
we do.
exactly. So you brought up something that I think is fascinating, which is this idea of this direct-to-consumer macro trend.
Right.
And you look at someone like Ronnie from Kith.
Okay.
Right? Ronnie's one of my favorite stores on Shopify. I mean, Ronnie creates this incredible brand with Kith. He makes it, he sells it, he has a direct relation with the people that wear it. That to me is where the future retail is going, where brands are going direct to the consumers and they own the relationship, as opposed to brands going to some retailer who has 20 or 30 or 100 other brands and they don't really have an appreciation for the brand itself. That direct to consumer wasn't happening years ago. It was happening with some of the luxury fashion items like the Louis Vuittons of the world were always going direct to consumer, but I think this direct to consumer trend, we are just scratching the surface, and a lot of it's being powered by Shopify.
And I'd like to poke that a little bit, because when young entrepreneurs come through, they're like, will I get lost in the noise of the digital era? Do I need to have a brand presence on the ground to actually stand out amongst the stuff? Kith is an incredibly strong brand. Shopper myself from there. Love the stuff, love what they curate, love the narrative they've created. But in a digital era, I'm a guy, how do I not get lost in that narrative, like the longer sort of view of what's going on?
So the flip side of this democratization of entrepreneurship is that if it's easy for anyone to do it, then anyone can do it.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, you have more competition.
Right.
I think the main difference is, rather than the main ingredient for success being capital, which it was years ago, it is now creativity. Okay. So how does Linton from Herschel, homegrown story from Vancouver, where you're from, how does Herschel become one of the hottest backpack companies on the planet? It's because they're creative, they care, they care about quality, they care about that every consumer that buys their backpack understands why this is different than any other backpack. So I believe successful brands and great entrepreneurs will always rise despite the noise, despite the amount of other companies that are trying to do it as well. So I mean, that brings me to like this idea that, you know, years ago, if you wanted to drive traffic to your online store, you tended to have to use something like AdWords or some ad platform, which is
right. Yes.
Today, you can use social media. You can commercialize and monetize an existing audience, right? So again, it's easier to do it. But just because you have an audience doesn't mean you can just simply push them random coupon codes or random You know, ads or not ads, but just messages, hey, buy this stuff. You have to figure out a hook. You have to create value for them. And so I think some entrepreneurs view that and potentially get lazy. But the entrepreneurs that do really well are the ones that say, look, I have an opportunity to get in front of consumers in a way that I never had before, and I'm not going to take advantage of that. I'm actually going to use that opportunity to over-deliver on their experience and on the value.
Yes, I couldn't agree more, and Herschel being that great thing of how can I partner with everybody that I always wanted to get down with as well, which is super fun.
They're one of my favorite Shopify stores. They're an incredible story.
Super good, man. I know your time is super valuable. Thank you for taking it with us and hanging out.
Really fun.
Super good, man. Let's go find GSB and see.
Yeah, exactly.
Fight
him. Maybe fight him a little bit. Yeah.
Pleasure, man. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to the C2 Aquarium. I'm here with Professor Dava Newman and Joanna Pena-Bickley, who have quite an interesting launch coming up. I'm not sure if you did part of the launch today, because your site still has a countdown for 80 days. It crashed my phone too, but your site still has a countdown. I'm going to get into your backgrounds, but first I want to talk a little bit about Think's Machine. What is it, and how does it connect data, humans, technology together?
Sure. Well, let's start with Think's Machine is a social enterprise that we've opened up, and it is really kind of restless renegades who believe that we can help realize the Bucky Fuller dream of creating an operating manual for Spaceship Earth. If we think about it today, we're in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, right? We have all the tools available to us, but we really haven't applied those tools towards climate in a way that actually unites some of our economic, ecological, and sociological goals. And this is the opportunity to do that. So we've really focused in on creating, while Think's Machine is the company, a platform called Earth Thinks. And Earth Thinks is essentially decoding the Earth's data. And Dava's former role as the deputy administrator of NASA, I think one of the brilliant things that was done in the last administration was data.gov, and really thinking of the Earth's data as an open data repository.
Yeah. Well, so open data is something we know is essential to get anything done, really. How important was it for you to do that, to unlock that?
Oh, it was huge. And now that it's there, and it will be sustainable, but again, now it needs to be curated. So with the gigabytes and gigabytes of data, people don't know what to do with it. So that's where we come into, let's curate the data, right? Let's help people make sense of it. So we do a lot of supercomputing visualizations, kind of make it very intuitive, which will be a lot through visual communication. It has all the data there. But, so essentially this is let's have a conversation with the Earth. Because the Earth has a voice. It's a living, breathing system. And we say, but we have to engage in conversation, make it very intimate conversation. What can we do? What can we do to help, to heal, to regenerate? And then we think that collectively across this spaceship Earth, we like to call it, we'll have people really wanting to do the right thing. So we want to empower them. We want to just, everyone out there with good intentions, want to just change their daily habits just by a little bit. They need some solutions. So it's about the big data, curating the data, making sense of it, and then giving people options, and then letting them act on it. So it's really kind of collective action to help regenerate Earth's systems.
Let's give people an idea of the kind of data that we're looking at. It's not just temperature. This is everything that you're looking at.
It's everything. So we have 20 Earth-observing satellites right now. They orbit every 90 minutes, and that's just the U.S. and the NASA and the NOAA satellites, the European Space Agency. So we all collectively, through open data, we share all this data. It's open to the public. It's open to everyone to try to help and make sense of it. But the data is sea temperature rise. It's looking at all the land. Our Landsat, the satellite constellation called Landsat. It maps soil, moisture. So this is for agriculture. This is for oceans. This is actually for the air. And then we actually go as far as to near space, so low Earth orbit and in. So we're really combining data from all those domains of ocean, land, air, and near space. Because again, it's a living, breathing system. You can't look at the oceans without studying the land. So you have to look at all of them together.
And these are not immeasurable data. This is things that you can actually look at and do something with. Now the problem is, and we can talk for another 3 hours about this, how do you implement that? How do you take that data and you show it to people who have denied that it exists and that it's there, and have them use it to do something positive?
So I think that it's really important to understand that the numbers are in our favor right now. And I say, because I think you bring up a really good point, and I think it's a little bit of a red herring. According to Pew, as late as 2016, 75% of North Americans, so both Canadian and Americans, when surveyed, asked whether or not they believed in climate change and whether or not it was human related. The answer was yes. The problem that we have today is that we have a lot of individuals attempting to do things. We're collecting a ton of data. However, we really haven't been able to synergistically bring it into a system and then get people to a next best action. So the reality is that there are plenty of people. You think about 75% of just the people in North America, right, that want to do good, but don't have necessarily the answers on how it's going to impact. What do they need to change in their everyday?
Concretely, what do I need to do to make that difference? Right.
Is it, is it my daily habits of the way that I move about the earth through mobility? Is it a way that the food that I eat? All of these have all these interactions from, kind of think about it in eat, play, move, right, live, and work. All have impacts on the earth. And I think one of the things that we're really looking forward to doing is combining the data that Dava talked about with economic data that is open and available, in addition to some of the sociological data, and social data. So think about it as unstructured with structured data in order to actually give a real voice to the earth. So when you ask her through, our chatbot, something as simple as, where's a ecologically great place to eat, that we're able to serve you up those options with the science behind it. And I think that's the important part, that, this is based in science, and bringing science into the everyday conversation, that I think that we need to understand that everything that we do has that impact, and then inevitably has a scientific fact. It's not an opinion, it's not something that wouldn't necessarily recommend.
Yeah.
Well,
the data is unequivocal.
Yeah.
So, the data is unequivocal. So you need to share that with people. People are smart. I also give people the, benefit of the doubt. So, I just show people the data and they get it. And because we have sensors all over the earth, from the sea to, so just share it with people. People are smart. Just share the people data, and then we move on to what action can we take, and it really is about collective action. We can all do something, and it seems a little bit daunting. Well, sure, my one action, but again, just convince people and say, yeah, but everyone around the world did that. Guess what? We would make a huge difference. So we're betting on people working together. We're betting on the future again, but the data is underneath it, and once you share that with people, they get it. But the science is scientific fact. And there's no alternative facts. Science is scientific facts. Now, what people do with that, so it's not that
of course.
This is the data. Here's the scientific, and people are smart. They get that.
It shouldn't be a hard sell.
Exactly. It is.
It's not a hard sell.
I think one of the things that when we talk to, whether we're talking with consumers or advertisers or even CEOs, right, that are making incredibly big decisions in absence of this data, right? What is their impact to the world? When I think, if I'm a consumer packaged goods company and I'm thinking about bringing a new product to market, how is that supply chain or that product actually impacting any part of the community? And I think one of the things that we fundamentally believe is that when you can get people to get to collective action through basic nudging, the science of really thinking about, I want to have a conversation with the planet, I want to have a conversation in a way that's going to nudge me into not telling me I'm always wrong, but showing me the right way, in a really positive manner, that people will make the right decisions. I think most people, when they know better, they do better. Yeah. And fundamentally, people know that there's a problem, right? I think we use the analogy in health, right? The spaceship, we have kind of this, we've developed a bad relationship with Spaceship Earth. It has a fever. How do you reduce that fever? Well, there are plenty of very practical things that you can do at an individual level, at a policymaker within our cities, at that level, through academia, as well as through business.
And you mentioned something interesting, because it's every system. It's our food supply chain. It's farmers using different practices with that data so that they can use it to produce more environmentally friendly with food with less of an impact on it. Right. So maybe your organic kale will not be so harmful to the planet.
Absolutely.
Even though I don't think it's that harmful now, but everything could be a little better.
But if we think about it, it may help the farmer, and I think that's a great use case, because there's a million use cases. We've decided to start with the consumer, because inevitably I believe that it is that collective consumerism that's going to take us to kind of the next step where businesses will follow. At a time when everybody's trying to figure out what their customer wants, their customer actually wants the planet to be saved in a really simple way. Yeah. And they want ways to do it. But the use case around agriculture, I think, is so important, because it is our food supply. The oceans is our food supply. And I think some of the most interesting and enlightening data that I've been able to uncover while we've been building Earth Thinks has been the impact on climate on indigenous communities and communities of lower social economic standing. The reality is we're making it more and more expensive for them to get to good, sustainable food sources. And that is something that we collectively want to stop and reverse.
Because that's a cycle, right? You can't give them access to that. They have poorer health, poorer education, cannot go anywhere, and we've essentially just forgotten about that and compartmentalized that part of the population.
So yeah, it really is to empower people. Look at island nations. I mean, they get it. They see anyone who's in agriculture, anyone who's by the sea, because you see the changes happening, right before your eyes. So then we say, but we need to empower. What can we do about it? So let's act, because it's all, I think the solutions are all in the regeneration of oceans or climate. So what can we do to regenerate? It's healing, but it's not about conservation anymore. I think actually we've kind of run the experiment on conservation. We tried conservation, this is where we are today. But what if we really regenerate? And that's the potential, to really look at mixed crops, to look at, some of the fisheries have to be closed down on enough, but they do regenerate. I mean, that's the amazing thing. This is really a living, breathing spaceship Earth. So if we act as good behavior, good actors, there's a lot of us, so that's why the urgency is now. It really is quite urgent to try to sustain, regenerate, and then look to a brighter future. And we have choices here. So that's what we're saying is, we just share the information with people, let them see it, offer potential solutions, and see how we can really all act together.
Which I find absolutely hysterical, because you are at astronautics and engineering, things not to do with Earth generally, but leaving it.
Well, that's right. Well, we will become interplanetary. Yeah, my two passions, exploration and getting people to Mars. Why? Because I'm, an explorer. But all of our exploration into the solar system, now we're at Pluto and Jupiter. The reason all of our exploration tells us about Earth. Earth is my favorite planet.
Well,
Earth is my favorite planet. We're looking for life in the universe.
What we know about Earth and what we could teach ourselves about other planets that we could possibly use. Like, how strong is that link?
Well, Mars and Earth are both 4.5 billion years old, sister planets. The reason we're so fascinated with Mars is because it once was probably habitable, warm, could have had life. So whatever we learn about life, past life on Mars, it tells us about Earth. We have many planets and moons out there, systems that have lost their atmospheres. Well, guess what? Our atmosphere is very precious. It's changing. So in all of our exploring out into the solar system, it really tells us and it informs us about life here on Earth. This is the best planet by far that we know of, but the other ones, again, really tell us about what's happening here. So essentially, we're looking, for the questions in the universe. Where do we come from? Where are we going? But all that, again, we have to bring home to Earth.
Well, I think it's interesting that you mentioned that about Mars, because, of course, we're getting a lot of data back from Saturn. And we also found that there's water and ice on Saturn, I believe, there. What is that telling us about the potential of those planets? Like, I mean, but their atmosphere is no longer valid, so do we just sort of say, well, that's not going to happen? Like, how do we take that data?
So it's a moon of Saturn, Titan, actually has it. So we call them ocean worlds. So there's a half a dozen ocean worlds, Earth being the most important ocean world. That's why we're focusing here. But then when you look out to Europa and to Titan, to Enceladus, we know these are ocean worlds. So there's water, probably under huge ice sheets, but we'll go there in science missions to kind of sniff, see what the chemical constituents are. Again, they have the potentiality. There's hydrogen, are there carbons, sulfurs, what's out there? These are places that could all harbor life. Now, chances are it could be single cellular type of living life. That's what we expect to find. On Mars, it's probably 3.5 billion year old fossilized life that once existed. But no, all of this tells us more about life in the universe. Surely we're not the only ones, and I think within the decade we'll probably find life somewhere else in the universe.
But we have to take stock of what we have. So, Professor David Newman, thank you so much for joining me, and Joanna Pena-Bickley, thank you very much from Thinks Machine.
Thank
you.
With me in the C2 Aquarium is the founder of Zuckerberg Media, best-selling author, and editor-in-chief of Complicated, Randy Zuckerberg, as well as running her own media production company and running a website that looks at technology in our lives. She's also a Tony Awards voter and has been on Broadway herself. Randy, welcome to the C2 Aquarium.
Thank you. This is probably the coolest venue I've ever had an interview in. I love it.
It's not tinted. Everybody can see.
I know. It's great. And I feel like I can see all the fun that everyone else is having, too. It's great.
You started Zuckerberg Media as a social media marketing company.
I did.
It started out that way.
Yes. So like every good entrepreneur, you have to have a pivot somewhere in your entrepreneurial story, or I feel like it's not a real startup. So after I left Facebook, I felt like what everyone expected me to do was to start a social media consultancy. And I wasn't really thinking about what I wanted to do, what I was passionate about. I just I let the pressure get to me. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to start a social media consultancy. That's what I should do. And what I started doing on the side, my side hustle, was I started writing more and more thought leadership pieces on kind of the pros and cons of technology, looking at different inventions and trends and how they were good and bad at the same time. And that was kind of my side hustle. And little by little, I felt like the side hustle started taking up more and more of my time. Like that's what I stayed up all night, like thinking about what I was going to write. And finally I was like, what am I doing running a social media agency? Like that's clearly not what I want to be doing. Clearly what I want to be doing is creating content and actually exploring this space more. So that's what I'm doing now.
There's a big difference though between social media marketing and then you just go to creating your own content.
Yes, well, I feel like my whole life I've always been driven to create my own content. Even since I was a little girl, I loved to perform and theater. I was always writing things. Even inside Facebook, all the projects that I always either started or gravitated towards were related to creating content, some aspect of live and performance. So it's, just kind of a message to all entrepreneurs out there. Like you should follow the data and look at, what your audience wants from you and where there's an opportunity, but you have to follow your passion. And my whole life I've been a content creator.
And following data is something interesting because you talk about that. I've heard you talk about that and read about it. When you say following data, you mean what is working and what is not working, or what's getting the most views?
Well, it's interesting. When I see good entrepreneurs, they're kind of equal parts passion and able to get into the numbers and react to numbers.
Okay.
There are some people that are kind of blindly driven by passion, which is good to a certain extent.
Yeah.
That's not going to cross, you're not going to be able to walk into a boardroom and raise investment on, I want it so badly. Like you're going to have to show the numbers. On the other hand, I've also seen entrepreneurs that are only all about the numbers. They don't have kind of that vision or that passion, and that doesn't work either. So I think you need to be able, you need to love something and want to solve a problem so deeply, but you also need to be able to walk into a room and say, all right, here's the studies we did, here's our user research and testing, here's why I'm so passionate about the road that we're going on.
You've done so many different kinds of things, whether it's sort of creative or even political, the debates that you sort of did a cross-platform on that. It is all about integrating people, though, on every platform.
Yes.
What is the challenge in doing that? And you must be considering different audiences when you're doing that as well.
You have to. I mean, now there's a social media platform for every type of audience, and the same content that works really well on one platform might fall completely flat on another.
Right.
So for me, I mean, I'm always thinking about what kinds of content I can create. My big passion right now is putting women and girls at the center of pop culture and media. So almost all my projects are around either creating content that highlights tech-savvy entrepreneurial girls and women, or investing in companies that do that. And it is interesting. It's harder today to play across every social media platform than it used to be.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to be a little choosier about who your audience is, and really, pick a few platforms to go big on.
It's interesting you say that because a study of YouTube just revealed that one of the fastest and largest growing groups is young girls.
Yeah.
For content providers, not for viewers, content providers putting up their own videos on YouTube.
I mean, when I think about, there's a lot of things you can say about the downside of tech, but one of the things that I think is most exciting is I look at tools of storytelling and creativity that kids have today, and I wish, I mean, I had my giant clunky camcorder that like I tried to do all these things with.
You had a camcorder.
Oh, yeah, I had
just had pencils.
I know. I'm like, I had like my dad's, you know, just like you hand down today, you hand down like old iPhones to kids. Like my dad handed me down this like this camcorder that probably weighed 35 pounds.
And of course it was VHS.
Exactly. Oh, it was like, it was like
for the beta.
No, yeah, it was VHS tapes, like right in there. And but anyway, now today when I think about how it's so easy for kids to like write songs, film things, photography, art, I mean, tell stories. I wish I had those tools. I think about what kind of projects I would have done when I was younger if I had access to those kind of artistic tools.
But then, and you talk about this in your blog as well, or on Complicated, about the choices that you make for the things that you are creating, and the battle between kind of spending too much time with your online content. So how do you, as a parent, how do you think of that responsibility of the kind of things that your children are looking at and the kind of things that they want to create? Like, you want them to do something positive, obviously.
Totally. It's, you know, it's a difficult answer because on one hand, I have an ideal of the kind of content that I would like my children consuming. On the other hand, I'm also a real mom in the real world. Like sometimes you just gotta put your kid in front of a screen and buy yourself 30 minutes. Like, so, like,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, like
Can you just look
I
at
live
this
in the
for
real
5
world.
minutes?
I'm not gonna get on a high horse and like tell parents out there, you know, only expose your kids to X, Y, and Z. Like, I get it. I get what it feels like to be a tired, exhausted parent in the digital age. That being said, I think one of the things that I love is there's more and more toys out there that expose children to tech and tech concepts without a screen. And like for my sons, for example, we don't give them that much screen time, but they play with little robots. They're building things with, different kinds of blocks. We're very into learning tech and engineering concepts without the screen. And I think as parents, that's something that we could do that alleviates some of that guilt we might feel.
But that's also something the educational system needs to understand better and do more. In Canada, we have a very strong movement now for children to learn coding in schools. So they understand the technology that they're using, but there's kind of a gap now because some of the parents don't understand the technology that they're using.
You're right. And what's so interesting too is as I'm thinking about this, you want to encourage kids to get out there outside and be kids and play. But you don't want to keep girls away from tech, especially. I think it's really important that especially young girls get introduced to tech from a young age. Don't be so fearful of screens that you keep it away from girls, because girls already start in a handicap position when it comes to tech and business. Why would you keep away from them the tools that they're going to need for the rest of their careers? So it's a fine balance between giving children too much tech too soon and not giving them enough.
Right. I'm asking you a lot of big questions.
No, I love it. I love the big questions.
I've been saving them up.
Yeah.
But in terms of women in tech, we've seen recently that there are more women going into STEM studies in university, but not as many pursuing careers.
It's not
in STEM.
translating.
It's not moving forward. Why is that still happening?
It's, wow. I wish if I knew the answer to that, then I would zero
I just thought you'd have it, right?
I think this is one of those problems that unfortunately is happening across 4 or 5 different areas that are all contributing. I think there's definitely something that's wrong with the educational system of why girls are weeding out. There's something that's going on with companies and hiring and their policies around diversity, or what they say versus if they actually are committed to diversity. But then I think it goes back so much earlier, and that's why I never set out to get into children's content. That I wasn't like, I want to be a children's TV producer.
Right.
But as I looked more and more into this issue of how do we get more women into tech, I found that it started earlier and earlier and earlier. And if you don't get girls excited about tech by the time they're 9, 10, 11 years old, it's really hard to get them in. And that's why now actually most of my work is focused around preschool, as crazy as that might sound, because I think you have to early on, you have to get girls in a mindset that it's normal and cool and fun for girls to, be as tech savvy as boys. And so that's, I've moved my own work further and further down the pipeline.
And, we're talking about that. Just kids are just so creative about that kind of stuff, especially when they're learning about tech when they're younger.
Yeah.
They have all kinds of great ideas. you've managed to keep that, maintain that sort of creative link throughout your career, even if it was like a side hustle. You still managed to sort of keep that going, and that is so important to encourage for kids as well.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting. Performance and art have always been such a big part of my life, but society is really uncomfortable with people who have more than one identity. It's people, they get uncomfortable if they ask you a question like, what do you do? And you say 3 different answers. They don't like that. People want to put you in a box,
like,
right?
You know, and I'm a journalist. I've talked to people who said, oh, I'm a singer and I also produce apps and I'm a chef. And I'm like, really?
And you're like, and your
Which
first
one of
thought,
those?
your first thought is probably, you know, oh, they're distracted. They don't do any of them
they don't
well.
sound focused.
They're unfocused.
Absolutely.
And so for me, working in Silicon Valley, I didn't want to come across that way as unfocused, disorganized, not serious. So I shelved a lot of that art and creativity for a long time.
Yeah, you mentioned stifling that part.
Yeah, and you know, unfortunately, ultimately, I think that's what led to me stepping away from Facebook and moving back to New York was because, you know, it was an incredible company to work for. I loved being in the middle of Silicon Valley, but I just felt like there was a deep part of me that I wasn't using, and you know, that's something I'm really committed to in my life. Yeah, I think it makes people very uncomfortable when I say I'm an author and a radio host and a singer and an entrepreneur, but I'm kind of done making other people feel comfortable.
But you're all those things, but you're also focusing on a particular area. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not as if you're doing all those things that are completely different topics. Like, you're focusing it, and you are using that skill to do all of those things.
Thank you, yes. And I mean, I do wake up with just a real desire for everything that I do to, you know, to further girls and women in tech. And I think you need to use every trick in the it's a big problem, so you need to approach it from, you know, pop culture and fun. You need to, you know, I put my money where my mouth is. I invest in female founders. I try on the business side to do, you know, thought leadership and writing on this topic. So I think, you know, if you're going to tackle a big problem like that, you have to use every card you got.
Yeah. Now let's get to how you became a Tony voter.
Ah, yes. Oh, well, that's the fun. That's the fun. Now we're getting to the fun stuff.
How did that happen?
Well, after about a few years after I left Facebook, I got a call randomly in my living room from the producers of a Broadway musical, Rock of Ages, an 80s rock musical. And they were like, you know, we're looking to try to do a new kind of star casting in our show. We want a tech person, and so I actually got to move to New York and star on Broadway, which was my life dream.
Oh my gosh.
It was amazing. And from there, I did a lot of networking in the industry, and I started just asking people about what kind of tech they use in the industry, and most people were like, no, we don't use tech, you know, we perform, we don't use tech. And so I had all these ideas, and finally the folks who run the American Theater Wing were like, Randy, can you please come be on a tech advisory board for us to help, you know, bring theatrical world into the 21st century. And as part of that, they invited me to be a Tony voter.
Unbelievable.
It's great. So now I see like 80 shows a year, which is magnificent.
Gosh.
It is. My life is very rich and full of creativity.
And okay, but I have to ask you about Rock of Ages. So when you were part of a Broadway production, what did that teach you about the rest of your career and life?
Oh my gosh, I learned so much in those few weeks of doing Rock of Ages. First of all, I feel like everyone should walk a mile in someone else's shoes, because I thought I knew a lot about what it meant to be a performer, but until I actually walked the walk of performing 8 shows a week, you know, back-to-back shows, Friday, Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, I had no idea. No clue what it was like.
And you had
to
children
be a
at that
performer.
point.
I had children. I was trying to, you know, run my business still, and I had no idea what it was like to try to, you know, raise a family on an actor's salary. What it, you know, was like to, you know, most of my fellow actors were doing multiple jobs and multiple things and doing the show 8 shows a week. And so I think that's a beautiful experience in life, to actually walk a mile in someone else's shoes. It also taught me about unplugging. Never before had I been unplugged for 3 to 4 hours every night. But when people in the audience, when they're paying $150 a ticket to see you, they don't want to see you miss your cue to come on stage because you're text messaging backstage. Like, that's not a thing that's going to happen. To plug in their phones in the dressing room downstairs, and then you go up to do the show, and you don't look at your phone for a few hours.
Absolutely fascinating speaking with you, Randy, and I wish we had like 3 hours more.
Thank you. I know,
So
sorry,
nice.
I'm like talking your face off, but it's so
That's
fun.
what I want you to do.
Thank
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
I appreciate
you.
it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aquarium at C2 Montreal for the third day. I am your host, Tammy, and I'm here to have a chat with Fabrice Ville, who's the founder of Pour 3 Points, which is a nonprofit organization that works with kids in unprivileged areas of Montreal, and you provide life coaching through sports. And today is actually really special because I bumped into these two guys outside. And Cal, we spoke yesterday. I interviewed you. I was a bit nervous because you are the master interviewer. And I was like,
how am I nervous now?
And now I'm good. Now you broke the ice. But I was like, how am I going to interview this guy? He's done the interviews with the biggest people in the world. And so you are going to join the conversation. And Justin, we just saw you walking past. You were interviewing GSP earlier today in the Big Top. So I'm happy to have you all here because I think you're all going to be able to talk to Fabrice about the power of sports maybe and how it affects people's lives. But before we do that, maybe Fabrice, you can tell us a bit about your path because you were actually studying to become, or you were working as a lawyer, and something happened and you were like, screw this, I am going to do something that has more purpose with my life.
Yes, I can talk a bit about it. So I grew up in Montreal, and growing up in Montreal, and my parents are from Haiti. And I grew up in the northeastern part of Montreal where there are areas that are less advantaged, disadvantaged areas. So that's one thing. And being from a community that is historically disadvantaged, at a very young age, I was aware that I was lucky having two parents who were trying their best and doing their best so that I could have the best education possible and succeed in life. But I observed people who were not that lucky, so that's one thing. Growing up, I've had the opportunity to realize how much good coaching had a great impact on my life because being in high school, I was super short, had huge glasses, I was kind of a geek, and I was a geek, the nerdy guy. And I still made the basketball team. I was not a good player, but my coaches were the ones who helped me tremendously, not only as an athlete, but as an individual. So this is allowing me to gain better leadership, had an ability to be in a position to collaborate with people. So all those life skills that are really dear to me and helpful to me today, I learned so much out of being an athlete with coaching. And I ultimately became a coach myself and gave back through that way. And I also realized as a coach that, then again, so many people are tremendously motivated by sports, but they don't have the coaches that have the tools and the knowledge to teach life skills. And coaches are actually the adults that are the most significant to youth after the parents, but they lack in training. So this is where I come from. I studied law. I worked as a lawyer for 5 years. And as I was working, I encountered many friends of mine who were former athletes. Some of them had never graduated from high school. Some of them still today live off of criminality. And the common thread is, well, if they had better coaching, would that make a difference? And this is my belief that had they had good coaching, this could have made a difference. So this is why I decided to launch Pour 3 Points, the organization that trains sports coaches so that they become sort of life coaches for youth in low-income neighborhoods. Initially, it was just a volunteer project. I had no plan of actually quitting my job to do this full-time, but it grew on me, and I discovered my personality as a social entrepreneur. And there I was, 2013, quitting my job to focus on that and to make sure that a maximum of kids get better off as a result of having good coaching. So that's pretty much the story, realizing that that was my passion and knowing that this passion could have an impact for kids.
And how do you measure this impact that you have on the kids? Like, are they coming back to you and they're letting you know how much work you're doing with them? How do you know that this is really working on them?
So there's obviously stories, like anecdotes of kids that I've seen being influenced by the work that we do. But we also are partnered with McGill University Sports Psychology Research Lab. Yeah. So there's a storytelling part that I can go to, but I want to make sure that you get that we have independent evaluation on the program that we do. So based on that evaluation, and we have 2 studies that came out recently, the kids that go through our program are more motivated, are autonomous, they communicate better, and they have significantly less antisocial behaviors than the kids that are not part of the program. So we have research on what we do that validates the impact. So that's one thing. But if I were to go to one story, I have the story of that one kid, a little girl, 14 years old, who was not very good at math. And she had her coach help her in her math outside of, obviously, the school classes. And that little girl, a few months ago, on a Saturday, prior to a basketball game, called the coach in the morning, asked her if the coach would be at the school earlier because she wanted to do math with the coach. So so we're not suggesting that our kids immediately get better at math, but that motivation is key. So having the coach foster an environment where the kid wants to learn is part of what we do.
And I kind of want to draw a parallel and bring you guys into the conversation, right? Because Cal, you were saying you attended the talk that GSP was giving, and he was actually saying an anecdote. Maybe you can say it about what sports brought to.
Yeah, and this is what
life.
Justin brought out, where when George was a kid, he was bullied in school, and it was amazing detail to hear that he would be sitting in the class, couldn't pay attention to the teacher because he's thinking, okay, how am I going to get out of here, get my books, and get over to the bus before the bully catches me? And only after he got into karate did all of that disappear, the whole self-esteem, and then I'm sure no bully wanted to mess with him after that.
That's what happened, and what he didn't have time to tell everyone is that he got to be 13 years old, became a black belt in karate. The bullies left his life, obviously, because he's a black belt who's going to whip their asses. And so he decided at that point, for the rest of my life, I'm going to fight every bully that comes in my path. And then he had an epiphany. At the age of 16 or 17, there was a kid that he got into an argument with in the yard, and he broke the kid's arm. And he went home and he felt terrible about it because he doesn't like hurting people. And he showed up at school the next day afraid that he was going to be rejected again as the guy who hurt that other kid. And he said the most amazing thing happened is they treated me like I was now popular, like I was the cool kid because I had hurt some other kid. And he goes, and that's when I realized that this was all wrong. And he goes, I withdrew into myself. He goes, I rejected that popularity because I realized it was wrong. And he withdrew, and that's when he decided he was going to dedicate his life to martial arts. And like I said, when I met him, I said, bro, my job's to turn you into a sneaker. You're a product on a wall. I have to think of you, because I was building his brand identity and his marketing strategy. And he goes, that's good. As long as you remember that the reason I'm here is to get other kids to get involved into martial arts projects so they can get the same coaching I got, so they can live with the same values that I have, that you may be, even if you're fighting someone, that's the other thing that blows me away. He's fighting a person, he prays for that person in the octagon, he understands that their lives are at a crossroads and that they're going to go on opposite paths after the fight, yet he still cares for that person. He has these human values that make him a better, greater individual. So, I mean, we don't have time to cover all these things, but that's part of the book that we wrote. But yeah, it literally transformed and changed his life.
I want to talk a bit about social entrepreneurship, right? Because we're here at C2. There's the Ideate for Impact that was happening during the 3 days. You hear a lot about these corporations that are trying to produce content that connects with consumers, not only because of the brand, but because they stand for something. What are the challenges that you're seeing as a social entrepreneur?
The challenges are huge. But I wouldn't say that they're that different from the challenges that any type of entrepreneur faces.
Okay.
Ultimately, the difference between a social entrepreneur and a traditional entrepreneur, if I would say, is that I am trying, my measure of success is maximizing impact that I have on society. That's the only difference. But the rest, whether it be finances, marketing, whether it be human resources, building something, building an organization, it's quite similar. It's only about measuring success. So the challenges are numerous.
That's the hard part.
Yes.
Sometimes. That's
so
why I was
would say,
asking you, how do you measure the impact that you have? Because that's always the first question, like when you do a business plan and they're like, okay, well, show me the projections, like 3 years down the line.
If I'm going to talk about the impact that we're getting, that it's about improving the coach's skills, which is one thing. Second part is, as a result, impacting the kids. So as I was referring to McGill University a bit earlier, we are tracking the kids' improvement in terms of life skills very, very quickly speaking. Competence, confidence, character, connection, which is competence, being good at it in sports. Confidence, we know what it is. And character is morality, integrity, sense of responsibility. And connection is how kids interact with each other, but also with their coach and their teachers. So that's what we're tracking. And having a university doing the work for us and looking at it validates the work that we do. So that's one aspect. But if I'm going to building the organization, the challenges are quite similar. And coming to a conference like this helps me as an entrepreneur to find new advice and insights into how to manage our work better. If I'm going to have an example, Justin and I know each other, and we've known each other for quite a few years. We've met once, and I've learned a great storytelling and marketing lesson from him. He told me once, listen, if I tell you about a dog that bites a human, nobody's gonna talk about it. But if I tell you about a human that bites a dog, everybody's gonna listen to it. So just that lesson, which lasted 15 seconds, gave me like the most important thing that I needed to know about storytelling. Make sure that when you tell your story, you make it innovative and interesting. So that is something that is applicable to any type of entrepreneur. But when I talk about the work that we do, I always say, you would find many sports programs that help kids. How many programs do you find that help the adults that deal with the kids? Boom, there you go. You have your story, and it stems from one advice that I had during a meeting. And C2, that's what it's about, having those interactions with people that you don't get to meet quite often, but are key to help you become better as an entrepreneur.
Do you remember giving that advice?
I remember meeting him because I remember being struck by this smart, eloquent, good-looking kid who had a great career ahead of him as a lawyer, and he's saying, fuck all this shit, and I'm going to go create a foundation. And when you meet these visionaries, you go, okay, so what can I do to help them out? And I also have a very close relationship with basketball. I played ball my whole life. I'm a basketball coach. My wife was a professional basketball player. She represented her country. Yeah, she's a killer. She's sitting right over there.
Did she beat you?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
She did.
Love it.
She was a professional.
Yeah.
I played a little bit of college ball, but it's when you get on a court with professionals, you really realize, male or female, you realize how far behind you are. But I've seen the transformational power just of basketball. I've been around it. I think I've been part of it. You know, like in France, when my wife was playing for Toulouse, I coached a 16, 17-year-old team, and we were undefeated until the national championship. National championship, before the game, I looked at my assistant coach and I said, I think we're in trouble. And he goes, what? I said, I think we're in trouble. I think the guys are overconfident. I don't think so. Okay, and we scored the first 2 baskets of the game in 7 seconds. And he was like, see, we're good. I said, and I looked at him, I said, we're dead meat.
Oh, man.
We lost by 44 points.
What?
And after the
You gotta
game,
beat
all the kids are crying, the guys are crying, and I had a big smile on my face. And the parents are looking at me because I'm a disciplinarian, and I have a rigid structure, and it's a team environment. And they go, how can you be in such a good mood? You lost by 45. I said, in a week, no one's going to care about this game. No one in the world cares that this game took place. But all of you kids have learned the most valuable lesson of your lives.
Wow. There you go.
Don't take anything for granted. It's not, you know, all these little, but that's what sport can deliver you.
Yeah.
And I met him, and I'm like, here's a guy dedicate his life. It gives me chills just to think about it. So yeah, I remember that meeting, and I've been following him ever since, and I work with the NBA now, and I've promoted him to the NBA. I've brought him on board. I've introduced him to my client. We're doing content about the work that he does. You didn't know any of this before.
Wow, that's amazing.
But, well, these are the heroes of our times, and I like his idea.
Happy to hear this.
Yeah, and what Justin just said is important about, I'm going back to the power of sports. Sports gives you so many, what I call those teachable moments that you live. You know, a sports team is like a mini society, and kids can learn so much from it, provided that the coach takes the time to teach those lessons. So as Justin is saying, kids lost. I mean, they're crying. They don't even know why they lost. Probably they're saying that the other team sucked and they should have won. But you have this coach who comes up and says, well, listen, you guys have been overconfident. This is an opportunity to learn something about the game, but also something that they can take on and use in their everyday lives. So that's a great example of how sports, when the coach has the right mindset, can be so powerful.
I have time for one more question. And Kyle, I want to ask you, I feel like I can hear you listening. You're a great listener. I'm wondering two things right now, what you're thinking about. And the second thing, maybe I'd like to know, because you have interviewed Muhammad Ali, greatest athlete of all time. And so what are some of the key learnings maybe that you have learned from the time that you've been with him?
Your hands can't hit what your eyes can't see. If you float like a butterfly, you sting like a bee.
Yeah. Rumble, young man, rumble! I actually would like to answer that question with what the conference has shown me.
Yeah.
Because here I am, I knew none of you 3 days ago. Not only that, but I was brought here to interview a guy named Tim Kring. He's a great storyteller. He did the show Heroes.
Yeah.
He lives 10 minutes away from me in Los Angeles. I'd never met him. Only because of C2
Really?
and Montreal did I get a chance to spend time with him, and now we're going to be friends.
Yeah.
But more than that, I met people from Helsinki. I met people from France. A lot of people from Montreal. And I come out of here a much deeper person than when I came here. And so I'm so grateful for this whole experience.
Aw,
thank you all so
you.
much.
That's a great testimony.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. Okay.
Thanks, Cal.
There
Okay,
you
so nothing on Muhammad. Oh, yes, Erica. What's up? Okay, so can I keep my pals here? Or do you guys have to go? Do you have to go? You have to run?
Okay.
If you need to go, feel free to I know you have a busy
I have
schedule.
about 8 people waiting for me that I was supposed to the
Colin,
aquarium.
I really appreciate you
it's my
taking the
pleasure.
time to chat with us, and maybe
It was a
we'll see you later
I'm
for
around.
a drink.
I'm
Are
going to
you
stick
around?
for
Yeah.
a bit, but I
Okay.
have to catch a couple
Great.
of people. And
Go
Cal,
do
I
your
want to
things.
catch up with you. Well, hold on.
Thanks a lot, Justin.
Exchange numbers.
Oh,
Da da da.
pleasure.
Cal, are you
All
sticking
right.
around?
Yeah.
You're going to Schwartz?
I'm going to
What's
go
up?
to Schwartz and I'll come back.
All right,
All
great.
right?
I'll catch you.
All right.
All right. Great. Enjoy Schwartz.
All right.
Have fun. We'll see you later.
Merci à toi. Ben, gentil d'être venu. Cool. That's it.
Okay, super.
That's it. Salut! Ben oui.
Oui. Oui.
Est-ce que les dos a une caméra? C'est quoi? Est-ce que ça se fait avec
Oui, ça serait. Bye, à bientôt. See you later, Cal.
Bye.
Erika, attends, t'es plugué. You just have to take this off, because you're attached to the chair.
Merci, c'était cool.
Oui, c'est le fun, hein?
On est encore en onde?
Non, on est-tu en onde? Oh, on est en onde. Ben bonjour.
Bon.
Ben bonjour.
Ben, c'est ça, oui, on est encore en
Erica,
onde.
we might just put you right here. Sorry, guys, logistics. We'll be right on. Erica has been working in the Big Top. Tu travaillais dans le Big Top pendant les 3 jours. I'm so excited to talk to you. On va changer en français pour la suite, Elodie, hein? OK, cool.
Faisons ça.
Oh,
Allô,
and we're
content de te
still on
voir.
air.
Great. C'est bien.
Ouais, c'est super. I'm so happy that we got to have the guys.
Yeah,
OK.
yeah, that was good.
Fait que Erika, merci beaucoup d'être là.
Ça me fait plaisir.
Donc, tu es bénévole à C2 Montréal.
Oui.
Est-ce que c'est la première année que
Non,
tu fais ça?
c'est la 4e.
La 4e.
Je prends une semaine de travail off pour venir faire mon bénévolat à C2.
Pourquoi tu fais ça?
Parce que c'est une opportunité de ressentir toute la vibe de l'événement. C'est une opportunité aussi d'entendre les conférences. J'ai cette opportunité-là de faire du bénévolat à l'intérieur de la salle des conférences. Là.
Ouais.
Cette année, c'est au Big Top. Puis, je trouve que c'est... comment je pourrais dire ça? C'est me fit briser l'esprit à chaque année.
Ouais.
C'est le printemps dans mon esprit, dans...
Fait briser l'esprit.
Fait briser l'esprit.
Oui, briser.
On a entendu ça.
Oublie connect the dots.
Oui.
Fait briser l'esprit.
Donc, j'aime vraiment ça venir ici.
Ouais.
La qualité des gens que je rencontre, l'énergie. Je trouve que des fois, on oublie cette partie peut-être métaphysique, mais je pense qu'elle est nécessaire aussi, puis elle me fait beaucoup de bien.
Puis qu'est-ce qui t'a marqué? Là, on est on termine déjà, ça a passé tellement rapidement, on termine déjà presque cette 3e journée. Qu'est-ce qui t'a marqué dans la 6e édition de C2 Montréal?
La maturité de l'événement, je dirais. Le fait que quand je suis venue il y a 4 ans, c'était l'année de James Cameron, il y avait les Gallup. Puis, on a eu accès à certains conférenciers d'une grande profondeur. Mon grand coup de cœur en 2014, c'était Mme Zita Cobb. Elle est arrivée sur le stage pour ce qu'on appelle un walkthrough, pour voir si tout fonctionnait. Puis, je me souviens, je l'ai regardée, j'ai fait... Puis, l'âme de cette femme est extraordinaire. Ce que je trouve intéressant cette année, c'est qu'on a retrouvé beaucoup plus de ces éléments-là. Une maturité où les conférenciers étaient capables de rire de soi. Oui, on parlait de business, de marketing, de branding, mais de le mettre dans une réalité très humaine. C'est ça que j'ai trouvé intéressant. Je trouve que l'événement aussi n'a pas mis tant de focus sur tous les conférenciers, plus que de permettre aux participants de vivre une expérience. Puis la chose intéressante, c'est que tout le temps que j'ai été dans le Big Top, la plupart des gens qui venaient regarder les conférences, c'était leur première fois à C2 Montréal.
C'est vrai?
Il y a 2 conférenciers qui ont posé la question en disant... qui est ici depuis pour la première fois, puis un bon 70 à 80 des gens levaient la main. Donc, je trouvais ça intéressant, comme si le format conférence, pour quelqu'un qui trouve la bibite C2 particulière, est une bonne entrée en matière, malgré le fait que les conférenciers peuvent être foncièrement disruptifs. Si je repense à Chris Birch, mercredi ou hier, qui s'est lancé à terre complètement. Mais c'était parfait aussi, parce que quelle vulnérabilité pour quelqu'un qui est reconnu être le meilleur investisseur au monde, puis qui n'a pas de gêne de se coucher à terre, et non pas pour faire un show, mais beaucoup plus pour contextualiser certaines choses par rapport à son parcours. Ça, je trouve ça intéressant. Je pense à Linda Boff. Puis c'est un gros coup de cœur. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a 2 ans, il y a M. Ken Colosi, qui était VP aussi pour GE, qui est venu. Puis elle qui vient 2 ans plus tard, et on voit la cohérence de la compagnie par rapport à...
la conférence par cœur, hein?
Oui, j'ai une bonne mémoire.
Puis je suis comme, wow, I know fun. I'm like, who are you?
Oui, une petite mémoire d'éléphant ou une grosse mémoire, whatever you want to call it. Mais il y a ces éléments-là que je trouve intéressants. Puis ça, c'est la chose que je viens chercher à ces 2 jours. Vraiment, je vous dis, là, c'est le printemps, Feebreeze, les Swiffer, puis j'essaie d'intégrer ce genre de notions-là.
Mais qu'est-ce que tu fais avec ces idées-là par la suite? Comment est-ce que ça t'impacte dans ton quotidien ou dans ton travail?
Je pense que...
Peux-tu parler de notre collaboration?
Oui, mais c'est comme la première... Oui, vas-y.
Ben là, c'est parce que c'est mon opportunité de dire comment elle va l'utiliser. Elle a accepté de travailler avec nous. Elle commence à la fin juin. Fait que ça va être au bénéfice d'une mission pour les jeunes. Donc, on a cette personne extraordinaire qui vient à C2 et qui va certainement, au niveau professionnel, prendre toutes ces connaissances-là et la mettre au profit de la mission de Pour 3 points qui vise à aider les jeunes. Mais là, après ça, j'ai volé sa réponse, mais
je pense que mon boss est un peu excité au fait que je me dirige, mais je dirais que si je fais un petit pas de côté,
oui, tout à fait.
Pour les années où j'ai participé, la job que je faisais, ou que je fais jusqu'au mois de juin, c'est d'accompagner des projets jeunesse. Pendant un bout de temps, c'était vraiment l'entrepreneuriat jeunesse. Maintenant, c'est plus des projets de participation citoyenne, des projets de bénévolat et d'entrepreneuriat. Et j'ai repris des citations parce que moi, pour vrai, quand j'ai des breaks, je suis en arrière puis je prends des notes. Je prends des notes, je prends des notes. 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, je prends des notes à chaque année de mon CV.
Mais il faut que tu lises aussi. C'est drôle parce que les émissions du matin ici à C2, j'interviewais toujours les filles qui font The Minutes. Je ne sais pas si tu les vois, c'est celle qui prend les notes et tout ça et qui envoie ce PDF à la fin de la conférence 2 mois plus tard avec justement toutes les idées qui ont été partagées. Donc, ça devient vraiment ces notes-là des outils qui ensuite te transportent et te propulsent dans ta carrière.
Tellement, puis c'est des outils aussi ou des postures qui permettent à des jeunes, surtout des jeunes des générations Y, qui ont cette envie, cette impulsion de fonctionner autrement par rapport à leur entrepreneuriat, mais qui ne se sentent pas validés dans leur parcours. Et là, tout ce jus-là, c'est comme si je leur dis, non, t'es pas exotique, tu as le droit de sentir ce que tu as besoin, puis il y a telle personne, il y a telle chose qui fait. Donc, ça vient valider le parcours entrepreneurial de personnes plus jeunes. Donc, ça, je trouve ça intéressant de prendre ça puis de l'appliquer. Puis, dans un futur, c'est sûr que je suis très contente d'aller à Pour 3 points. J'étudie aussi en gestion philanthropique, donc j'ai l'opportunité de pouvoir vraiment appliquer quelque chose qui me tient à cœur. Je trouve que la philanthropie est un moyen citoyen et politique intéressant et important dans la vie d'un humain, puis j'ai la chance de le faire dans une cause qui me branche. Je suis comme un petit peu énervée d'y aller.
Mais là, tu commençais déjà ou tu t'apprêtes à commencer?
On se connaît depuis des années, elle et moi, donc, mais c'est ça, on n'a pas encore travaillé ensemble sur un projet comme ça.
Donc, il t'a passé en entrevue, là?
Oui, mais c'est très drôle l'histoire avec Fabrice parce que j'avais beaucoup entendu parler de Fabrice et une journée comme ça, là, je déterre des morts, tu vas me dire, où c'est que tu as pris ça?
Vas-y.
En 2014, je cherchais un conférencier dans une école du nord de Montréal. C'est le territoire où je travaille. Je travaille dans Annecy-Cartierville. Je croise, puis je pensais à Fabrice. Métro Jean Talon. Je m'en allais ligne bleue, lui s'en allait ligne orange. Puis j'étais comme, toi, il faut que tu me donnes ton numéro de téléphone. Je te veux comme conférencier. Puis, par la suite, il est venu faire 2-3 conférences gratuitement pour moi. Et puis il m'a dit, OK, moi, j'y avais dit, n'importe quoi que tu as besoin, je vais le faire. Parce que, tu sais, je sais la valeur de ses propos. Puis je me suis dit, déjà que tu le fais pour des jeunes, je l'apprécie beaucoup. So, whatever you need, I'll do it. Puis il m'a dit, hey, quelques mois, il m'a envoyé un petit message Messenger. Hey, j'ai besoin de quelqu'un pour mon comité organisateur de mon événement bénéfice. Puis je suis allée là. Puis je pense que ça a encore plus confirmé mon intérêt pour la cause de Pour 3 points. Puis la vie a fait qu'il y a un poste qui s'est ouvert. Puis j'ai envoyé. Puis ça a l'air que l'entrevue n'a pas été super.
Ah,
voilà,
bravo.
c'est ça l'histoire.
Merci beaucoup d'avoir été là.
Ben, merci.
Je dois vous laisser. Il reste une entrevue avant la fin de ce C2 2017. Alors, Fabrice, Erika, merci beaucoup d'avoir été là.
Merci à toi.
Bon succès avec Pour 3 points.
Ben,
on va
merci
vous
bien.
suivre. Puis, bravo.
À bientôt. Merci. Salut.
Puis à tout le monde, on vous revient dans 2 minutes. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the president of C2 Montreal, Richard St-Pierre, to do a recap on the 6th edition, which unfortunately is ending very soon. So we'll see you in a few minutes. C'est bon? back, everyone. I'm Tammy, and this is the last interview that I'm hosting in the Aquarium, and it went by so fast. And Richard, I'm happy to see you again. Richard St-Pierre, who is the president of C2 Montreal, and I'm also joined by Chloé Langevin, the VP of Partnerships. And Richard, I'm going to start with you. You were here with me doing my first interview to tell me what you were expecting from C2 Montreal and what you were excited about. And now, my question to you is, how did it go?
Pure awesomeness. Look
Yes.
around. The energy, the programming is done, yet you have still 6,000 people around us.
Yeah.
And they're still going strong. It can't stop. The 3 days simply went by a Zoom. It's amazing that 60 plus countries joined us at this truly international conference. We've proven it again that commerce and creativity can change the world with all the people that are here. But this year there's something special as well. We made Montreal shine for sure, but not just here at L'Arsenal. We were online, and we are at 380 million social media impressions and counting. We're not even done.
That's crazy.
The party's still to come. We still have 6 hours to go. And
I think it's 9 by my count.
Wow, 380 million impressions on social.
etc. In this day and age where social is important, and let's remind ourselves, this is a business conference. So usually a business conference means you look at a keynote speaker in a dark room, in a gray hotel ballroom. We've proven that this time is behind us. This is prehistoric way of making business. Today, there are labs, masterclass, and so on. And guess what? 3-4 years ago, we were wondering, how many labs should we give? 300, 400, and so space? This year, we had 14,000 spaces of labs, masterclasses, yet people wanted more. There were lineups. We were absolutely convinced that we had plenty. We had too many. Yet, everybody demanded even more. So we're somewhat, we were very successful, way beyond anything we were expecting. What do you think?
Look, I've been doing this, I want to say a long time in C2's history of spanning 6 editions. I've participated in year 2, and I've worked every one since, right, with Richard and the amazing team here. So there's never been an energy like this. And we've hosted thought leaders and great leaders from everywhere in the world. The feedback is unanimous. They say the energy here is contagious. There's nothing like it. Anywhere you go, someone's talking to somebody else. You feel like something's happening. There's an effervescence here. And that goes from people that have come all the way from Japan, who are now entirely convinced that we need to bring this to Japan. I mean, we'll start with Melbourne, we'll take it from there. But our Australian delegation has just been blown away, and we're so pleased. We've had representatives from the United Arab Emirates, from Mexico City, from the east, west coast of the United States, France, Italy, Germany. It goes on and on and on, and the feedback is always like, actually, can you do one in my city? So the energy is amazing. The caliber of participants is outstanding. And I think, look, we really have to thank our International Advisory Board. Daniel Lamar from Cirque du Soleil has generously agreed to chair that board for the past year. Hélène Desmarais has been instrumental also in driving that and generously hosting the members of the International Advisory Board and our guests on Tuesday to kick all of this off. I mean, Vicky Heyman and Jean Habi, and the list goes on. Harley Finkelstein is on our board as well. They've just really come together and helped us bring C2 to that next level. And the work we've been doing together, at least for 4 years, Richard for 6 years, I think this year is the year where we've reached that inflection point, and sky's the limit from here on out.
Now it's epic.
Oh, we were epic, but now we're...
Since day one.
Yeah.
Now you're international. You were mentioning that, Melbourne. And there was big news that was announced that you are exporting the concept of C2 Montreal to Melbourne. So what are the challenges of taking a conference like this and bringing it into another culture?
Yeah, I'll take it.
How do you adapt? How do you export a concept? I mean, it is exportable, and everyone clearly wants to have it in their city, but how are you going to adapt it to the specificities of like each of these countries?
I mean, I can start because I lived in Melbourne, and if I may.
So I can tell you already that it's all about coffee, but please take it.
Flat white.
Yeah, flat
We've been
white.
told. Look, like I said, I lived in Melbourne for a year and a half. It's the choice is not an accident. And there are key factors that we look at when we look at cities where we want to take C2, and the choice for the first city was really critical. The first factor is that we need a mobilized and highly motivated ecosystem that's already there. And the group, the Government of Victoria, Melbourne Convention Bureau, the City of Melbourne, they've just been absolutely amazing. Our partners at MCI mobilized everyone around the visit of our CEO, Martin Hainaut, just about a year ago now, after the last edition of C2. And I mean, they're so keen to see C2 coming that they've really all gotten together and made us feel like they wanted C2 to come.
And what do you think it was that they saw when they came here that they were like, we want this?
Well, one of the priorities of the government there is creativity. They recognize the importance of creativity in being competitive at the global level, but also as a vehicle for economic development. And so, you know, the first factor I mentioned, a really strong ecosystems that really wants us there.
Yeah.
The second is having a very vibrant cultural scene and having already some momentum in the creative fields. And when you mentioned, do we adapt to the local culture? C2 is convening, and it's a platform in which we bring the local elements. And I mean, maybe the reverse trade mission is really a key point as well.
Yeah, we started C2 by saying, how about we're in the 21st century? It's fun that we have trade missions like people from here, usually men, going all the way across the world to try by coincidence to meet someone that they may do business with. We started C2 by saying, how about we bring the world here? And truly this year is the year where we've proven that this actually works. And yes, it's not only men now that come.
Yeah.
Look at the
We're about 50-50 actually.
We're 50-50. So C2 is a true reflection of society as it is. The thing is, why are we going with creating those satellites like Melbourne and some of the other cities that Chloe mentioned, is that it's far. Right now we've got 12, 18 people from Australia that came. So it took dedication, it took commitment for them to take literally a week off away from their family to come to Montreal and discover. Of course, when they were here, they said, wow, I made a good thing and a good choice to come. But there are millions of Australian, millions of Chinese, millions of people, Indian, Middle East, etc. So the list goes on. So our means of reaching out is to create satellite events throughout the world, starting with Melbourne, and then rolling out, ideally within the next 3 years, one key city in every continent. So that's why we were meeting with representatives from the Middle East, from Europe, from South America, and I can tell you the level of enthusiasm that we get is beyond what is, I'd say, normal, because they say, this works for me, this works for our region, and they want to provide their region a voice. This makes Montreal vibrate, Quebec vibrate, Canada vibrate, with all those social media impressions. And when all those people will take the plane back home and share with their loved ones, wow, I've lived an amazing experience in Montreal. Well, guess what? Other regions in the world want to do the same, and we'll keep Montreal as our flagship hub worldwide. But we have now means and tools to make sure that the good news that we're creating here gets spread around the world.
Yeah, and there's a key element, you know, and I've mentioned this yesterday when we announced our themes for 2018, but our vision that we've been working on for the last year was creating that network of connected cities. One of our biggest challenges in having C2 like this is that after 3 days, people go back, right? They go back to where they came from. If they're from Montreal, they go back to the office. If they're from abroad, they go back home. And keeping that level of energy and of engagement and of optimism is really difficult 362 days apart. And so having an opportunity like C2 Melbourne exactly 6 months from now provides us with a continuum in the calendar. And once we reach our goal of having that network of connected cities, we will be able to have a global conversation on an ongoing basis throughout the year, and then making a dent in the way that everyone sees business, everyone embraces creativity, and that's the impact that we are seeking as a company. It's way beyond the walls of our outstanding environments. It's about transforming how people embrace creativity to have an impact in the world around them.
It's amazing. And you were saying that you were talking about the themes of 2018. I'm actually curious to know, I mean, like, I know the 2017 edition is not even over yet completely, but are you already starting, you're already starting to work on what's coming next year in Montreal, and I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about what the team has in mind for next year.
We've announced them. We've announced the theme yesterday. We're going with transformative collisions. The reasoning is that collision implies a transfer of energy between individuals, between groups. It also implies a difference of opinion, of background, and that's what C2 is. It's that diversity that is key to come together, collide, and yield a creative idea. Transformation is about the outcome of those collisions. So when we put those two together, it means that C2, the programming, will be orchestrated around creating those collisions, highlighting those contrasts, and getting that energy level up, right? One of our value propositions here for our participants, for our partners, for ourselves, despite the 3 days, is to re-energize.
Yeah.
Re-energize with a sense of optimism, an empowerment to imagine something that doesn't exist yet, and those collisions play into that. And the transformation needs tools, it needs different methodologies, and it needs participants to be able to take something back with them. And so transformative collisions is the perspective that we will develop for 2018, and that fits into our goal of having a conversation that lasts well beyond the 3 days or 2 days of any C2 convening.
And what are you leaving with this conference specifically this year, personally, you both, this edition?
Concluding this, I go back to the same thing I've been saying for years. We're about commerce and creativity, and we've built an amazing team here at C2 Montreal. They're all around us working year on out on St. Catherine Street in office. We're less than 40 right now and growing rapidly. And they dig really deep in their soul to make sure that we propel the economy and society forward. That's a bold statement in itself.
Yeah.
But keep in mind that the team is mostly millennials. And not only that, 60% of them are women. So the world, take note. Some maybe women and maybe the millennials have something to show.
Yeah, we've known that, Bouchard. We've known that, but that's great. It's amazing to see that it's at the core of C2 as well. And what about you, Chloe? Is there one thing or a personal highlight that is really going to stick with you from the 2016 edition, 17, sorry?
There is. 2016 and 2017 have been really difficult. I'm a child of politics, and I'm very impacted by what's happening in the world and that growing feeling of cynicism.
Yeah.
And I'm the internal optimist, obnoxiously so at times, and Richard can attest to that. But
it's okay.
But at some point, it's hard to stay optimistic, and it's hard to see the work of so many people who are inspiring being torn apart, and progress being really scaled back and come to a stalemate. So I leave C2 this year feeling optimistic that there are people in the thousands that want to do good, that are embracing progress. And my personal highlight is the opportunity that I have had to exchange with Frank Giustra. He is a man that is not nearly well known enough for the work that he does every day, the ecosystem that he builds to help refugees, the partnerships that he orchestrates with our common friend Ahmed Khan, and it gives me a sense of purpose to see that if he can do it, then I can do it. And if we can convince our participants that they have a role to play in making the world better, then I think it was all worth it.
Well, on that note of hope, thank you so much for being with us and to conclude this last segment in the aquarium. Congratulations on the edition. And I am looking forward, and I think we all are, to see how C2 expands worldwide and inspires people across countries. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
For having us.
Thank you. And enjoy now the party, Soirée Illumination. We're all going to go for drinks, and we can find each other in the other room. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming again. And hopefully we will see you next year for another edition of C2 Montreal. Congrats. Yeah, you know what? Yeah.